Leo never would have guessed it. He saw his girlfriend's name on his caller ID, so why? When he picked up, did he hear his mother's voice on the other end? It was just one of those things that had slipped his mind during a hectic day. The Sweet Return Bakery's new flagship store in the East Bay was a roaring success, but a grand opening always came with a mountain of details. Susan Wallace had made a trip back to Northwood recently, wrangled a new batch of employees, and charged back to the city to get them settled. Today was the first day she'd had a moment to breathe. She was planning to head home tomorrow, but before she left, she finally had time to visit her son and future daughter-in-law's new place. She and Claire had been waiting for a while at the single slaughterhouse, and when her delinquent son still hadn't shown up, she'd grabbed Claire's phone to give him a call. She never expected that the moment he answered, the first thing she'd hear would be a dog barking. It was around 7:30 by the time he got home. After kicking off his shoes, Leo saw his mother and Claire bustling around the kitchen, reheating dinner. Compared to Chef Sterling's lethal culinary skills, Susan Wallace didn't cook much back in Northwood, but she still knew her way around kitchen. Claire wasn't just standing around, either. She was eagerly helping her mother-in-law, playing the part of the dutiful assistant. Whether she was actually helping was debatable, but she had the perfect, doting daughter-in-law attitude down pat. Seeing her son finally walk in, Susan huffed, ready to lecture. "You rotten kid, what took you so long? Leaving a sweet girl like Claire home all alone. It's not safe." Faced with a maternal scolding, Leo naturally nodded along, humbly accepting the criticism and promising it would never happen again. Claire was already bringing dishes to the table. Hearing her mother-in-law scold her boyfriend, she offered a soft, gentle smile. "It's okay, Mom. Leo works so hard. He has important things to do. I don't mind being a little lonely at home. I'm used to it." The Wallace family's future daughter-in-law was the picture of grace, understanding, and thoughtfulness. After she spoke, she even lowered her head, her gaze dropping demurely. Her exquisite face was a perfect blend of 3 parts melancholy, 3 parts wistful longing, 3 parts patient understanding, and 1 part on the verge of tears. Leo nearly choked. "Holy shit, Claire, what the hell are you doing? What do you mean, you're lonely at home? You're the one who's always working late and forgetting to eat, leaving me to rattle around this empty house by myself." Unfortunately, before he could righteously expose her act, his mother's fingers had already found his ear. "See how considerate Claire is," she said, twisting. "You've got such a wonderful fiancée, and you don't even appreciate her. You better watch out, or I'll deal with you myself." Leo yelped and begged for mercy. Finally, his mother let go and went back to the kitchen to grab another dish. He rubbed his ear, shooting a venomous glare at the true culprit. Claire, utterly unfazed, stuck her tongue out at him. She clasped her hands behind her back and skipped lightly back into the kitchen. "Mom, let me help you." Her figure was graceful, alluring, and infuriating all at once. Nearby, Reasonable the parrot, having just returned from flirting with the neighbor's hen, flapped over to greet his master. King Dad, he squawked, the very model of a devoted subject welcoming his lord home from a long day. He was promptly swatted out of the air by the still fuming Leo. "Happy? You're happy way too damn early." Dinner was served. At the roadside diner with Captain Shing, Leo had been more focused on drinking than eating. Now, seeing a table full of hot, familiar home-cooked food, his appetite roared back to life. He eagerly picked up his chopsticks and dug in. He stuffed his mouth with his mother's famous pot roast, mumbling an endless stream of compliments. His flattery finally won Susan over, and she placed 2 more large pieces in his bowl. "Eat up, build yourself up. Look at you, I don't know what you've been so busy with, but you've gotten skinny again." She might not have known what her son was up to, but she herself had been having the time of her life. As she told her son and Claire about the new bakery in the Jing'an district, she couldn't contain her cheerful pride. Their first foray into the East Bay market was a resounding success. It was a grand opening of epic proportions, exceeding even her wildest expectations. She thought people in a big city like this would have seen it all, but they were just as captivated by the Sweet Return Bakery's combination of beautiful staff and unique baked goods. And the spending power of East Bay consumers was truly astounding. The rent was high, but the daily revenue was several times higher than the main store back in Northwood. Warmed by her own success story, Susan even opened a bottle of red wine. After a glass, she waved her hand and made a grand proclamation to her son and daughter-in-law. "Just you wait. In another 2 months, we'll open our 2nd and 3rd branches in the city. And when we do, you two can stop interning at some little rinky-dink company. Oh, it's Claire's dad's company. Well, tell my dear-in-law to stop messing around with whatever he's doing and come manage a branch for me." Leo's mouth twitched, but he didn't dare correct her. Claire, however, offered her unconditional and enthusiastic support for her mother-in-law's bold statement, even adding her own suggestion. My dad, branch manager, is a bit of a stretch for him. A shift supervisor would be more his speed. The chairman of Sterling Holdings, a man who commanded an empire, had just had his retirement planned out for him, bussing tables at a bakery. It was a warm, happy dinner. The family of three ate with joyous spirits. It was getting late. Despite her son and daughter-in-law's pleas for her to stay, Susan insisted on going back to her hotel. She said she'd booked one near the train station so she could catch an early bullet train back to Northwood. Your father's waiting for me at home. Can't let the old man live like a widower, Susan said, ever mindful of her husband. At the same time, she glanced at her son and Claire, adding thoughtfully, besides, if I stay here, it'll be inconvenient for you too. When she toured the single slaughterhouse earlier that evening, she had seen the upgraded, friendship vibrating bed in the master bedroom. And then there was the phone call she'd made, and the shocking first words out of her son's mouth. Before leaving, Susan couldn't help but pull her son to the door, lowering her voice to deliver some motherly advice. You young people, it's fine to like new things. I know you're into all that. What's it called? Role-playing? Cosplay. Role-playing is fine, but stick to something normal, okay? Don't involve animals. You know, your father and I used to get up to some stuff back in the day. The conversation was taking a turn, hearing his mother, tipsy from the wine, about to share intimate details of her life with his father. Leo's face went pale. He quickly cut her off. Mom, stop. I'm not interested in hearing this. After finally sending the very talkative Susan on her way, he closed the door and let out a sigh of relief. Just then, Claire zipped over to him, batting her eyelashes. What did Mom say to you? Leo glanced at his girlfriend. She said there are no slaves in a modern society, and I can't be someone's little dog. Claire's nose crinkled in displeasure. No way. You're my little dog. Leo rolled his eyes. Why? What do I get out of being your dog for free? That's a terrible deal. Claire blinked innocently. It's not. You can be my little dog, and I'll be your little cat. Leo scoffed. What's so great about a little cat? Before he could finish, a fragrant breeze washed over him. His girlfriend's body, soft and boneless, pressed against his. She nibbled on his ear, her breath a warm whisper. Just as goosebumps erupted all over his skin, she purred a single, devastatingly seductive word. Meow. A jolt, like an electric current, shot up his spine and straight to his brain, nearly making him short-circuit. Okay, this little cat is great. Very, very great. The second East Bay Comic and Anime Fest was scheduled for late March. Leo had already talked to the newly promoted Deputy Commissioner Xing about security, so that wasn't a concern. The rest of the preparations were being handled by the team at Happy Nest, who were working around the clock. They had started spreading the word early. When the news reached college students and anime fans across the city, they were ecstatic. Last year's inaugural event had been a huge success, and the Aragorn and Arwen cosplay duo had become an internet legend. Anyone who had missed it was still kicking themselves. Now, their chance had come again. This time, they wouldn't miss it. The single Slaughterhouse crew was just as enthusiastic. They hadn't gotten their fill last year, and were ready for round two. They immediately launched into a boisterous debate about what characters to cosplay and what props they would need. But before that, they had to finish their schoolwork. It was the second semester of their sophomore year, and half of their new major-specific courses were held on the new campus. As it happened, both the business and advertising departments had a similar market research course. The professor had assigned a project requiring students to conduct field research and gather data at various shopping malls. The two dorms were trying to figure out how to tackle the assignment when Claire had an idea. Why don't you all just come to me? Her marketing team at Sterling Holdings was just beginning a research initiative into the group's various mall properties. They were short on manpower anyway. Without a second thought, she roped all her friends into being her free labor. Not an ounce of potential wasted. You could tell they were a couple, cut from the same ruthless capitalist cloth as Leo. The crew didn't mind. They had to do a market research project one way or another. What difference did it make where they did it? Plus, it was a chance to see the inner workings of Sterling Holdings, one of the top publicly traded companies in the country. And with Bertha Sue looking out for them, they could basically do whatever they wanted, right? The job was theirs. The decision was made. The next day, the whole group cheerfully reported for duty at the Sterling Holdings business division. On their first day as part-time interns, they received the warmest welcome imaginable. The employees in the business division were a sharp bunch, and their information network was second to none. They had already gotten the intel from HR. They knew this new group consisted of Claire's university classmates, some of them even her roommates and best friends. Their attitudes were warmer than a spring breeze, their flattery so thick you could cut it with a knife. Wow, all top students. Welcome, welcome. Are you sure you girls aren't from the film school? You all look like movie stars. My man, look at those pecs. You gotta show me your workout routine. Marco Shaw. The name fits. You really are handsome. Oh, this one's a quiet type. A man of substance. Economy of words is a skill, you know? The praise was so over the top, it made the recipients blush. A moment later, these same senior employees turned to another intern and started barking orders. What are you standing around for? Don't you have any sense? Your fellow interns are here. Aren't you going to get them some water? Hey, give me a cup too. The sheer audacity was breathtaking. The single slaughterhouse crew was stunned. Are Sterling employees always this bold? They even dare to mess with Leo? They pulled Leo aside to ask what was going on, only to learn that the power couple was keeping their relationship a secret at the office to maintain a low profile. After the initial shock wore off, their curiosity got the better of them. You two can really hold back like that. Purely professional. Leo's response was, as always, righteous and unwavering. Of course, Claire and I are professionals. 3 minutes later, the group arrived at the marketing team supervisor's office. Leo knocked. Just then, the door swung open. Claire, stepping out of her office, stumbled and collided squarely with him. By a complete and utter coincidence, her lips accidentally brushed against his. "Oh, sorry. I slipped," she said, her apology utterly devoid of sincerity. "No problem. Just be more careful next time, Sterling," he replied, his tone that of a loyal and dedicated subordinate. The rest of the crew watched, their eyes wide with shock. Damn, of course. The same old routine, the same old flavor. Now that's what we call reasonable. Clark Sterling and Evelyn Vance, who were already in the office, also felt their eyes twitch out of habit. A small tremor, just to show respect. Since her friends were here to work on their project, Claire assigned her two team leads to supervise them. Clark was currently swamped with compiling data reports from the various malls and couldn't get away. So, the task of taking the newcomers out into the field fell to General Evelyn. Evelyn was a pro at this. After all, if she could train Leo, the others would be a piece of cake. The group was captivated by Evelyn's beauty. The girls immediately swarmed her, chattering away, while the boys whispered amongst themselves. She's another campus queen-level beauty. Right up there with Anna, Yvonne, and Isabella. Then, in unison, they turned to give Leo the side eye. Damn it, Leo. Your magnetic field for gorgeous women is as strong as ever. Over the next few days, Evelyn led the group on their fieldwork assignments, visiting one Sterling-owned mall after another across the city. The students, fresh out of the classroom, followed in the footsteps of a seasoned pro, their eyes wide with a mixture of learning and awe. Of course, their eyes were opened in more ways than one. Holy crap, this place is amazing. Evelyn, are you the human Yelp of this city? How do you find these incredible hole-in-the-wall places? Huddled around a table in a tiny downtown diner, stuffing their faces, the group looked at Evelyn with pure, unadulterated worship. But it got even better. The first time they ate in the public cafeteria at the Global Financial Center, their jaws dropped. They watched in stunned silence as General Evelyn, a stack of trays in her left hand and a pile of bowls in her right, charged into the churning sea of the lunch rush, weaving through the chaos like a warrior in battle. They all gasped in unison. They looked at each other, and the same thought crossed their minds, a familiar figure coming into focus. No wonder Lou hadn't come along this time. Now they understood. You can't have two queens in the same castle. 3 chapters delivered, begging for boosts and gifts. Tomorrow, the main plot takes off. They were all top students from Berkeley's Business and Humanities programs. They weren't just following Evelyn around waiting for their next meal. Over the past few days with General Evelyn, the single slaughterhouse crew had been observing and taking notes as they toured the malls. They had seen the state of Sterling's properties, completed their class assignment, and formed their own conclusions. Back at the Sterling office, Claire sat calmly at her desk and casually asked her friends and roommates what they had learned. She projected an air of authority they rarely saw. Everyone was eager to share their thoughts. The consensus was unanimous. It's good. The East Bay had countless malls, but Sterling Holdings specialized in the mid to high-end sector. While they had competitors, Sterling's properties were cleaner, more orderly, and better laid out. The overall customer experience was significantly better than the competition. Immediately, the flattery began anew. Sterling is on another level. Bertha Sue, you're amazing. Claire, we're counting on you for our future fancy dinners. Bertha, you need anyone to cling to your leg? I'm a professional appendage. Claire couldn't help but laugh. Don't just praise me. I want to hear if you have any other thoughts. The joking stopped. After a moment of serious consideration, Molly, surprisingly, raised her hand. She began tentatively. I can't quite put my finger on it, but your family's malls feel different in some places. Some of the stores had those electronic price tags, and I saw some kind of online code scanning thing I've never seen before. It's like you're trying something new. Jade adjusted her glasses, a thoughtful expression on her face. Is this a move toward digitalization? A smile of satisfaction flickered across Claire's face. Say what you will, but her roommates were sharp. A lot sharper than the guys from room 520, who only knew how to eat and suck up. Except for her husband, of course. Yes, Claire said, nodding in confirmation. We are indeed trying something new. Just as Jade said, Sterling's brick-and-mortar retail business is going to innovate, moving down the path of information technology and digitalization. It was 2009. This should have been the golden age of physical retail. But from a future perspective, it was the last glimmer of sunset before the fall. In just a year or two, with the boom of the internet, e-commerce giants like Amazon would rise, delivering a devastating blow to the revenue and foot traffic of brick-and-mortar stores. Many physical enterprises would die in that wave. Even Sterling Holdings, in her previous life, had not escaped unscathed. As a reincarnator, Claire knew what was coming. After taking the reins at Sterling, her first move, besides a ruthless internal cleanup, was to steer the colossal ship of Sterling Holdings toward a new course. It was a matter of utmost urgency. For anyone else, this would be a terrifying process of trial and error, fumbling in the dark. But for Claire, it was as simple as copying down the answers from a test she had already taken. The transformation had to be done in steps. Digitize the stores. Turn every location into a warehouse. Support online ordering for in-store pickup or local delivery. Establish an omni-channel Sterling membership system that integrated online and offline experiences. Collaborate with existing e-commerce platforms, or even build their own logistics network and create Sterling's own e-commerce brand. As she laid out these strategies in her office, it wasn't just her friends who were stunned. Even her own team members, including her leads Clark and Evelyn, listened with a dazed look. It was like hearing a prophecy. They didn't fully understand it, but it sounded profound. But as they watched Claire at her desk, speaking with calm confidence, her thoughts clear and precise, they couldn't help but be captivated by the natural authority she exuded. Of everyone in the room, only Leo looked at his girlfriend with a glint of surprise and admiration. She's not a reincarnator, but she somehow understands all this? Claire, noticing his gaze, glanced back at him. She saw the praise in his eyes and couldn't help but shake her head with a private smile. He's not a reincarnate, but my silly husband is acting like he understands what I'm talking about. Cute. I want to... Silently, without anyone realizing it, the massive commercial vessel that was Sterling Holdings had begun to slowly turn, guided by the hand of its future leader. Compared to the company's subtle strategic shift, the second East Bay Comic and Anime Fest was a loud, spectacular affair that kicked off at the end of March. Compared to the first year, this event featured more official booths from game and anime companies. The scale was larger, the crowds were bigger, and the atmosphere was electric. Among the attractions, the official booth for Heavenly Tactics, which had launched just a month prior, was the most popular hotspot. Countless fans of the game and the original novel flocked to it. Potato, the author, had been invited again as a special guest. He was beaming, ready to bask in the adoration of his fans. Instead, they took one look at him and said, "Hey, the author? What are you doing here? Get back to your keyboard and write. 2 chapters a day. Are you trying to insult us?" The single Slaughterhouse crew was there to join the fun, Leo and Claire among them. This time, the power couple didn't reprise their classic Aragorn and Arwen cosplay from the first year. Instead, they came dressed as the characters Potato had custom designed for them in the novel. The Dozun couple who cultivated the reasonable twin flames. The reasonable couple. They were essentially playing themselves. They had thought cosplaying as 2 minor characters wouldn't be very recognizable. But as they wandered the convention floor, they were surprised when several fans of the novel approached them. "Hey man, are you and your wife cosplaying the reasonable couple?" "Whoa, I was right." How could I tell?" "Easy. I could feel the reasonable aura coming off you two from a mile away." 2 days later, the second annual Comic and Anime Fest, hosted by Happy Nest, concluded successfully. But the aftershocks were just beginning to ripple across the internet. The buzz continued to spread, attracting a fresh wave of traffic and new users. The night after the festival ended, the number of registered users on Happy Nest officially broke the 200 million mark. At the end of March, 3 days after the Comic and Anime Fest, Happy Nest held a gala to celebrate its one-year anniversary and its milestone of surpassing 200 million registered users. The venue was once again the Fairmont. This time, however, they cast aside their usual low-key approach. They extended invitations to industry partners, competitors, and members of the press, creating a grand spectacle. The banquet hall was packed, a veritable who's who of high society. The room buzzed with energy. Socialites, celebrities, and pop stars mingled, creating a dazzling scene that left many marveling at the influence Happy Nest now wielded. But the media in attendance had their minds on something else entirely. Their cameras scanned the room, searching for one particular figure. It wasn't just the reporters. The CEOs of the other companies headquartered in the global financial center who had been invited, including Mr. Young, who was representing Sterling Holdings, all cornered Happy Nest executives to ask the same question in a hushed tone. Your CSO? Still a no-show today? It was the company's anniversary gala. Of course, Leo, the chief strategy officer, was present. While he didn't appear before the public, he had slipped in through a back entrance and made his way to a private VIP room behind the main hall. When the tall, handsome figure pushed open the door, all eyes in the elegant suite turned toward him. The room was filled with the most influential figures in the tech industry. Men who, if they were to step out into the main hall, would trigger a blinding storm of camera flashes. Yet now, upon seeing the face of Happy Nest's mysterious and low-profile CSO, they were the ones who looked stunned. They were shocked by his youth, and then quickly won over by his calm and composed demeanor. Leo walked in and smiled, first greeting Carl Carlson, the chairman of Nexus, with whom he was most familiar. He then took a glass of champagne from David Chung. Finally, he turned his gaze to the other titans of the industry, men whose faces he knew from countless news reports in his past life, and offered a slight smile. I have a few projects I'd like to discuss with you all later. It was a spring of new beginnings. After completing their market research project, the single slaughterhouse crew reluctantly ended their short-term internship at Sterling Holdings and returned to the familiar rhythm of campus life at Berkeley. It was the second half of their sophomore year. 4 years of college were nearly halfway over. After the aimless curiosity of their freshman year, they were all gradually finding their own paths and goals. The Campus Honesty Bike Sharing Program was a success. Students used the bikes daily, and the rental fees, which were converted into charity donations, were steadily accumulating. The funds needed managing. President Chen Wangdao had tossed the responsibility to Leo. After some thought, Leo recommended Leon and Molly to be the student representatives in charge. One was honest and responsible. The other was meticulous and smart. As the founder of the charity, Leo's recommendation was as good as a final decision. But President Emeritus Finch was very invested in the project and asked to meet the candidates. Leon brought Molly to the small pavilion in front of the faculty housing. When they met the old man, the speech Leon had prepared went out the window. Instead, he spent the afternoon playing 5 in a row with him. The date cake guy lost 10 games in a row. But the old president was very pleased. He could judge a person's character by how they played. With decades of experience, he could easily see the quality of the earnest young man and the sweet girl before him. Besides, their straightforward style of play was much better than a certain someone who was always trying to cheat. That same spring, in the arts department, Cheryl Chun officially stepped down as president. Marco Shaw took her place. He was now in charge of a large department, which included quite a few beautiful women. It was the dream he had always wanted, finally come true. Everyone else was green with envy. But Marco himself was the picture of virtue. "What are you thinking?" he'd say. "I'm a taken man. All other women are dirt to me. From now on, call me Brother Dirt." His righteous declaration earned him the respect of outsiders. Only the crew knew the truth. They rolled their eyes. Listen to him talk. Lily already laid down the law. If he so much as thinks about straying, she'll personally execute him. Brother Dirt. Well, that part's not wrong. Lily's been taking boxing classes at the gym. She could literally beat the crap out of him. Dylan was determined to break through his social anxiety this semester. No more hiding in the shadows. He was going to talk to girls, damn it. After much deliberation and online research, he came up with a training plan. Every weekend, he would go to a park or a crowded subway station, close his eyes, and loudly recite poetry to build his courage. The problem was, every time he opened his eyes and saw a woman walking by, his mouth would snap shut. An abrupt, definitive end to his performance. The regular commuters started whispering about the strange young man who was bold with his eyes closed and terrified with them open, possibly suffering from multiple personality disorder. Jade, deep into her photography hobby, was now working for the Berkeley student newspaper. She was intrigued by Dylan's training regimen. She was determined to find out which park and which station he frequented. Such an interesting scene would surely make for a captivating photo spread in the paper. That spring, Mia's maternity was thriving in the East Bay. Chloe Chu had just opened a new branch, but she had run into a bit of trouble. Seeing the store's success, some local thugs had come to cause problems. Seeing the beautiful, gentle owner only emboldened them, and their words turned foul. Just as the situation was turning ugly, a steady, mountain-like man happened to pass by. To be precise, the retired Tier 1 operator, with some time on his hands, had been asked by Leo to help deliver a shipment of blockhead figures to the store. He arrived just in time to see the commotion. He intervened, single-handedly and effortlessly taking down all 8 of them. As the thugs scrambled away, the beautiful, gentle owner recovered from her shock and profusely thanked the kind stranger. She invited him inside for a cup of coffee to express her gratitude. The veteran waved it off calm and composed. "It was nothing. I was just making a delivery and happened to see it. I'll pass on the coffee. I have to get going." As he spoke, he instinctively looked up and met the woman's soft, beautiful face. The spring breeze was gentle, the sun warm. A strand of her hair, lifted by the wind, was tucked behind her ear as she looked at him with sincere hope. The sight made the veteran freeze for a moment. His heart and his eyes skipped a beat in unison. "Well, 1 cup. We'll be fine." That spring, on April 1st, April Fool's Day, it was Leo's birthday. The entire Singles Slaughterhouse crew gathered at the apartment in Rainbow Terrace. Both dorms, Wyatt and Anna, Lily Lou, Clark Sterling, Yvonne and Isabella from Mako Entertainment, Evelyn from Sterling. Everyone was there. The small apartment was packed to the gills, a chaotic, joyous mess. Reasonable the parrot flapped around the room, squawking imperiously. "Court is in session. Court is in session. All officials, present yourselves," before being swatted out of the air by an unknown hand. Only Kevin Knockout, Zhao, took it seriously. He rushed over to the dizzy parrot, helping it up and fawning over it. Your Highness, are you all right?" When he met Evelyn for the first time and learned she was his boss's mentor, he was struck with awe. "Whoa, the Grand Vizier. Call me Knockout." No, just Kevin. "I'll be sure to toast you later." That evening, they all squeezed around a small table for hot pot. It was crowded, but the atmosphere was loud, lively, and warm. When it was time for the cake, Leo, wearing a birthday crown, was urged to make a wish. He thought for a moment, then clasped his hands together piously. "I wish for 100 more wishes." His wish was met with a chorus of boos. But then, under the warm candlelight, the hostess of the L&S house leaned in and gently kissed her boyfriend on the lips. "Happy birthday," she whispered. The room erupted in whoops and cheers. Among the crowd, Anna and Wyatt watched the scene, a flicker of wistfulness in their eyes, a deep-seated longing for something similar. It was a peaceful, beautiful early spring night. The warm light from the small apartment window, filled with the laughter of friends, painted a picture of happiness. No one noticed the clouds gathering in the night sky outside, a storm brewing behind them. The first thunder of the season was about to strike. Washington, D.C., an estate in Georgetown. An elderly woman with silver hair sat in a grand armchair at the head of the living room. Below her, several well-dressed, middle-aged men and women were urgently trying to persuade her. "Mother, that girl Claire is getting out of hand. You have to do something. Parading around in public like that. What will people think? And that Charles Sterling, how dare he ignore us? He clearly has no respect for you or the Chu family. A mere businessman. Who does he think he is to challenge our family? I've already spoken with the Pierce family. The eldest son is very interested in the marriage and very sincere. An alliance with the Pierces will be a great benefit to our family. Mother, we're just waiting for you to give the word." Amidst the chorus of voices, the old woman remained silent, her expression grim. Her eyes scanned the screen of her phone. It was a photo from the second East Bay Comic and Anime Fest that had recently gone viral. Something about a Do-Zune reasonable couple cosplay from a web novel. In the photo were a young man and woman. The angle only showed a sliver of the man's profile, but it couldn't hide his handsome, carefree air. The girl, however, was in full view, her bright, stunning beauty perfectly captured, and the faint smile on her face, and her hand, tightly intertwined with the man's. The old woman's eyelid twitched. A cold fury rose in her eyes. As if making a final decision, she spoke. "Handle it." With that single phrase, the faces of the second-generation Chu children lit up with excitement. "Yes, Mother. D.C. in another opulent and discreet mansion. In the reception room, Conrad Crestview, the current head of the powerful Crestview Group, stood respectfully to the side. He humbly presented a file to a young man sitting on the sofa. "Mr. Pierce, this is a list of my family's assets and projects in the East Bay. It's all here." As he spoke, Conrad cautiously watched the young man's expression. Seeing no reaction, he grew even more nervous. There should have been more. There were some projects we took over from Sterling, but there were complications. They've all been frozen. It was my failure. As he apologized, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The young man on the sofa was only in his late 20s, but Conrad, knowing who he was, wouldn't dare show the slightest disrespect. This was the face of the third generation of the D.C. Pierce family, the future standard-bearer of his clan, Leland Pierce. In the East Bay, Conrad Crestview was a somebody. But here in D.C., in front of this man, he was an ant that could be crushed with a single finger. The young man's casual posture radiated a deep, unsettling power. Finally, the man looked at Conrad and smiled. "You've done well. I'm very pleased with your sincerity." That one sentence was like a pardon, and a wave of relief washed over Conrad. On the other side of the room, another young woman lounged on a chaise, speaking in a flippant, casual tone. "That's the right attitude. From now on, you work for my brother. Do good work for the Pierce family, and you'll be well rewarded." The woman was in her early 20s, with a pretty face marred by unnaturally narrow phoenix eyes and lips as thin as paper, which gave her an air of innate condescension and cruelty. The arrogance in her voice was undisguised. Clarissa Pierce, the third-generation daughter of the D.C. Pierce family. Among the younger generation of the capital's elite, she was known for her tyrannical behavior, and few dared to cross her. Conrad wiped his sweat and nodded like a bobblehead, his posture almost comically humble. Leland Pierce seemed not to notice. His phone buzzed. He picked it up and read a new text message. A smile played on his lips. As if talking to himself, he spoke in a slow, soft voice. "Claire Sterling, that woman is mine." His tone was calm, as if stating a simple, undeniable fact. "Sterling Holdings is also mine." A huge chapter, righteously demanding boosts and gifts. With this chapter, the book officially begins its approach to the finale. In early April, the informational and digital innovation strategy for Sterling Holdings mall properties, initiated by the business division, officially launched. There was almost no opposition within the company. It wasn't that Mr. Young, the head of the division, held such sway. It was simply that every mid to high level manager, and even the board members, knew he was just the face of the operation. The true architect of the strategy was Little Miss Sue. Claire Sterling had already built up immense prestige within the company. Even those who had doubts about her strategy were deterred by the memory of the iron fist she displayed during the internal audit and cleanup in March. As for her own relatives within the Sterling family, they wouldn't dare utter a word of dissent. The last one who tried to cause trouble for the family's next heir was currently singing the jailhouse blues. And the current chairman of Sterling Holdings, Charles Sterling, had quietly receded in the background, offering no comment on his daughter's bold reforms. That in itself was a form of tacit approval and support. And so, from March into April, the voice of the company's new leader gradually became the only one that mattered. With no further objections to the mall reform strategy, the company moved forward with unified purpose. But during the implementation, they inevitably hit a roadblock. The resistance came from the stores and brand partners leasing space in the malls. Sterling's digital transformation would directly impact the business models of many existing brands and tenants, even the physical layout of their stores. Some brands saw the potential behind the changes and, valuing their long-standing relationship with Sterling, were willing to cooperate. But many were not. They came to Sterling headquarters demanding explanations, and heated arguments broke out in the conference rooms. Sterling Holdings' position, however, was firm and non-negotiable. As a result, a number of tenants began to terminate their leases and pull out of Sterling's malls, including several well-known local, national, and even international brands. The departures happened gradually. An inattentive observer might not have noticed over the course of a few days. But Evelyn Vance, a newly appointed team lead in the business division who was constantly doing field work in the malls, saw everything clearly. She saw it, and it worried her sick. This is trouble. Sitting at a table in a small downtown restaurant, even the great General Evelyn had lost her appetite. She was consumed with anxiety. Just in the 6 malls I've visited in the last 2 days, the quietest one lost 4 brands. The worst one lost 7. And these are big names, major brands. They were the main draws for foot traffic in Sterling's malls. With them gone, those malls will lose at least 20% of their customers in daily revenue. 20%. Do you have any idea what that means? And it's not like they'll have trouble finding a new home. The moment they left us, our competitors snapped them up. So our rivals just gained 20% more traffic. A 20% loss for us and a 20% gain for them is a 40% swing. Little Miss Sue's strategy is good, but I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand the losses before it even takes shape. The future head of the Sterling business division was truly treating the company as her own. The more she spoke, the more she sighed, unable to eat. Across from her, Leo nodded in understanding. We're here now. We might as well eat. As he spoke, his chopsticks were a blur, piling food onto his plate. He ate with gusto, as if the sky could fall and it wouldn't bother him. Evelyn glared at him, exasperated. You're still eating? This is your fiancé's company. It'll be half yours one day. How can you not be concerned at a time like this? Of course, Leo was paying attention to his fiancé's strategy and its execution. But there was nothing to be done. This was the unavoidable pain of a major strategic shift, the price that had to be paid. If they couldn't get through this, if they gave up, Sterling's physical retail business would die anyway. If they pushed through, a wide-open road lay ahead, with the potential to one day stand shoulder to shoulder with the country's e-commerce giants. In this matter, Leo didn't think he could do any better than his fiancée. Everything Claire had done so far, from strategy to tactical implementation, was almost flawless. So flawless, in fact, that it sometimes stunned him. It felt like his own reincarnator's halo was being overshadowed. Bertha Sue's business acumen and strategic intuition were simply on another level. Well, what else could you expect from Leo Hammer Wallace's woman? His thoughts returned to the present. The food on his plate was gone. His mentor across the table was still stewing in worry. Leo smiled. It's fine, even if it all goes wrong. I'll catch her. He spoke with a calm, breezy confidence. Evelyn rolled her eyes. You'll catch her? With what? Your appetite? Faced with his mentor's sarcasm, Leo just chuckled and stood up from the table. At that moment, he looked particularly handsome and composed, and under the restaurant lights, he seemed to radiate an unshakable, mountain-like presence. For a fleeting second, Evelyn's heart even wavered. She almost believed that his words weren't just empty boasts. The next second, Leo picked up a plastic bag and called out to the front counter. Hey boss, can I get a to-go box for the leftovers? Can't let it go to waste. The atmosphere instantly shattered. A dark cloud formed over General Evelyn's face. Damn it. For a split second, I actually almost believed that little punk. I must be losing my mind. After their field work, the mentor and apprentice returned to the office. The marketing team had been holding daily afternoon meetings. In the supervisor's office, Claire sat at her desk, methodically assigning tasks to her team. They needed to compile a list of all the brands that had withdrawn from Sterling's malls in the city. They had to identify the vacancies and create a plan to attract new tenants. At the same time, they had to coordinate with other departments within the company to expand and renovate the warehouse spaces in their malls. There was one last item on the agenda. If they were going to build Sterling's own digital ecosystem, then engaging with existing e-commerce platforms was unavoidable. The team members began to speculate. Amazon? eBay? Or maybe Best Buy or Target? But Claire shook her head and gave them an unexpected answer. I'm planning to talk to Happy Nest. Everyone froze. In the corner of the room, Leo, the intern, who had been zoning out, snapped back to reality, a rare look of confusion on his face. Then, he saw the future president of Sterling Holdings at the head of the table turn her gaze toward him, as if struck by a thought. Her tone was casual as she gave the order. Intern, you're coming with me. Their offices were in the same building, the Global Financial Center. Sterling was on the 57th floor, Happy Nest on the 61 SD. They were practically neighbors, and the heads of both companies had a good relationship. Over the past few months, their employees had even gotten to know each other in the elevators and the public cafeteria. So, going upstairs to discuss a partnership with Happy Nest was a natural step for the Sterling business division. Of course, for a negotiation of this magnitude, a mere marketing team supervisor wouldn't suffice. The delegation was led by the division head, Mr. Young, accompanied by 3 other department managers. Claire, as a junior supervisor, was already a notable inclusion. Bringing an intern along was unheard of. It had been a spur-of-the-moment decision for Claire. Since they were visiting Happy Nest, and her boyfriend's company, Mako Entertainment, had games on their platform, she thought it would be a good chance for him to get some face time, maybe pave the way for his future. Happy Nest wasn't aware of this initially. They thought they were just meeting with Mr. Young. But when the executives from both companies filed into the large conference room and sat down on opposite sides of the table, The Happy Nest team's eyes first fell on the coolly elegant figure of a certain young woman. Their pupils contracted violently. Then, they saw the familiar face sitting next to her. The Happy Nest team collectively short-circuited. Wait, what is going on? Our little boss Lin and his wife are here, representing his wife's company, to negotiate a deal with his own company. This is way too surreal. Are you two playing house? Mr. Yang and the other Sterling executives were oblivious to the chaotic thoughts running through the minds of their counterparts. After taking their seats and exchanging pleasantries, they got down to business. The proposal had been Claire's idea. As Sterling's malls underwent their digital transformation, they hoped to partner with Happy Nest, specifically with their newly launched feature, Happy Reviews. Happy Reviews was modeled after Yelp, compiling information on countless businesses and offering users features like online reservations. Sterling Group wanted to use the Happy Reviews platform to build an online membership system for their malls. All of their properties would be listed on the platform, with a dedicated section creating online flagship stores that match their physical locations. This would create a seamless experience from offline browsing to online purchasing and delivery through Sterling's logistics. Claire herself stood to present the detailed plan to everyone in the room. She spoke with calm confidence, laying out her vision. The Sterling executives nodded along, their eyes filled with admiration. This is little Miss Sue, the future leader of our Sterling Group. The Happy Nest team, on the other hand, listened with a mixture of shock, amazement, and confusion. Because these were the exact same ideas their own chief strategy officer had proposed in a meeting not long ago. This was the strategic roadmap for Happy Reviews. They were still in the planning stages internally. Had there been a leak? But little boss Lin hadn't told his wife his identity yet, had he? Did the two of them really share a brain? Were they that in sync, even on matters of business strategy? After Claire finished her presentation, Mr. Yang smoothly took over. He looked at David Chung, the CEO of Happy Nest, at the head of the opposite side of the table, his face wreathed in smiles. Of course, he said earnestly, we are well aware of the traffic Happy Nest commands and the value your platform brings to businesses. This deal is more beneficial to Sterling. As for the listing fee, Mr. Chung, you name the price. We'll follow the rules. We won't let you get the short end of the stick. With Mr. Yang leading the charge, the other Sterling managers puffed out their chests and declared that their two companies were like brothers, and they would never let Happy Nest lose out. David Cheng's eyelid twitched. He instinctively glanced toward the end of the table, at a certain someone sitting in the back. Leo was staring at the ceiling, the picture of a slacking intern who had nothing to do with any of this. The other Happy Nest executives exchanged uneasy glances. The company had already discussed this. The Happy Reviews platform would charge businesses a fee for listing and promotion. They had a pricing structure, but this was Sterling Holdings, little boss Lin's wife's company. Family. How were they supposed to charge family? All eyes turned to one person. The head of the Happy Reviews department, feeling the weight of his colleagues' gazes, cursed them all internally while forcing a smile and standing up. About the price. Our company did run the numbers. Under normal circumstances, for a company of Sterling's size and the level of traffic support required, the one-time listing fee would be $500. His mind raced. His eyes darted to the end of the opposite side of the table. He saw a certain intern from the Sterling business division holding a small notebook. Alarm bells screamed in his head. The department head's words changed mid-sentence. Of course, that's the standard rate. Given the relationship between our two companies, $400. The intern now had a pen in his hand. He was nodding along, seemingly starting to write a name in the notebook. 300. The intern didn't look up, continuing to write. 200. 100. Sweat beaded on the department head's forehead. Pushed to the brink, he slammed his hand on the table, making a final, desperate decision. $100, just as a symbolic gesture for good luck. He stuck a glance at his CSO and saw that the notebook had been put away. He breathed a sigh of relief. Then, facing the stunned Sterling executives, his mind kicked into overdrive. He started spinning a tale with a straight face. This is something Happy Nest was going to do anyway. We needed a leading company like Sterling to be our flagship partner. This is a mutually beneficial, win-win collaboration. How could we possibly ask for money? His explanation left everyone baffled. The department head snuck another look at his little boss, Lin, confirmed that the death note had been retracted, and his confidence restored, delivered his final line with resounding force. $100, and not a penny more. For the low price of $100, they had secured a partnership with Happy Nest Happy Reviews platform. The Sterling executives were still in a daze, feeling like something wasn't quite right. But on second thought, what the Happy Reviews department head said made sense. It really was a win-win, and given their close relationship as neighbors in the same building, the fee wasn't the point. Yes, it was perfectly reasonable. Claire still felt something was off, but the deal was done. Her focus immediately shifted to the next phase of her mall digitalization plan. For the first half of April, Sterling Group's reform initiative moved forward at a feverish pace. At the same time, Happy Nest officially spun off its Happy Reviews and Happy Life features into standalone platforms, launching their first phase of operations. Everything was proceeding smoothly. However, in mid-April, Apex Group and the Quad announced a second, deeper strategic alliance. Their two platforms, Apex Social and the Quad, would now share traffic and user data. They also formally declared a boycott of Happy Nest and Nexus Weibo. That same week, Sterling Group's real estate projects in several major cities outside the East Bay, including D.C., Philadelphia, and Atlanta, were hit with surprise inspections from fire and environmental agencies. Citing reasons like insufficient fire escape with excessive formaldehyde in building materials and non-compliant interior layouts, they were forced to halt pre-sales and delay grand openings. The spring air in the East Bay suddenly turned colder. A chilling late spring frost had arrived. For any large-scale construction or real estate project, minor deviations from quality standards are common. Facing a spot check from regulatory bodies and being ordered to halt and revise is not unusual. On the surface, the fact that Sterling Group's properties were being inspected by multiple departments seemed like nothing more than bad luck. But a closer look revealed a troubling pattern. Why is it only our Sterling properties? And why are these joint inspections happening simultaneously in D.C., Atlanta, and so many other cities? On the 57th floor of the Global Financial Center, in the Sterling Business Division, a nervous energy filled the marketing team's office. Clark Sterling and Evelyn Vance, the team leads, voiced the questions on everyone's minds. There are no coincidences in business. An overabundance of coincidence points to deliberate targeting. At her desk, Claire lowered her head, a thoughtful light flickering in her eyes. Then she shook her head, her expression calm once more as she looked up. They're conducting official business, following all legal and regulatory procedures. You don't need to worry about that aspect. If they can find problems, it means we still have problems. We start by investigating ourselves. Her decision was final. Following her orders, Clark and Evelyn began preparing for business trips. They would each lead a team to personally visit the Sterling branches that were in trouble. On the 61st floor of the Global Financial Center, at the Happy Nest headquarters, Leo was also in a meeting in the CEO's office. The strategic alliance between Apex Group and the Quad had deepened, entering a second phase. The move seemed sudden, but for the co-founders and core team at Happy Nest, it wasn't entirely unexpected. Lately, both Nexus Weibo and Happy Nest have been on a tear. With some technical support and behind-the-scenes guidance from Leo, Nexus Weibo was starting to gain the upper hand in its war with Apex Social. Meanwhile, after the second Comic and Anime Fest, Happy Nest's user count had soared past 200 million, and the launch of Heavenly Tactics on its game platform had become a viral phenomenon, capturing the nation's attention. All of this had made their rivals, Apex Group and the Quad, feel threatened. They were now circling the wagons, preparing to push back. In the CEO's office, the department heads spoke in grave tones. David Chung looked at his chief strategy officer. "What do you think?" Leo, sitting on the sofa, tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table beside him. He shook his head. "Let's wait and see. This is just the beginning. They probably have more moves planned." Leo's prediction proved correct. On April 18th, Apex Social and the Quad completed the integration of their user accounts, sharing data and traffic. That day, Apex Social's user count grew by 25 million. And the Quad, benefiting from the influx from Apex, saw its user base explode by 80 million new registrations, also breaking the 200 million user mark. With this near-cheating tactic, they had rocketed back up to match Happy Nest numbers. On April 28th, Apex Group announced the launch of a new auto chess game, Three Kingdoms Tactics. It was a blatant copy of Heavenly Tactics, just with a different historical theme, reportedly rushed out by their game department in 2 months of nonstop overtime. The public, especially fans of Heavenly Tactics, was outraged. But their anger was toothless. The definition of plagiarism in the gaming industry is notoriously vague, and Apex Group were masters of the art of imitation. By merely borrowing the auto chess game model, they remained on solid legal ground. The launch of Three Kingdoms Tactics siphoned off a third of Heavenly Tactics' user base. For the first time, The monthly financial reports from Mako Entertainment and Happiness Gaming Division showed a sharp, ugly decline. On April 30th, Sterling Group's properties in D.C. and Philadelphia were hit with accusations of illegal waste disposal and environmental damage. Activist groups organized protests in front of the two malls, holding banners and chanting slogans. Local media in both cities ran stories criticizing Sterling Group. On the same day, Happy Nest was targeted by multiple online and print media outlets, which accused its gaming division of promoting unhealthy consumer habits and fostering a negative social environment. May 1 ST, Labor Day weekend. For those in the eye of the storm, there was no time to relax. The lights were on at the Happy Nest headquarters on the 61st floor, the atmosphere tense and somber. The employees were all working overtime, their faces strained. But when they looked up toward the main conference room, through the glass walls, they could see the familiar, calm figure sitting at the head of the long table. The sight alone seemed to steady their nerves. It was always like this. Every time Happy Nest faced a crisis, as long as that figure was in the building, it gave everyone a solid sense of confidence. Footsteps echoed from the entrance. It was Carl Carlson, the chairman of Nexus, arriving with his top executives. They walked briskly through the office and into the conference room. Inside, David Chung, Leo, and their department heads stood to greet them. It was the first official meeting between the core leadership of the two internet giants. They all stood facing each other. Carl Carlson shook hands firmly with David and Leo. Looking at Leo, the Nexus chairman spoke in a low, serious voice. "They've gone all in. This time, it's our turn to make some noise." Leo smiled faintly, gestured for them to sit, and said calmly, "Please." Downtown, in the old city center at the Sterling Holdings headquarters, a private elevator ascended to the 36th floor main conference room. A coolly elegant young woman walked into the room. At the long conference table, the heads of Sterling Group's various departments, vice presidents, and even board members all turned their eyes toward her. Claire Sterling walked to the head of the table, her gaze sweeping calmly over everyone present. "We are not on the wrong path. The time has come for the ship of Sterling to change course. This is the challenge facing Sterling, and it is the challenge facing all of you. Anyone who is afraid can leave now. For those who stay, I have only one requirement. Give me your absolute, unconditional trust. I will lead you forward. All you have to do is follow." Her voice was quiet and calm, yet it commanded the rapt attention of everyone in the room. Sitting to the side, Charles Sterling remained silent, simply watching his precious daughter. His eyes shone with pride and satisfaction. Then he smiled and stood up. "You all carry on," he said casually. He vacated his seat at the head of the table and walked out of the room. It was the first time in 20 years that the current chairman of Sterling had given up his seat at a core internal meeting. As the company's young new leader calmly took her place at the head of the table, it felt like the changing of an era. May 3rd, East Bay, at the Global Financial Center. On the 70th floor, on the open-air terrace reserved for press conferences, Happy Nest and Nexus Group held a joint press event. They issued a unified statement. The two companies had officially formed a strategic alliance and would deepen their cooperation in the future. At the same time, Hannah Ling, Happy Nest's official spokesperson, temporarily back from her anti-disinformation project, stepped before the press. She held up a thick stack of legal documents, her expression cold, her words sharp and clear. "Yesterday, our company and Nexus sent a total of 37 legal notices to the Quad and Apex Social. We have officially filed lawsuits in 11 state and city courts, including in the East Bay, D.C., Philadelphia, Atlanta, and Miami." With that, the Quad and Apex Social were dragged into court. Simultaneously, facing a barrage of negative press from their rivals, the East Bay's local media, with a subtle nudge from the local government, began to unconditionally support their hometown tech pioneer. They lavished praise on Happy Nest and launched a counteroffensive, engaging in a war of words with out-of-state media outlets. May 4th, Sterling Group's inspection and business divisions mobilized. Teams were dispatched to D.C., Philadelphia, Atlanta, and other branches. They worked directly with the affected malls, one-on-one, to resolve all environmental and fire safety issues with ruthless efficiency. At the same time, the corporate PR department went on the offensive, investigating false media reports. Claire's former assistant, Si Chun, now the official company spokesperson, held her own press conference on the 70th floor terrace of the Global Financial Center. She delivered a sharp, assertive statement affirming the company's position. Sterling would take decisive action against all malicious slander and reserve the right to pursue all legal avenues. In the elevator, the doors opened on the 70th floor. The two beautiful, formidable spokeswomen for Happy Nest and Sterling Group happened to cross paths. They met each other's gaze and gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. "You guys running into trouble, too?" "You as well. Good luck." "You too." They shared a brief, knowing smile. Then their expressions turned serious again. They clicked away on their high heels, each heading to their next battle. May 8th. The day after the Labor Day weekend, Apex Group and the Quad issued another joint statement. They announced the official implementation of their boycott against their malicious competitors, Nexus Weibo and Happy Nest. Users' Apex accounts and related software would now automatically flag Happy Nest and Nexus Weibo as potentially dangerous websites, triggering warning pop-ups. The Quad retaliated with 17 lawsuits of its own, accusing Happy Nest of copying its platform design and features. At the same time, the two companies threw more money at the problem, aggressively poaching talent from Nexus and Happy Nest, celebrities, influencers, experts. If 1 million wasn't enough, they'd offer 5. If 5 wasn't enough, they'd offer 10. Behind the scenes, hacking attempts on their rivals' servers became relentless. Nexus Weibo and Happy Nest organized their own counterattacks. The atmosphere in the conference room on the 61st floor of the Global Financial Center was as frigid as a winter storm. At the head of the table, Leo made the call. "Then we'll play their game. When you need to burn money, you burn it. This is a knife fight now." Starting after the holiday weekend, Sterling Group's branches in D.C., Atlanta, Miami, and other cities were hit with surprise tax audits. The audit teams moved with lightning speed, setting up shop directly in Sterling's offices. Thanks to the internal cleanup Claire had initiated earlier, most of the company's bad accounts had already been dealt with. The auditors found almost nothing. But during the investigation period, many of Sterling's financial accounts were temporarily frozen as per regulations, severely impacting their operations. The news sent shockwaves through Sterling. The departure of brand partners could be explained as the growing pains of their digital transformation. The trouble with the fire and environmental departments could be chalked up to bad luck and their own shortcomings. But for this to happen, one thing after another, for the tax authorities to so blatantly target their branches in multiple cities with such ruthless tactics, this could no longer be explained away. This was a targeted attack. More importantly, to have the power to mobilize so many government agencies and media outlets at once. Who was the mastermind behind it all? That night, Claire sat alone in the vast, empty conference room on the 36th floor of the Sterling headquarters. A high-level meeting had just ended. The executives and vice presidents had left, their faces etched with worry. The young new leader of Sterling rubbed her temples wearily, her brow furrowed. Her initial assessment was that her mother's family was involved, but she knew the limits of the Chu family's power. They were once prominent in D.C., but their influence had been waning for over a decade. They could still pull some strings, but their reach rarely extended beyond the capital. The negative press, the environmental and fire inspections, that was within their capabilities. But mobilizing tax audits of this scale in multiple major cities at once, with such brutal efficiency, the Chu family alone couldn't do that. The mystery deepened, casting a shadow over her. Then, a sudden, unexpected phone call shattered the silence. The ringtone echoed through the empty room. Seeing the unknown number, Claire answered. An arrogant, condescending woman's voice came through the line. "This is Clarissa Pierce. My brother is Leland Pierce. Your family has already made the decision. You will be my brother's woman, a woman of the Pierce family. You should have felt our family's power recently. If you're smart, you'll start preparing for the wedding. I'll be in the East Bay in 2 days. You'll come and pick me up." There were no pleasantries. It was a direct, imperious command, delivered with an innate, breathtaking arrogance, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. On her end of the line, Claire, holding the phone, smiled. The Pierce family of D.C. So that was it. When the impatient, scolding voice of the Pierce family heiress came through the line again, Claire's smile faded. She replied with a single, quiet word. "Scump." When the call abruptly ended, Clarissa Pierce's face in the D.C. mansion twisted with fury. She hurled her phone onto the priceless carpet. A cheap slut who parades herself around in public. How dare she talk to me like that? May 12th. The 1-year anniversary of the Great Southwest Quake. A day of national mourning and remembrance. It gave people a momentary respite from their hectic lives. That night, as darkness fell over the East Bay, a warm, soft light glowed from the L&S house at Rainbow Terrace. On the balcony, the mistress of the house stood at the railing, silently looking out at the city lights. Footsteps approached from behind. The master of the house, also finished with his day's work, came out onto the balcony and stood beside his girlfriend. "What are you thinking about?" Claire snapped out of her reverie and shook her head. "Nothing." She turned to her boyfriend, a realization dawning on her. "I feel like I haven't seen you much lately." There was a hint of guilt in her voice. When she was buried in work, she sometimes neglected him. Leo smiled. "It's fine. You're busy. I'm busy. The stuff you're dealing with. Is it bad?" Claire paused and smiled back. "It's nothing I can't handle." Then she asked with concern, "What about you?" Leo shrugged. His expression relaxed. "Same here." It was their habit, their unspoken understanding. Neither of them pressed for details. They just stood shoulder to shoulder on the balcony, leaning against each other, quietly watching the night. The sky was dark. The world seemed silent. The clothes hanging on the line swayed gently, carrying a late spring chill. Leo reached his hand over the railing, feeling the air currents on his fingertips. He looked out at the distant darkness and said softly, "The wind is rising." Daily requests for boosts and gifts. Tomorrow's chapter title preview. We were all abandoned by this world, so we can't abandon ourselves. After the day of national mourning, the storm did not subside. From May 13th to the 14th, over the weekend, Happiness branch offices in Philadelphia, Miami, and Atlanta were targeted by violent intruders. The trespassers were brazen, brandishing weapons and attempting to vandalize the offices. But the preparations made by Happiness Chief Strategy Officer paid off. The heavily funded security departments at each branch, led by the formidable retired soldiers under Shinshur's command, from Jo 1 to Jo 8, were ready. When the provocateurs arrived, they were met with swift, decisive force and were brutally suppressed. On May 15th, Sterling Group's own investigation bore fruit. After days of sleepless nights, their PR department tracked down the groups that had organized the protests in front of their malls. They were hired guns. Tracing the payment accounts, the legal department, in coordination with their government contacts, rooted out several of the masterminds behind the operation. The local news ran front-page stories, clearing Sterling's name. While they hadn't reached the ultimate source, they had cut off one of their opponent's arms. A warning shot. A war without smoke or fire raged across the country in the growing heat of May. Every major city became a battlefield. It was a long-distance duel, fought between the East Bay and D.C. Even as they fought a brutal, clandestine battle, neither side would admit defeat. Each was convinced the other would be the first to fall. Each believed that, though battered and bloodied, they would be the one left standing at the end. The wind rose. The storm was coming. Under the calm night sky, a torrential undercurrent churned behind the clouds. That night, a small private jet from D.C. descended through the thick cloud cover and landed at the East Bay Airport. A limited edition silver Bentley Continental GT was already waiting at the VIP exit. Clarissa Pierce settled into the back seat. After the driver closed her door and got behind the wheel, she spoke in a lazy, imperious tone. "Drive, the grand pinnacle." The driver nodded nervously, and the Bentley melted into the night. While the outside world churned with unseen conflicts, for Anna, the past month had been deceptively calm. Almost too calm. She was working on her senior thesis at the university. The rest of her time was spent at work. A simple, 2-point commute between the office and her dorm. She occasionally visited the L&S house, where her brother and sister-in-law would ask how she was doing. She would just smile and say everything was fine, not wanting them to worry. Though they never mentioned it, she could sense that they were both dealing with their own heavy burdens. She was doing the same, pouring all her energy into her studies and her job, try to keep her mind off other things. Other people. She filled her days with trivial tasks, hoping to drown out the lingering sense of loss, hoping to erase the image of someone who should never have entered her world in the first place. Anna had never known the happiness of being loved. That meant she was destined to be incapable of loving in return. But that conviction was shattered by a sudden phone call that night. It was her father, calling her for the first time in years. "Lana, are you in town? Dad wants to take you to dinner." The words were so kind, so caring, it felt like a lifetime since she had heard them. It was the warmth she had craved, no matter how many times she had been hurt. That one phone call, that one simple invitation, was enough to crack the thick shell she had built around herself. A sliver of hope shone through the fissures. After hanging up, she felt like she was floating in a dream. Snapping back to reality, she rushed to her closet, pulling out one outfit after another, holding them up to the mirror. She had never felt so nervous, so full of anxiety, constantly rejecting one look and trying another. She wanted to find the perfect dress, to make her father proud, to finally earn the praise she had yearned for. Just the thought of it was enough to envelop her in a wave of overwhelming happiness. The Pinnacle Grand Hotel. In one of the 6 exclusive private dining rooms of the Cantonese restaurant on the 55th floor, gold leaf screens created an air of opulent elegance, filtering out the unworthy. Massive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the dazzling East Bay skyline. When Clarissa Pierce, the third-generation heir of the D.C. Pierce family, entered the room, she was greeted with fawning enthusiasm by a crowd of wealthy scions from prominent East Bay families. She took her seat at the head of the table, the guest of honor. She glanced around, noting the empty seat next to her, and frowned in displeasure. Is this everyone? She had come to the East Bay for 2 reasons. First, to give these local upstarts a chance to prove their loyalty to the Pierce family by causing some trouble for Sterling Group. Second, and more personally, she had come to see someone important, a man whose family in D.C. was just as powerful as hers, a potential ally. And, for her, one of the few truly outstanding men of her generation. She had only met him once in D.C., but he had left a deep impression, stirring something in her that no one else had. But today he hadn't come. Seeing their guest of honor's displeasure, the young heir scrambled to apologize. Ms. Pierce, don't worry. Chen has gone to personally invite him. We guarantee he'll be here. Please sit. Each of the young men had brought 1 or 2 beautiful girls as arm candy for the evening. The girls, dressed to the nines, were a mix of models and campus queens. Seeing their dates, all fawning over this arrogant newcomer, they couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. One girl muttered a quiet complaint. It was soft, but Clarissa heard it. She turned to the girl, a cruel smile playing on her lips. What did you say? The girl's face paled. She tried to explain, but her date reacted faster. He slapped her hard across the face. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? Do you have any idea who Ms. Pierce is? The slap echoed through the room. A red welt rose on the girl's delicate cheek. She was stunned, tears welling in her eyes, but she didn't dare cry out. Clarissa rose and walked over to her, hooking a finger under the girl's chin. Her voice was a playful, condescending purr. Such a pretty face. What a shame. Some people just don't know their place, do they? As she spoke, she lightly tapped the girl's cheek, each tap harder than the last. Now, do you understand? The girl, trembling, managed to stammer an apology. The other girls watched in terrified silence. They now understood their place in this room. They were disposable. And this woman, Clarissa Pierce, was not to be trifled with. The small incident passed. When Clarissa returned to her seat, the East Bay heirs breathed a collective sigh of relief. The atmosphere quickly turned festive again as they raised their glasses to toast the honored guest from D.C. A young man, sitting to Clarissa's right, seemed to know her better than the others. As he raised his glass, she arched an eyebrow. Tan, you came alone? That's not like you. The man, Tan, grinned. You know me too well, Clarissa. My date is on her way. Her own father introduced us. Look, he's here too. He gestured to the other end of the table. Arthur, over here. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit, sitting nervously at the far end of the table, immediately brightened. He grabbed his glass and hurried over, his face a mask of eager sycophancy. Mr. Tan. Though they were 20 years apart in age, Tan slung an arm around the older man's neck like he was a kid brother, not caring that he was wrinkling his collar. This guy here does business with my family, he said to Clarissa. Heard I needed a date tonight, so he offered up his daughter. I've seen pictures. She's a real beauty. Not as beautiful as you, of course. He slapped the middle-aged man on the back of the head. Hey, this is my sister Clarissa, the princess of the D.C. Pierce family. You're lucky to even be in the same room. Aren't you going to toast her? The man stumbled, but quickly recovered, raising his glass with a strained smile. Ms. Pierce. Arthur Vance. A pleasure. I'll drink this one. You please, as you wish. He downed the entire glass of red wine in one go, then broke into a fit of coughing, a pathetic sight. The others roared with laughter. Tan checked his watch, his patience wearing thin. Arthur, where's your daughter? You said she was on her way. Is she trying to make an entrance? The other heirs chimed in. Yeah. Who does she think she is, making all of us wait? Clarissa is already here, and she dares to be the last one to arrive. Arthur Vance's face tightened. He wrung his hands. She's coming, she's coming. Just a moment, I'll call her again. Just then, they heard footsteps outside the room. Arthur's face lit up. She's here. After getting ready as quickly as she could, Anna took a taxi, her heart soaring with joy. She took the elevator to the 55th floor. She was so filled with happiness that she didn't even question why her father had chosen such an extravagant restaurant. With a heart pounding with excitement, she pushed open the door. The scene that greeted her made her freeze. It wasn't the intimate father-daughter dinner she had imagined. It was a lavish banquet room filled with strangers, arrogant young men, and the beautiful, fawning women clinging to their arms. Her mind went blank. Before she could process it, her father was hurrying toward her, a wide smile on his face. Lana, Anna was still in a daze. Her father, beaming, grabbed her arm with a familiar yet forceful grip and turned to a young man she didn't know. Mr. Tan, this is my daughter. The young men at the table stared, momentarily stunned by her beauty, then erupted into whistles and catcalls. The one called Tan grinned, a greedy light in his eyes, and strode toward her. Arthur, you weren't kidding. She's even more beautiful in person. He reached for her wrist. Anna flinched back as if shocked. She turned to her father, her voice filled with confusion. Dad! Before she could finish, the man's face twisted with panic and anger. He hissed at her, what are you doing? Mr. Tan is an important client. I brought you here to entertain him. The cruel truth slammed into her, shattering the beautiful illusion she had built in her mind. Anna's world went white. Her strength vanished, and she swayed on her feet, a wave of nausea washing over her. She tried to pull her arm away, to turn and run. She didn't know where she would go, only that she had to get away from this place, as far away as possible. But Arthur Vance held her fast, his grip tightening until it bruised her delicate skin. His face was contorted as he snarled. Where do you think you're going? I'm your father. What's the use of raising you all these years if you won't even help with something small like this? Anna froze. She stared at the man she had called Dad for 20 years, at his face, twisted with fear into a grotesque mask. In that moment, she felt like she had died. She could almost hear her heart splintering in her chest. Her mind was a roaring void. Like a sleepwalker, she allowed her father to lead her to the young man called Tan. She let him take her hand, his fingers kneading hers. She didn't resist. Like a puppet, she sat down. At her father's urging, she stood again and again, mechanically toasting the strangers at the table. The cold liquor slid down her throat, but she felt nothing. One glass, then another. The room cheered. The boisterous noise seemed to come from a great distance, as if her soul had detached from her body. Finally, her turn came to toast the head of the table. Clarissa Pierce looked at Anna, at the girl whose beauty sparked a jealous fire within her. She had always hated women who were prettier than her, and this one's radiant beauty reminded her of that heiress from the Sterling family. A cruel thought took root. A thin, sharp smile curved Clarissa's lips. You can really drink, can't you? If you're going to make a toast, then this one should be a big one. She casually grabbed a bottle of premium tequila from the table and slammed it down in front of Anna. Here, she said, her smile dripping with malice. Finish this. A shocked silence fell over the table. Even the men who had been cheering a moment ago drew in a sharp breath. A whole bottle of hard liquor? Even a seasoned drinker couldn't handle that. At best, it meant a trip to the hospital to have your stomach pumped. At worst, it could kill you. Even Arthur Vance's face changed. Ms. Pierce. He met Clarissa's mocking gaze and lost his nerve. He swallowed hard, then turned to his daughter and barked. You heard Ms. Pierce. Drink it, and be quick about it. For a fleeting second, a flicker of guilt crossed his face, but it was quickly extinguished by a colder thought. After all, she's just the one I picked up. Anna remained impassive, like a marionette whose strings had been cut. She reached for the bottle of tequila. Many of the other girls at the table couldn't bear to watch and turned away. But Anna had already twisted off the cap. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised the bottle to her lips. Just then, a voice came from outside the room. Come on, man, you're already here. Just come in for a bit. I'm begging you. Everyone turned toward the door. The next moment, it opened, and a young man dragged another, taller, strikingly handsome man into the room. Wyatt Way hadn't wanted to come. For the past 2 months, he had barely set foot in the Aria Perfume's office. He remembered the words the girl had spoken to him. Their story on New Year's Eve had ended with a simple, quiet thank you. Just thank you, and nothing more. He understood her resolve and respected her choice. So he had kept his distance, pouring his energy into the Heavenly Tactics project at Mako Entertainment. The game had been a huge success. The team had celebrated with a drunken party. Wyatt should have been happy, but as he stood on the balcony late that night, looking at the moon, he felt an aching emptiness in his chest. But what could he do? He was used to this. Time would eventually dull the ache. With that resolve, 2 months had passed. The image of her in his mind had begun to fade. Just when he thought he was finally moving on, he had run into her again, here, in this unexpected place. Wyatt knew this dinner was a setup by his old friends. The two most obnoxious ones, Caden Crestview and Zeke K. had apparently crossed someone they shouldn't have and ended up in jail. It had caused a stir in their circle, but Wyatt didn't really care. Tonight, an old acquaintance, Chun, had dragged him here, practically begging him to come. Reluctantly, he had agreed. He arrived on the 55th floor, and as he approached the private room, he could hear the raucous sounds of a party in full swing. He frowned and turned to leave, but Chun grabbed his arm and refused to let go. Caught off guard, Wyatt was dragged into the room. The door opened, and the scene assaulted his senses. A room full of wealthy heirs, extravagant food, and dazzling lights. And the first thing he saw was the familiar, slender figure of the girl standing at the head of the table. Wyatt froze. The heirs saw him, and their faces lit up. "Wyatt, the guest of honor has arrived. Chun, you magnificent bastard. You actually got him here." Clarissa Pierce's eyes also brightened. She almost stood up to greet him, but her pride as a Pierce princess kept her in her seat. But her gaze was fixed on Wyatt, her eyes filled with unconcealed delight. Wyatt ignored them. His eyes were locked on the girl. She had gotten thinner. Her frame seemed even more fragile, as if she might collapse at any moment. Her familiar, beautiful face was flushed with alcohol, yet underneath it was deathly pale. A sharp pain lanced through his heart. Anna looked up and saw him. When she recognized the handsome face at the door, a flicker of light returned to her dull eyes, mixed with confusion. Tan noticed Wyatt's stare and laughed. "Wyatt, you like this one? She's my date for tonight." Her own father brought her. A real trooper. Just finished a round of toasts for everyone. "But if you want her, just say the word, brother. She's yours." The other heirs chimed in. "Tan, you're a generous man." But Clarissa's face darkened. "Hold on," she said, her voice cold and arrogant. "She hasn't finished her toast to me yet." The room quieted. "That's right," one of the heirs remembered. "This beauty still has to finish that bottle for Clarissa." "Wyatt, you're just in time. We're about to see a girl chug a bottle of tequila." "Ha ha." The room erupted in laughter again. In those few sentences, Wyatt understood everything. He lowered his head and took a deep breath. Ignoring the invitations to sit, he walked through the crowd, straight to the girl. He stood before her, ignoring Clarissa at the head of the table and the nervous middle-aged man who was trying to work up the courage to greet him. He looked at the girl and said 3 quiet words. "Come with me." Then, in front of everyone, he took her hand and turned to leave. Anna let him lead her away. The room was stunned into silence. Clarissa shot to her feet, her voice a shrill cry. "Wyatt!" He paused. "Oh, right." He let go of the girl's hand and walked back to the table. He gripped the edge, and before the astonished eyes of everyone in the room, he flipped the entire table, food, drinks, and all, over with a deafening crash. Bang! The sound was thunderous. Bottles shattered, plates flew, and wine and glass sprayed across the room, cutting Clarissa's arm and drawing blood. The room erupted in screams. In the midst of the chaos, the man took the girl's hand again and walked out. They left the restaurant, walked down the long corridor, and stepped out onto the 55th floor open-air terrace. The view was breathtaking. The cool, early summer night air washed over them, clearing the thick stench of smoke and alcohol from the room. The cold air hit Anna, and she bent over, clutching her mouth, racked by a series of violent, gut-wrenching coughs and dry heaves. When the fit subsided, she slowly sank to the ground, curling into a ball, her head bowed. The wind howled on the terrace, a low, mournful sound that seemed to mask her quiet sobs. Wyatt stepped forward, but before he could speak, she looked up, her face pale and tear-streaked, yet somehow smiling. "I'm fine. Don't tell my brother." Looking at that broken, smiling face, Wyatt's heart clenched. He looked into her red-rimmed, tear-filled eyes, and in that moment, he saw the fragile soul hidden behind the spiky shell. He saw the kiss on New Year's Eve, reflected in the city lights. He saw the embrace amidst the fireworks last summer. He saw their eyes meet across the crowded bar during the movie Casablanca. He saw himself, all those years ago, hurt in the same way. If fate brings two such similar, lonely souls together, it can't be a coincidence. He reached down and pulled her to her feet. He looked directly into her eyes and spoke, each word deliberate and clear. "If other people don't like you, that's their loss, not your fault. Even the unluckiest person in the world deserves their own share of good fortune. We were both abandoned by this world. That's all the more reason not to abandon ourselves." His voice carried on the night wind. The girl stared at the handsome, familiar face before her. Then she heard the final sentence. "If no one will love you, I will." The words were quiet, yet they seemed to roar in her ears, shaking her to her core. Her mind went blank. Before she could react, he had pulled her into his arms. It was a familiar, long-forgotten warmth. It brought back the memory of the fireworks on a summer night in Northwood. Then, it was a fleeting comfort. Now it was a promise. Wyatt lowered his head and kissed her. Early summer. On the 55th floor terrace of the Pinnacle Grand, the city lights twinkled below. The wind was loud, and the moon broke through the clouds, casting a silvery, dreamlike glow on the two figures, locked in an embrace. Today was May 16th. It was a small secret she had never told anyone, not even her brother or her adoptive parents. Her parents should have known, but they had probably forgotten long ago. The date on her ID was wrong, a careless mistake by a clerk. But this was Anna's real birthday. A supersized chapter. I'm fully justified in asking for boosts and gifts. The big reveal should be on Tuesday. This whole climax is really hard to write, tying up loose ends while building the tension layer by layer. You should all praise me more. In his past life, it had been the Weibo war between Nexus and Apex Group. In this life, the butterfly's wings had stirred a different storm, changing the course of events, making the internet war grander and more thrilling. Nexus plus Happy Nest. Apex plus the Quad. The battle between the two alliances had raged from April into May. As the conflict reached its peak, the battle for talent became a frantic, high-stakes game. The allegiance of a single top-tier celebrity could change 3 times in a single day. It was a raw, brutal contest of financial firepower. 5 million, 10 million, 15 million, 30 million. One side would make an offer, the other would raise, and the first would raise again. Their cash reserves evaporated at a terrifying rate, the flames of their spending consuming the entire domestic internet industry. In the end, Apex Group's deeper pockets won out. They spent an extra $800 million, securing 2/3 of the celebrities and influencers. At the same time, the joint boycott from Apex and the Quad began to bite. In just a few days, Nexus Weibo and Happy Nest user numbers dropped by more than 5%. It might not sound like much, but it represented over 10 million active users. It was a knife twisted in the heart of their platforms. That night, the lights of the Happy Nest headquarters on the 61st floor burned bright. In the CEO's office, Carl Carlson, the chairman of Nexus, took a long drag from his cigarette and stubbed it out in the ashtray. He looked up at the two co-founders of Happy Nest. "It's our turn." David Cheng's expression was grim. He nodded sharply. "It's our turn." Then, both men turned their gaze to the other person on the sofa. Leo chuckled. "What do you mean, our? It's my turn, isn't it?" No one knew what decisions were made in that office that night. But the next day, the fog of war lifted. May 17th, 9:00 a.m. Nexus Group and Happy Nest held another joint press conference. In front of a sea of reporters, the two company spokespersons announced 3 pieces of news, concisely and to the point. 1. A change in leadership at Happy Nest. The former chief strategy officer was being promoted to co-president. 2. A change in leadership at Nexus Group. The newly appointed co-president of Happy Nest was invited to join Nexus Weibo as its chief strategy officer, CSO, and chief operating officer, COO. 3. Happy Nest and Nexus Group would engage in further capital integration. The two companies would acquire a 20% stake in each other, binding their fates together as a single entity. Nexus chairman Carl Carlson would join the board of Happy Nest. The two co-presidents of Happy Nest would join the executive board of Nexus Group. Their resources would be shared, their strategies aligned. They would stand or fall together. When the press conference ended, the 3 simple announcements spread like wildfire through the Chinese internet within hours, sending shockwaves through the industry. Everyone was stunned, their minds reeling. But the most shocking news, the part that left everyone breathless, was the identity of the former CSO of Happy Nest. To simultaneously serve as co-president of Happy Nest, an executive board member of Nexus, and the CSO and COO of Nexus. In addition to his original role as CSO of Happy Nest, that was one person holding 5 key positions. In other words, he now held the reins of 2 internet giants. The strategic direction of both companies would be decided by him alone. The discussion about the mysterious CSO once again exploded online. But before anyone could dig up his true identity, Happy Nest and Nexus Group had already made their move. At 3 p.m. on May 17th, the newly allied Happy Nest and Nexus Weibo began sharing their user data. Hundreds of servers in their data centers were connected. And then, amidst a cascade of ones and zeros, the data transfer was complete. Each platform gained over 50 million new registered users. At the same time, they launched their own counter-boycott. Happy Nest and Nexus Weibo simultaneously announced a ban on Apex Social and the Quad. All features from Garden Grab, Parking Wars, Brainiac Blitz, and Name Compatibility Test to the entire Happy Nest gaming platform, including Battle Through the Heavens and Heavenly Tactics, were blocked. And for users logging in with Apex accounts. Nexus Weibo announced a joint integration with Happy Nest's Happy Life feature. Celebrities signed with Weibo were given preferential treatment, including dedicated V accounts and promotional support on the Happy Life platform. Happy Life, modeled after Instagram and Pinterest, had already become wildly popular among young women, a tempting prize in its own right. When Nexus Weibo played this card, countless celebrities who had been wavering or leaning toward Apex Social were lured back. Despite the high signing bonuses, they flocked back to the Happy Nest Nexus alliance. That day, Apex Social and the Quad lost over 300 celebrities and major influencers. A mass defection. The active user numbers for both platforms were slashed by a full 10%. The Quad's active user base plummeted by 25%. It was said that in a video conference that evening between Apex Group and the Quad, the executives were so furious they nearly flipped their tables, their roars of anger echoing through their respective headquarters. In contrast, the employees at Nexus Group and Happy Nest were ecstatic, their cheers shaking the walls. But it wasn't enough. We must pursue the beaten foe with all our might. Kick them while they're down. Rob them while their house is on fire. Don't stop until they're finished. In the CEO's office, Leo laid out his philosophy to Carl Carlson and David Chung. The two titans of industry shivered. They had a feeling the kid was cooking up something big again. What are you planning now? Leo turned to his two new partners and gave them a warm, harmless smile. Nothing. I'm just going to see someone. He gave a casual wave and turned to leave. As they watched him walk out the door, Carl Carlson muttered, "Why does his smile make my skin crawl? It feels like someone is about to have a very, very bad day." He still didn't know Leo well enough. Next to him, David Chung, who knew his partner all too well, smacked his lips. The first time he smiled like that, he traded some domain names for 20% of my company and $200,000. The second time, he swindled you out of $8 million in cash and 5% of your Weibo shares. The third time, I heard he lifted 4 fruit baskets from Governor Zhao's office. Even David himself couldn't help but twitch at the memory. This time, he's smiling even more happily than the last 3 times combined. Carl Carlson sucked in a sharp breath. Then, the two internet moguls looked at each other and shared a knowing, schadenfreude-filled grin. They could already start praying for their competitors. So what if Apex Group and the Quad were cunning as demons? They had something even more ruthless. Open the gates and release. Release Leo. Ha 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 ha. No one could have predicted that the joint counterattack from Happy Nest and Nexus would be so sharp, so swift. It was a wave of countermeasures using the exact same tactics. In a single blow, their rivals, Apex Social and the Quad, were left reeling. The information sharing and cross-promotion between Happy Nest and Nexus Social was especially devastating. When the celebrities under contract with Nexus officially joined Happy Nest's Happy Life platform, setting up their own verified personal accounts, things exploded. Under the guidance of Happy Nest's onboarding staff, A-list stars began posting targeted content, recommendations for their favorite everyday products, practical life hacks that felt grounded and real. It was just simple, unpretentious sharing. But it resonated far more deeply with the public than their high-minded pronouncements on Nexus Social ever had. It ignited a firestorm of excitement among their fan bases. This was exactly what they wanted to see, a glimpse into the real lives of the idols they followed. They could even connect with their favorite stars over shared products and tips. And so, the traffic to the Happy Life section of the site detonated. Its popularity exploded across the entire internet. For a time, it seemed like everyone was buzzing excitedly about Happy Life. Except for one person. Serafina Vance couldn't bring herself to feel excited about any of it. She was at the flagship location of the Sweet Return Bakery in the Jing'an district of East Bay. The bakery, which had only been open for 3 months, was still doing booming business. The beautiful female employees in their pink bakery uniforms now worked in 2 shifts and were still swamped. Among them was Serafina Vance, who had recently been promoted to assistant manager for her outstanding performance and skill. She had a slightly easier time than the other regular staff. But as she sat in the break area behind the bakery's cash register, watching the bustling, thriving scene before her, Serafina felt that her future was nothing but darkness. 3 months. It had been 3 whole months since she'd been transferred from Mako Entertainment's Portland branch to work as a clerk at the Sweet Return Bakery in East Bay. In those 3 months, she had climbed the ladder from regular clerk to shift lead, and now to assistant manager. In a few more months, she might even become the manager. And yet, to this day, she still hadn't seen the mysterious owner, Kevin Zhao, even once. Wasn't this bakery supposed to be his secret love nest? Wasn't the owner supposed to be a lecherous degenerate? But what was even worse was that over the past 3 months, Serafina had discovered another cruel reality. Her most prized asset, her seductive beauty, was apparently not enough. Not nearly enough. The arrival of the Sweet Return Bakery in East Bay had definitely started a new craze in the city's pastry scene. The beautiful clerks in their pink uniforms were nearly perfect, from their looks to their demeanor, their poise to their service. Compared to these regular clerks, Serafina still had a psychological edge and confidence when she first arrived. Facing Laura and Jenna, the manager and assistant manager whose looks were even more outstanding, her confidence took a slight hit, but she remained firm in her belief that her seductive charms could triumph. Then, a woman named Lily Liu came to the bakery one day. She had a delicate, beautiful face and a gentle, serene temperament. She spoke with the bakery's owner, Susan Wallace, with a familiar warmth. That alone was enough to set off alarm bells in the mind of the Quad Star agent. This one, even without any overt seductive techniques, was enough of a threat to be considered a lifelong rival based on her looks and aura alone. No wonder that Kevin Zhao isn't interested in the bakery clerks. Could this be the legendary young madam of the house? But when she asked the other clerks, they just burst out laughing. The junior boss's wife? No way. That's just one of his college classmates. The boss's wife is way prettier than her. Serafina didn't believe it at first, until a few days later. A customer named Evelyn Vance stormed into the shop. She was carrying a fertilizer bag and bought out half the display case in one go. Her appetite was astonishing. Even more astonishing was her flawless, top-tier professional look, the beauty, the figure, the aura of a corporate queen. It was enough to stun Serafina. Seeing how her colleagues treated this customer with particular warmth and enthusiasm, she immediately had her answer. This must be the junior boss's wife. But, what? No, that's our junior boss's mentor from his internship. The clerks laughed again. The junior boss's wife is even prettier than her. At this point, Serafina refused to believe a single word of it. Then Yvonne Moreau arrived. The prim and proper Yvonne came into the bakery, politely greeted Mrs. Susan Wallace, tried 2 of the new signature cookies, nodded slightly, then shook her head with a hint of regret. Still not quite as good as my seniors, she commented. Witnessing the Berkeley freshman girl's pure, almost otherworldly beauty and charm, Serafina was left completely dazed. Then came a certain Miss Anna, who was said to be the owner's goddaughter. Her bright, stunning beauty made every other woman in the bakery pale in comparison. The star agent from the Quad felt like her world was collapsing. And even this, according to the bakery clerks, only warranted a simple explanation. Oh, that's our junior boss's sister. Pretty, right? Compared to the junior boss's wife? His wife is still a little bit better. Serafina felt a small part of her die. The junior boss's wife, the junior boss's wife, the junior boss's wife. The name echoed in her head as a storm raged in her heart. That Kevin Zhao's woman. What kind of person could she possibly be? Oh, you're asking me. A few days later, Isabella Zhao, the head of Mako Entertainment's art department, finally found a moment to escape her busy schedule and eagerly came to the bakery to meet her online friend, Serafina. Hearing Serafina's confusion, Isabella puffed out her chest proudly. I'm a #1 general under the boss and his wife. I know all the secrets. The boss's wife is gorgeous, of course. Our Miss Tessa is the most beautiful woman in the world. 1 second, Serafina was reeling from the stunning beauty of this Isabella Zhao she was meeting for the first time. The next, hearing the real name of the junior boss's wife, she felt a wave of bewilderment. Tessa Yuan. What beautiful woman is named Tessa Yuan? It doesn't even sound like it has the right credentials. The question remained unanswered. As time returned to the present, her thoughts came back into focus. Sitting behind the counter, Serafina saw a few of the other clerks on their break, excitedly discussing something on their phones. It seemed to be about Happy Nest's newly launched Happy Life feature. Celebrity endorsements. The Quad and Apex Social were bleeding traffic. Right now, a war was raging outside. Her own company was locked in a brutal, bloody battle with Happy Nest and the Nexus Group. They were practically at each other's throats. And here she was, the star agent of the Quad's marketing department, debasing herself by working in a Sweet Return bakery. Every day, she ate little pastries and cookies, chatted and gossiped with her colleagues, got promotions and raises. It was a picture of peaceful tranquility. So peaceful, in fact, that it made her think she could bring her parents over to live with her. A sense of frustrated helplessness, of having strength she couldn't use, and the heavy weight of her confidence being utterly shattered. 100 emotions churned within her. But then again, even though it seemed her mission as a spy was doomed to fail, when she thought about her experiences over the past few months, the kind owner, the friendly colleagues, the thriving bakery they all worked so hard for, it was different. And beyond the booming business, the bakery had organized charity visits to local nursing homes and orphanages, delivering hot, fragrant bread. The joyful, happy smiles of the elderly and the children, illuminated by the May sunshine. It all inexplicably filled Serafina's heart with a sense of stability and warmth. It seemed, even if she failed her mission, living a life like this would be pretty good. However, just as this thought began to form in the mind of the Quad Star agent, just as she was about to resign herself to this fate, a handsome and confident young man appeared before her without any warning. Serafina Vance. He said her name. In the sunlight, the mysterious boss, Kevin Zhao, whom she had spent a whole year trying so hard to meet, looked up and gave her a smile as warm as a spring breeze. But the next words he spoke nearly plunged Serafina into an icy abyss, leaving her utterly frozen. The star agent of the Quad's marketing department. Right. Barring any accidents, the reveal happens tomorrow. But I have to work overtime, so I'll probably post a bit at noon, then stay up late to write the rest. My poor Annie cakes, begging for demanding updates and gifts. When a handsome man before her smiled and exposed her identity in a single sentence, Serafina Vance's mind went completely blank. And yet, that was just the beginning. The man's smile remained as gentle as a spring breeze as he unhurriedly continued to lay out her personal information, piece by piece. Joined the Quad in 2005. Enrolled at East Bay Financial University in 2001. He went back further to high school, middle school, even mentioning the scholarships and numerous honors she had received, right down to the details of her career advancement at the Quad. It was as if she had been stripped bare, completely exposed under the sun without a single thing to hide. The early summer afternoon sun was warm and gentle, but at that moment, Serafina Vance felt a chill run through her, unable to feel a shred of warmth. Her mind was buzzing. Only one thought remained. How does he know all this? Leo Wallace looked at Serafina Vance, feeling a surge of emotion himself. What a coincidence. Last summer, when he was just starting to set up Mako Entertainment's Portland branch, Kevin had mentioned the first application he'd received. The first time he saw the name Serafina Vance on a resume, he hadn't recognized her. It was only later, as his best friend kept bringing up the name, that it started to sound more and more familiar. Then, in a photo from the Portland branch's New Year's party, he saw the face of that top-performing employee, and the memories flooded back like a dam breaking. He finally remembered seeing a news report in his past life about her life story. The woman who, in his previous life, had climbed all the way to a senior vice president position at the Quad. She was capable and shrewd, a woman of both beauty and brains. In the business circles of East Bay and even the Southern Province, she was given the nickname the Viper. She was certainly several notches below the Ice Queen president of Sterling Holdings, but she had still left a deep impression on him as he idly browsed the news back then. So, he had known about her identity as a spy for half a year. He had even conveniently asked the tech team at Happiness to do a deep dive on her. But at the time, he chose to do nothing. After all, he had a perfectly good workhorse for free. It wouldn't fit his ruthless capitalist persona not to squeeze every last drop of value out of her, letting her shine in the most arduous, demanding positions. Look at her, such a perfect tool. He'd sent her to the Sweet Return Bakery in East Bay, and in just 3 months, she was about to become the manager. If nothing unexpected happened, Leo wouldn't even mind letting this excellent spy contribute to his businesses for the rest of her life. But things change. Now that the war between Happiness, Apex Group, and the Quad had reached such a fever pitch, this one-sided chess piece naturally had its role to play. Do something for me. After it's done, we'll be even. But a place like the Quad is beneath you. I know you're determined to climb higher, to prove to everyone that you're better than any man, and not just some so-called star agent who relies on selling her looks. The Quad can't give you the space you need to grow. I can. The calm words flowed from his mouth. Though his tone was even, every word struck the most vulnerable part of Serafina Vance's heart. She bit her lip. She nodded with difficulty, as if having made a monumental decision. As she watched him turn and walk away without hesitation, Serafina couldn't help but call out to him again, asking the question that had plagued her for so long. Who are you really? He stopped. He turned to look at this subordinate, who from this day forward was officially under his command. Since she was one of his own, there was no need to hide anything. He would grant her the same grand, sincere treatment he gave his company's #1 workhorse. So he smiled freely. Remember this. My name is Kevin Zhao. On the evening of May 17th, Nexus Social officially launched version 3.0. From the interface to the features to the user interaction, every detail, big and small, was given a luxury upgrade, maxing out the user experience. In a very real sense, it blew their rival, Apex Social, out of the water by country mile. Ultimately, users choose a platform based on its functionality and experience, not out of blind loyalty to a company. And so, that night, Apex Social saw another massive exodus of registered users. In the 4 short hours after Nexus launched version 3.0 at 8 p.m., their real-time active user count dropped by another 5.8 million. Nexus Social gained 8 million new registered users. The executives at Apex Group were frantic, quickly calling a meeting to discuss countermeasures. At that moment, they had no time to spare for anything else, certainly not to help their ally. The Quad suddenly found itself without the support of its partner. They too were at a loss. And as the saying goes, when it rains, it pours. That same night, the Quad's secret server rooms in East Bay, Nanjing, and Wuhan were hit by a simultaneous online and offline attack from a mysterious intruder. It was a move they had tried on Happiness before without success, but when it was turned back on them, they were caught completely off guard and suffered heavy losses. Multiple server rooms were severely damaged, forcing the Quad's platform to a grinding halt as its data crashed. The Quad's technical department worked frantically through the night on emergency repairs, but by the next morning, they had only managed to restore 70% of the functionality. The entire platform was still lagging, constantly displaying 404 error pages. Even a fool knew who was behind this. The executives at the Quad were furious. In their rage, they decided to issue a public statement denouncing Happiness's actions. The legal department was already preparing a lawsuit. This time, it was going to be a fight to the death. But on the morning of May 18th, at 9 a.m. sharp, before the Quad's press release and lawsuit could even be drafted, they were served with an investigation order from the district attorney's offices of both East Bay and Portland. Hot on its heels were joint teams from the police, the Department of Commerce, and the Market Regulation Bureau. When the Quad's executives heard the news and rushed to the scene to figure out what was happening, a notice was shoved in their faces. It left them all thunderstruck. We are in receipt of 13 pieces of evidence reporting that the Quad is suspected of illegally collecting, selling, or providing users' personal information to overseas third parties. Suspected crimes include infringement of citizens' personal information, refusal to fulfill information network security management obligations, and several other related offenses. A special task force has been formed to investigate this matter. Effective immediately, the Quad's backend database is temporarily sealed for an indefinite period. It was like a clap of thunder. It left them all reeling. Citizen data security has been a major focus in the southern province for the past few years, Mr. Hayes said over the phone. When the governor was in charge here, he specifically told me to keep a close eye on it. Businessmen, they can make money. Even in the gray areas, if there's no law against it, they can do it. But if they cross a red line, here in East Bay in the southern province, it doesn't matter who they call for help. As the governor's chief of staff spoke his final sentence, his tone turned solemn and serious. Leo listened and nodded repeatedly, patting his chest and guaranteeing on behalf of all Happiness employees and David Cheng's head that Happiness would absolutely take this as a lesson, operate within the law, and never cross any lines. Mr. Hayes laughed on the other end of the line. Actually, I should be thanking you for this. You handed me a major political victory. If you weren't so capable as to pry such solid evidence from one of their core internal personnel, this case would never have gotten off the ground. So, tell me, how did you do it? Leo answered modestly. It was nothing really. In fact, the Quad delivered her to me on a silver platter. Mr. Hayes was completely baffled, never in a million years guessing the truth. But they moved on from the topic. Mr. Hayes didn't forget to give Leo another warning. The Quad situation is settled, but Apex Group won't be so easy to deal with. That part is up to you. Leo smiled. I know. I'm already on my way to solve it. After the call ended, Leo sat in the back of his Happiness Company car, a Buick LaCrosse. He put his phone away and glanced at the stack of documents on his lap. In the driver's seat was the company's new head of communications, Hannah Ling, who is currently serving as the dedicated driver for their CSO. No, their co-president. Seeing that Leo had finished his call, Hannah asked carefully, full of curiosity, Mr. Wallace, what are we going to Portland for? Leo turned to look at the scenery flying past the car window, his tone light and casual. To see someone on May 18th, As news of the quad being shut down by an investigative task force shocked the entire internet, a black Buick LaCrosse from East Bay slowly pulled into the Apex Group's Portland branch building at 2:00 p.m. A man and a woman took the VIP elevator straight up to the 26th floor. This floor was normally the exclusive office of the head of Apex Group's Portland branch. Today, however, it had been temporarily repurposed for the arrival of the corporation's ultimate decision-maker from their Shenzhen headquarters. As the solid wood doors of the office slowly closed, they even shut out the head of the Portland branch and Happiness' current official spokesperson. 3 full hours later, the office doors slowly opened again. 5 minutes after that, the black Buick LaCrosse drove away from the Apex building, returning to East Bay. No one knew what the two had discussed inside that office for 3 hours. However, at 7 p.m. that evening, Apex Group officially announced that it was terminating its strategic alliance with the Quad. And quietly, they lifted all their previous boycotts against Nexus Social and Happiness. Some things didn't need to be said out loud. Actions alone were a form of silent concession. When Leo and Hannah returned to the Happiness headquarters on the 61st floor of the Global Financial Center, the office was already a scene of jubilant celebration. Champagne and beer were being opened by the case, as if they were free. Glasses were raised and clinked together in a roaring celebration. They were celebrating the victory of a battle that had raged for over 2 months. Leo walked through the cheering crowd and into the CEO's office. David Chung and Carl Carlson had been waiting for a while. The moment he walked in, they surrounded him, their voices filled with disbelief as they eagerly asked, "That old horse just called me directly." He said that from now on, Apex is pulling out of the social media competition. "You kid, how did you do it?" Leo smiled, his tone light and casual. "It was nothing. Just had some tea, had a chat." That's right. He had just casually shown the ultimate decision-maker of Apex Group the complete plan for Weibo 5.0. Casually mentioned the top-secret WeChat project that they had just started developing in their Guangzhou R&D center. Casually shared a few of his own small insights. Made a small deal. As they say, threaten with power, tempt with profit. The carrot and stick approach, nothing more. Carl Carlson and David Chung were a bit bewildered, question marks popping up over their heads. They didn't get it, but whatever this kid did, he never came out on the losing end. All they had to do was lay back and enjoy the win. The two titans looked at each other and couldn't help but burst into hearty, unrestrained laughter. This battle was fought beautifully. Come on, a toast to the victory celebration tonight. Let's have a drink. Champagne was poured. The three ultimate decision-makers of Nexus and Happiness raised their glasses, clinked them together, and downed the contents in one go. Putting down his glass, David Chung was already excitedly making plans. "I'll have someone book a hotel. Mr. Carlson, you get the guys from Nexus over here. Tonight, nobody goes home sober." Carl Carlson laughed heartily. "They're already on their way. This one's on Nexus. Don't you dare try to pay for it." As the two of them were laughing and joking, Leo pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen. He paused. His eyes narrowed slightly. Then he looked up at the two of them and smiled. "I'm going to have to skip. You guys have fun. I've got something to take care of." Carlson and Chung were slightly taken aback, but they sensed something in his expression and tone, so they didn't press him. As they watched his handsome, confident figure leave, they looked at each other and frowned slightly. For something to get a reaction like that from their new co-president and chief strategy and operations officer, this was no small matter. Just then, a ding sounded from Carl Carlson's phone. It was the notification sound he had set for Nexus social news alerts. Carlson picked up his phone and looked at the screen. David Chung leaned over to look as well. At the sight, both of their faces changed dramatically. The headline of Nexus Social's financial news section had just been updated. At 3 p.m. on May 18th, the Department of Land and Resources issued a decree requiring large and medium-sized domestic real estate companies to pay a land vacancy deposit in accordance with regulations. Sterling Holdings was singled out as a prime example. The group had a total of 11 core commercial plots in 7 cities, including D.C., Wuhan, Guangzhou, and Xianqing. Due to work stoppages caused by environmental reviews, they were required to pay a $5 billion deposit within 30 days. At 3:40 p.m. the same afternoon, 13 banks that partnered with Sterling Holdings jointly called in their loans. Citing risk management due to the new decree, they demanded that Sterling pay back a total of $2 billion in short-term loans within 72 hours and refused to extend them. And just like that, it was a total of $7 billion. One wave subsided, another rose. The storm on the internet had not yet calmed, But a new storm targeting the southern province's industrial giant was already gathering, dark clouds pressing down on the city. In the May sky over East Bay, dense clouds quietly gathered. Flashes of lightning and muffled rumbles of thunder rolled through the air. The oppressive, suffocating atmosphere was almost reminiscent of the terrifying disaster on Spirit Springs Mountain in March of last year. This time, it was man-made, but it felt like the sky itself was falling. 2 chapters in 1. Next chapter preview. Storms descend on the capital. Magnolia blossoms fall. Fragrance shakes the city. The next chapter is a super long one, but I'm working overtime today. I'll probably be writing very late. Earliest would be midnight. If you don't see it around 12:30 a.m., wait until tomorrow morning. Anyway, I won't sleep until it's done. For Sterling Holdings, it was a cataclysmic piece of news. Banks jointly calling in their loans. A government decree freezing their land deposits. There was nothing wrong with the decree from the Department of Land and Resources, but its timing was absolutely lethal. Now, everyone at Sterling understood. The environmental and fire safety reviews in multiple locations had all been a setup for this move. Sterling Holdings' 11 core commercial plots were all on the verge of completion and sale. But because of the joint reviews and mandated rectifications, which led to an indefinite work stoppage, they became the first victims of this new policy. What was even more unexpected was the 13 banks adding fuel to the fire, jointly calling in their loans. It was almost a straw that broke the camel's back. A $7 billion shortfall. It was like a hole had been punched in the sky. When Leo came down from the 61st floor Happy Nest headquarters back to the Sterling Holdings division on the 57th, the atmosphere in the open plan office was so oppressive you could wring water from it. The Sterling employees at their desks had grim, solemn faces, devoid of their usual relaxed laughter. They were forcing themselves to focus, heads down, buried in their work. He arrived at the 3rd Business Division's marketing team office. Inside, Claire Sterling was giving her team members rapid-fire, concise instructions. One team, verify the environmental and fire safety issues with the 11 problem commercial plots. I want a clear timeline for resuming work. Another team, connect with the group's finance and external relations departments. Call those 13 banks again, one by one. Ask if the loan repayment deadline can be extended. 2 of them are in Portland. 1 is in Nanjing. Those 3 are close. Drive there in person. They're old friends we have relationships with. Sterling is in trouble this time. I hope they can at least refrain from kicking us while we're down. Evelyn, you'll hold down the fort here. Take 2 team members and go through all the company's current project financial reports. I want a clear picture of the group's asset situation by tomorrow morning. Her tone was as cool and calm as ever, as if she was completely unaffected by the devastating news. And that composed, confident aura infected all the team members in the office. Their spirits were lifted, reinvigorated, and they responded with a resounding yes. As for Claire herself, after quickly assigning tasks to her subordinates, she rose and hurried out the door in her high heels. She needed to get to the Sterling Holdings headquarters. The moment she stepped out, she ran right into Leo, who was just about to enter. This time, it was a genuine careless collision. The couple bumped squarely into each other. Leo reached out and steadying his girlfriend. Claire looked up and saw it was him, and she actually had the heart to smile. Oops, I bumped into you again. This time, Leo didn't play along with Miss Sterling's role-playing as the intern Leo Hammer. He just looked at his girlfriend. You okay? The question made Claire pause for a moment. Then she smiled. I'm okay. A question with a double meaning. A response with a double meaning. The 2 of them didn't chat any further in the hallway outside the office. Leo simply nodded. Claire gently patted the back of his hand, then stepped out his arms and hurried away in her high heels. The other team members were coming out of the office now and were not pleased when they saw the scene. Hey, is that how you talk to Miss Sterling? How dare you? A mere intern. Before they could finish their scolding, they were swatted away by the team's lead and deputy lead, Clark Sterling and Evelyn Vance. This is none of your business. Get to work. Clark Sterling hurried past Leo. He had to take his team to do their verification work, a crucial task. He just gave Leo a simple nod, his eyes conveying his determination. After the other team members had all rushed off to their tasks, Leo called out to his mentor. Evelyn, what's the situation now? Evelyn's face was full of worry. It's big trouble. A $7 billion hole. This time, it's as hard as patching the sky. She looked at Leo and sighed. Never mind. There's no point in telling you this. You can't help. But as soon as the words were out, Evelyn felt she had gone too far. She reached out and patted her apprentice's shoulder comfortingly. It's okay. Everyone has their own role to play. Miss Sterling is under a lot of pressure lately. the team, and I will help her with the work stuff. Outside of work, it's up to you, her boyfriend. Go home and take care of her, give her some comfort and encouragement. That evening, at the LNS house in Rainbow Terrace, Claire didn't get home until after 10. When she walked through the door, her boyfriend, who had gotten home earlier, had already reheated their dinner 3 times. Seeing her, Leo smiled and brought the freshly warmed food to the table, calling out casually, "You haven't eaten, right? Wash your hands and come eat." Claire, changing into her slippers, replied with a smile. Okay, under the warm, soft lights, the couple sat at the dining table, eating their late dinner. They were still relaxed, talking and laughing. They didn't talk about work, just idle chatter about all sorts of interesting little things. It was as if the raging storm outside was held at bay by the warm lights of their small home. After dinner, the man of the house waved his hand dismissively at the woman. "What are you doing? Are you the head of this house? Or am I? Are chores something you can even touch? A woman needs to know her place. Move it. I'll handle this." The woman suppressed a laugh, apologized with a straight face, and then made a fist, solemnly declaring that she had no intention of usurping the throne and would henceforth firmly support Comrade Leo Hammer as the head of the household, for 100 years, unshaken. When Leo came out of the kitchen after washing the dishes, Claire was standing alone on the living room balcony, quietly looking at the night view. Leo walked out to the balcony and naturally wrapped his arms around his girlfriend's slender waist from behind. The woman's body relaxed in his embrace, growing soft as she leaned back against him. There was a breeze in the night. It lifted her hair, brushing it against her boyfriend's cheek, slightly ticklish, carrying a faint, sweet scent. Holding her, Leo spoke softly. "No matter what happens, you can always rely on me." Cuddled in his embrace, Claire also murmured a soft, "I know." Then she tilted her head back to meet his gaze and suddenly smiled radiantly. "Don't worry, your woman isn't as fragile as you think." Leo smiled back. "And your man is stronger than you think." Claire raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" As she spoke, the mistress of the LNS house suddenly turned in his arms. They were inches apart. Her fair, slender arms were already wrapped around his neck, her eyes flowing with a seductive charm. "I don't believe you, unless you let me test it out." The next day, May 19th. As the bright morning sun streamed into the bedroom, Claire, already washed up and dressed, tiptoed to the side of the bed. Looking at her boyfriend sleeping soundly, a smile curved her lips. She leaned down and gently kissed him on the lips. The LNS couple rules. One good morning kiss upon waking. No matter how tired she was, no matter how fierce the storm, she could always find warmth and strength from the one she loved. But some storms, she thought, I have to face on my own. The sound of footsteps faded away, until a soft click of the front door closing echoed through the living room. In the master bedroom, Leo opened his eyes. He touched his lips, which still seemed to linger with a soft, fragrant scent, and smiled. Then he got up and walked out of the bedroom. In the living room, he saw a bowl of porridge and 2 fried eggs already prepared on the dining table. Next to it was a small sticky note with 4 large words written in elegant handwriting. "Breakfast made with love." Leo glanced at the porridge and eggs on the table and couldn't help but smile again, a warmth filling his eyes. In such a tense moment, with a storm on the horizon, this handmade, signature love breakfast, likely the result of Chef Sterling's full culinary effort, carried a weight that others couldn't understand. He sat down at the table. As he began to enjoy his breakfast, he took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello." That day, the morning sun was fleeting, quickly obscured by a thick layer of clouds. As dark clouds rolled over East Bay, gloomy and oppressive, the crisis escalated. Several major domestic media outlets ran reports naming Sterling Holdings for violations and construction irregularities, highlighting the risk of their core commercial buildings becoming unfinished projects. The 13 banks were unwavering on their $20 billion loan repayment deadline, and their demands grew more urgent. At 3 p.m., on the 36th floor of the Sterling Holdings headquarters building, Claire Sterling walked into a crowded, buzzing conference room. At the same moment, on the 61st floor of the Global Financial Center, Leo pushed open a door and walked to the long conference table at Happy Nest headquarters. The new leader of Sterling Holdings scanned the faces of the group's senior executives, board members, vice presidents, and department heads in the room. The current co-president of Happy Nest gaze fell upon the senior executives from both Happy Nest and the Nexus Group seated on either side of the long table. The woman's expression was cool and calm. The man's expression was composed and serene. "Let's begin." May 20th. The storm intensified. The heavy-handed tactics against Sterling came down like a torrential downpour. Rumors that Sterling's capital chain has broken spread like wildfire. Building material suppliers, in a panic, collectively demanded payment. They cut off supplies. Sterling's stock price plummeted from the moment the market opened, facing a massive sell-off. But Sterling Holdings was also calmly countering every move. Their official spokesperson and a group vice president personally stepped up. Department heads and deputy heads were deployed to personally appease the panicked business partners. They spared no expense, urgently mobilizing reserve funds to secure supplies. At the same time, they absorbed the sell-off of their stock, doing everything in their power to stabilize their market position. The young new leader of Sterling remained in firm command, issuing orders one after another. Under her leadership, Sterling Holdings somehow managed to stand tall, even in the midst of such a storm. But the pressure from all sides seemed endless. Ultimately, a resolution had to be reached. That day, the first rain of early summer fell on East Bay. A fine, dense drizzle enveloped the entire city, looking soft yet vast against the backdrop of the thick, dark clouds. Through the curtain of rain, a black Maybach drove along the highway. In the driver's seat, the female assistant, Si Chun, held the steering wheel, carefully glancing at the group's new leader in the back seat through the rearview mirror. "Miss Sterling, where now?" Claire looked out at the rain-streaked window and said softly, "Back to headquarters. I'm going to see Charles Sterling." Amidst the fine, gentle rain, the new Mia's maternity chain store also welcomed an unexpected visitor that day. Chloe Chu was a little disappointed not to see the mister Zhou who had delivered her supplies last time, but she still smiled gently as she placed a cup of hot, freshly brewed coffee in front of her guest. "It's raining. What brings you here today?" Leo picked up the cup, took a small sip of coffee, and looked up at the gentle-faced woman before him. Now that he looked, he could see a faint resemblance to his girlfriend in her eyes. He smiled. "I came to ask you for some advice. I remember. You said you were from D.C.?" The elevator went straight up to the 37th floor of the Sterling Holdings headquarters. In the chairman's office today, someone had already arrived before the group's new leader. It was someone from the Pierce family in D.C. Not the arrogant, domineering eldest daughter, but another envoy representing the family. When Claire reached the office door, she happened to overhear a conversation. "Chairman Sterling, I admire your ability to build a business empire from scratch. I also respect your reputation and status in the Southern Province's business world, but you also know the power the Pierce family wields in D.C. Not to mention, we now have the support of the Chu and Wei family alliance. With just the Sterling family standing alone, even with your skills, it would be difficult to turn the tide in this situation. Our two families have no old grievances. The young Mr. Pierce has long admired your daughter. If our two families could join forces, it would be a joyous occasion, mutually beneficial for both of us. But if Chairman Sterling doesn't grant us this favor, young Mr. Pierce also asked me to pass along a message. This matter, it's hard to guarantee it won't get very ugly." The Pierce family envoy, a man in his early 30s, seemed polite and respectful, but his words were naturally laced with the arrogance of someone looking down from the heights of D.C. But given the current crisis, he did indeed have the qualifications and confidence to be so arrogant. Charles Sterling, sitting at his desk, showed no emotion on his face. He just looked up at the Pierce envoy. "Then you can take a message back for me as well. The Sterling family's son-in-law has already been chosen, and my daughter is not someone just any stray cat or dog is worthy of." As the envoy's face contorted with anger, before he could speak, the man behind the desk slowly stood up, pressing down on the desk. At that moment, his imposing presence was like a mountain, majestic and awe-inspiring. "Tell your master, whatever tricks he has, bring them on. I, Sterling, have weathered the storms of the Southern Province for 20 years. A few chickens and dogs. I don't take them seriously. Now, get out." As the terrified Pierce envoy left in a flustered, humiliated state, Claire slowly walked into the office. The current head of the Sterling family looked up at his daughter, his expression softening into one of warmth and gentleness. "Lately, you've done very well. But you are my daughter. The things to come, Dad will handle them." Claire quietly looked at Charles Sterling. She looked at this middle-aged man with whom she had felt a distance for over 20 years, ever since her mother's death in her previous life. Reborn into this life, with a changed heart, that distance and estrangement had finally been smoothed over by the blood ties of father and daughter, and by the unwavering, gentle love of the man before her. This was her father, the man who, from her past life to this one, for 2 whole lifetimes, had willingly sheltered her from the wind and rain. "Claire Sterling," she thought, "how incredibly fortunate you are." She shook her head, looked at her father, and smiled slightly. "I am your daughter, so for a small matter like this, There's no need for you to step in. I'll handle it myself. The vast storms of the South seemed unable to reach the capital. D.C. The Pierce family estate. In the elegant yet opulent reception hall, the head of the third generation of the Pierce family, Leland Pierce, held a Cohiba cigar, a leisurely smile on his face. I underestimated Sterling Holdings. I didn't expect them to be so tough, but with the Chu and Wei family alliance as a guarantee. No matter how big Sterling Holdings is, no matter how unshakable Charles Sterling is in the southern province, this time, they're destined to be devoured by me, skin and bone. The casual words were laced with a cruel, ruthless chill. Leland took a drag from his cigar and casually pressed the burning end into the ashtray, extinguishing it, as if crushing an ant. Clarissa Pierce, sitting opposite him, seemed uninterested in her brother's words. She only caught the name Wei, and looking at the long, thin scar on her arm, she ground out the words through clenched teeth. That Wyatt Wei. Leland glanced at his sister. He had heard the story of what happened at that dinner party at the Pinnacle Grand in East Bay. But now he just smiled dismissively. It's not important. He's just a good-for-nothing. He has no ambition for the family's power, so he has no one to blame for being kicked off the table. As he spoke, the head of the third generation of the Pierce family casually toyed with a cigar in his hand. Watching the wisp of smoke curl and rise before him, he chuckled. Old man Wei is gravely ill. The Wei family is in turmoil right now. Wyatt Wei can't take power. There are other members of the Wei family who have allied with my Pierce family. That's enough. The sky grew dark. The entire city of East Bay was still shrouded in a fine, dense rain. The steady drizzle continuously beat against the floor-to-ceiling windows of the 65th floor of the Global Financial Center, leaving streaks of water. It was as if the view of the distance was blurred. But it didn't prevent a calm male voice from being heard clearly amidst the sound of the raindrops. My experience is actually very similar to yours. My parents' marriage was also a mess. They were only forced together for benefits, pretending to be a loving couple when they were anything but, to them, I, their son, was more like a tool for them to fight for power and consolidate their interests. Indeed. See, this is how it is for the big families, the ones that go back 3 generations. There's no family affection. Only the coldest, most realistic interests and calculations. Wyatt Wei stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Aria Perfume's office, gazing out at the scenery through the curtain of rain. His voice was calm and ordinary, as if he were telling a story that had nothing to do with him. Only my grandfather was different, just like your godparents and your brother and sister-in-law. In this family, it was the old man who gave me the only warmth of a relative. He let me know that I, Wyatt Wei, was still loved by someone. Regardless of interests, regardless of anything else. The third-generation heir of the Wei family fell silent for a moment, looking out the window, and spoke in a low voice. But the old man's body can't hold on much longer. The news just came from the hospital in D.C. He's probably just got one last breath left. When the old man is gone, the person who loved me most in this world will be gone. All this time, Anna had been listening quietly beside him, feeling the sorrow and grief that the man beside her was trying so hard to suppress. She reached out, took his hand, and spoke softly. You still have me. Wyatt turned his head to meet Anna's gentle gaze. We're both lonely, unlucky people. But when 2 unlucky people get together, they can still hold each other for warmth. The young woman stepped forward, gently pressing her soft body into his embrace. A faint, sweet scent filled the air. The young woman looked up and smiled at the man before her. The perfume I'm wearing today is the company's new calendula scent. The language of the calendula flower is happiness that will eventually arrive. Wyatt Wei, I've already found my happiness. As her words faded, the young woman stood on her tiptoes and gently, firmly, kissed the man's lips. The fine drizzle outside the 65th floor window seemed to slow down at that moment, until, after a long while, their lips parted. Wyatt looked down at the young woman in his arms. I have to go back to D.C. to see the old man one last time. The family business that the old man built with his own hands cannot be destroyed by a bunch of good-for-nothing trash who only care about fighting for power. Anna nodded. I'll wait for you. Wyatt smiled too, once again wrapping his arms around his girlfriend's waist and kissing her deeply. Their lips parted. The third-generation heir of the Wei family turned and strode away without any further hesitation, only his clear, bright laughter echoing back. Wait for me. I'll be right back. Before rushing to D.C., he first went back to the Sterling Business Division to arrange matters. In the pouring rain, at the revolving door on the first floor of the Lujiazui Global Financial Center, The new leader of Sterling Holdings and the third-generation heir of the Wei family met unexpectedly. Their eyes met. The childhood friends had enough tacit understanding. They both knew each other's current situation. So, no more needed to be said, just a few simple exchanges. Your side? It's fine. What about you? Don't worry. D. C. D. C. Is there anything I can do to help you? When the third-generation heir of the Wei family asked this question, the woman, his childhood friend, didn't hold back. Let me somewhat. Wyatt understood. He turned and glanced at the family bodyguard, Mr. Chun, who had been with him for many years. All right. As the unassuming former Special Forces soldier from the Southern Military Region slowly came to stand behind the woman, standing shoulder to shoulder with the former Special Forces soldier from the Northern Military Region who accompanied the new leader of the Sterling family. The scene was both breathtaking and thrilling. It was a majestic, unwavering presence, as solid as iron, as immovable as a mountain. Claire looked at her childhood friend and nodded slightly. Thank you. Wyatt chuckled, waving his hand casually. Before he could speak, he saw the woman before him suddenly raise an eyebrow. By the way, you smell like Annie cakes. The smile on the third-generation heir of the Wei family's face froze. Then he saw his stunningly cold and beautiful childhood friend give a faint smile that was more terrifying than a demon's. So, when you get back, we can settle our bet. Wyatt fled in terror. The black Maybach moved silently through the curtain of rain, heading towards East Bay, Hongqiao Airport. In the back seat, Claire took out her phone, thought for a moment, and dialed a number. When the call connected, the woman had already resumed her usual relaxed tone. I'm not done with work. I probably won't be back tonight, so don't wait up for me. On the other end of the line, a man's equally relaxed and gentle voice came through the receiver. Okay. When the call ended, the woman put away her phone, took a light breath, and her eyes returned to a cold, determined gaze. As he also put away his phone, the elevator reached its destination and slowly opened on the 37th floor of the Sterling Holdings headquarters. Walking through the long corridor, Leo pushed open the door to the chairman's office. The current chairman of Sterling was still busy at his desk. With his daughter gone to D.C., he was now holding down the fort in East Bay. No matter what, he still had to do everything he could to prepare. Uncle. Hearing the call, Charles Sterling looked up from his work and saw Leo, frowning slightly. What are you doing here? The storm was raging, and matters were complex and urgent. He didn't have the time or energy to focus on anything else. Leo smiled. I came to see if there's anything I can do to help. Even in the midst of his busyness, Charles Sterling couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head with a sigh. Help. With the 10 or 20 million you made from that little game company of yours. Leo also shook his head. He took out a newly printed business card from his pocket and handed it to his father-in-law, speaking calmly. With this, Charles Sterling took it, somewhat puzzled, and glanced at the card with a frown. Just one glance. The body of this man, the head of the Sterling family who had stood tall in the southern province's business world for 20 years and weathered countless storms, actually trembled violently. He snapped his head up to look at the calm, composed, handsome young man before him. He couldn't help but take a sharp breath. At that moment, holding this thin, light business card that felt as heavy as a mountain, for the first time in his life, Charles Sterling felt as if an electric current shot up his spine to his brain. His scalp tingled, and his heart surged with a thunderous wave. It was dusk when he left the Sterling Holdings headquarters. The sky was still filled with a fine, dense drizzle. Standing by the roadside, Leo hailed a cab. Having made numerous arrangements and talked with his father-in-law, he was still on the move, heading to the airport. He looked up at the night sky. The thick clouds still showed no sign of dissipating. Leo smiled. It was time for a resolution. No one was allowed to mess with his wife. As his thoughts returned to the present, he suddenly remembered that he was supposed to meet his senior at his home this weekend to report on a project's progress. Now, he had to cancel. Leo took out his phone, preparing to make a call to explain. But unexpectedly, a call came through to his phone first. When he answered, the gentle, refined voice of the head of East Bay's city government came through the receiver. I have to go to D.C. for a meeting tonight. On the way, I'll give you a ride. The words were calm and composed, but their weight was as heavy as 1,000 mountains. That night, the night was dark, the mountains and rivers solemn. Unlike the fine, gentle rain of the south, the north welcomed a torrential downpour. In the rainy night, all flights landing at the D.C. airport were delayed due to the severe weather. So, flights that were originally scheduled to take off 1 or 2 hours apart ended up arriving within 10 minutes of each other. The rain was pouring. A silver Buick sped out of the D.C. airport, driving through the night towards the Wei family estate dozens of kilometers away. A black Lincoln, carrying the new leader of Sterling Holdings, headed straight for Chang'an Avenue. At the same time, an Audi A6L with a special AG6 license plate had already slowly driven into the Georgetown estates. The Georgetown estates were home to retired high-level government officials. Every one of them was an immensely important figure, even in a city like D.C. The security at the entrance to the estates was strict and formal. Ordinary people and ordinary vehicles were not easily allowed in. However, as two pure white beams of light from the fog lamps pierced through the heavy curtain of rain, and the wheels rolled over the concrete road, splashing water, the black, piano lacquer-like Audi A6L drove up slowly and steadily from the night. The security guard who was about to step forward to stop and challenge the vehicle suddenly saw the AG6 prefix on the license plate just before he spoke. He was instantly stunned into silence, because even in a city teeming with high officials like D.C., the political heart of the nation, no more than 30 people were qualified to have that license plate on their car. The Audi slowly drove through the gate until it arrived in front of the Chu family's villa. The Chu family, having been alerted, was in an uproar. Led by the matriarch of the Chu family, and with a crowd of second-generation family members, they were full of astonishment and confusion, but they dared not show any slight, putting on their most solemn attitude to personally welcome the visitor. In front of the Chu family's main door, under countless shocked and disbelieving gazes, a middle-aged man with a refined and gentle aura got out of the back seat of the Audi. He quickly walked a few steps forward in the rain, warmly shook the Chu matriarch's hand, and spoke with a smile. But he didn't stay long. After a few simple words, the man, under the surprised yet regretful gazes of the many second-generation Chu family members, smiled at the matriarch and said he had official business and needed to leave soon. Then, as the matriarch nodded solemnly in understanding, he changed the subject and smiled, saying he was here to drop off a junior of his as a sort of introduction. And then, everyone saw the other rear door of the Audi open. A handsome young man with a confident air got out of the car and walked towards the Chu family, led by the matriarch with a smile. The Chu family members were full of suspicion and uncertainty, for some reason finding the young man's face vaguely familiar. Then, they heard the young man's smiling self-introduction. Like a clap of thunder, it exploded in everyone's ears. A pleasure to meet you for the first time. My name is Leo Wallace. I am your granddaughter's boyfriend. The wind and rain were bleak. The night sky of the capital stood vast and imposing in the pouring rain. In Georgetown, the middle-aged men and women of the Chu family's second generation waited anxiously outside the reception hall, unable to sit still. But no one knew what kind of conversation had taken place in the study between the matriarch and the young man over the past 10 minutes. When the study door opened again, the young man walked out alone. His expression was as confident and composed as ever. He just smiled and nodded politely to the many elders of the Chu family's second generation. He bowed his hands and left. When he stepped out of the villa's main door, the rain outside was still pouring. His senior, the governor, had already left by car, but Leo was surprised to see that his driver had been left behind, waiting quietly under the eaves. He was a middle-aged man of about 40, with a simple and honest face. His aura was gentle, so plain that he would be completely unnoticeable in a crowd. Seeing Leo, the middle-aged driver smiled gently. The governor had Mr. Hayes drive him. He left first. He asked me to stay behind and help you out, young man. Maybe I can be of some use. Leo was slightly taken aback. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked at the unassuming, simple driver before him again and suddenly asked with a smile, "Sir, can you fight?" The middle-aged driver smiled gently. "It's been many years since I've fought with anyone. When I was in the army, I rarely participated in the all-army martial arts competitions. But for a fight, it should be enough." The modest, simple words made Leo's eyelids twitch slightly. When he politely asked the driver for his old unit number, he heard the plain, simple middle-aged man calmly recite a 4-digit number. Finally, Leo couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then, looking at the retired man from the Republic's oldest and most mysterious guard regiment, Leo smiled. "All right, then I'll have to trouble you to come with me." The driver nodded. "Where to?" Leo's eyes narrowed, and he spoke slowly. "Chang'an Avenue." It was late at night. Chang'an Avenue, in the midst of the downpour, was still brightly lit. The crimson walls, yellow tiles, and the green pines and cypresses on both sides of the street were clearly visible under the night sky. A total of 94 magnolia trees, over 30 years old, stood on either side of the long street, blooming in succession. This was the magnolia splendor, one of the 10 great sights of Chang'an Avenue. The late-night wind of this early summer night swept through the pouring rain, blowing wildly. The magnolia petals flew like white snow, swept up in the wind and rain. Vast and mighty, the Chang'an Club on Chang'an Avenue was the most exclusive private club in the entire capital. Its members included wealthy families, political figures, and business tycoons from all walks of life. Tonight, the Chang'an Club was even more bustling and prosperous than usual. The head of the third generation of the Pierce family was hosting a banquet here tonight, as if in premature celebration of something. The guests included many third-generation heirs from the wealthy families of D.C. Led by the third-generation scions of the Chu and Wei families, they gathered around the Pierce siblings, raising their glasses and drinking merrily, a scene of boisterous celebration. Red lights and green wine, champagne and beautiful women. The wind and rain outside could not shake the decadent dream within the luxurious banquet hall. Here, there were no taboos, because as the foremost of the four top clubs in the capital, the Chang'an Club security was enough to deter any troublemakers. What's more, tonight, the young master of the Pierce family had brought a whole team of his family's bodyguards, forcefully and unreasonably replacing the club's original security, personally overseeing the situation. Each bodyguard was a top expert from the military. Setting aside their thuggish behavior, their combat power was enough to take on 10 men at once. This was the foundation of a wealthy family, the capital for their arrogant recklessness, until a black Lincoln, splashing through the rain, crushed the fragrant magnolia blossoms on Chang'an Avenue and came roaring up. The car screeched to a halt, fishtailing as it stopped steadily in front of the Chang'an Club's main entrance. A woman in a long black trench coat got out of the back seat. The wild, pouring rain whipped the woman's long hair. As the strands flew, they revealed a face of such cold, stunning beauty that it was almost otherworldly. The woman ascended the steps. The Pierce family bodyguards didn't have time to step forward and question her sternly, because two figures with the imposing presence of mountains had already moved ahead of the woman, protecting her. And then, the woman walked straight ahead. The two former Special Forces soldiers from the northern and southern military regions cleared a path like a destructive force, sending one bodyguard after another flying. When the solid wood doors of the club banquet hall were smashed open, the entire hall of guests was shocked. They turned to look. The new leader of Sterling Holdings, in a black trench coat, stepped into the hall. She looked up at the head of the third generation of the Pierce family in the center of the hall and suddenly gave a faint smile. "I hear. You want to marry me?" As the hall erupted in an uproar, more and more people recognized the identity of the stunningly cold and beautiful woman. Led by the young, third-generation scions of the Chu and Wei families, they were the first to shout angrily at the woman, telling her to know her place. A disgraceful daughter cast out by the Chu family should consider it a great blessing to marry into the Pierce family. Among them, Clarissa Pierce was the most venomous. The eldest daughter of the Pierce family walked up to Claire Sterling with an arrogant expression. Her narrow, almost cruel, phoenix eyes surveyed the woman before her as if she were inspecting goods. A flash of indescribable jealousy crossed her eyes. But the words that came out of her mouth were utterly vicious. "A cheap slut like you who shows her face in public, marrying into my Pierce family is your..." Before she could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the hall. Claire Sterling had slapped Clarissa Pierce across the face, nearly knocking her to the ground. She let out a piercing scream of pain. Claire pulled back her hand and flicked it casually, looking down at the so-called eldest daughter of the Pierce family, and smiled. "I heard something before I came. This one is for my little sister-in-law." The hall was filled with stunned confusion. Then, led by the scions of the Chu and Wei families and the Pierce family's lackeys, an even greater uproar of anger and shouting erupted, coming from all directions. Among everyone, only the host of tonight's banquet seemed unperturbed. Looking at his future wife, standing at the entrance, Leland Pierce suddenly smiled. He slowly walked over until he was in front of Claire Sterling. The young master of the Pierce family looked at Claire and suddenly laughed. "You're wrong. I don't just want you. I want your Sterling family and all of Sterling Holdings." Claire met Leland's gaze, her tone calm. "You can't afford it." Leland's eyes held a playful glint. "A $70 billion hole. What are you going to use to fill it?" Claire's tone remained calm. "Sell off assets, maybe sell some shares. I can always make it back. Once this is over, I'll just get it back from your Pierce family." Her tone was so casual, as if she were talking about a trivial matter. The guests in the hall stirred with shocked whispers. Leland heard this and burst out laughing. "Get it back from the Pierce family? On what grounds? Your words alone?" "Ha ha!" Unrestrained laughter echoed through the banquet hall, and the entire crowd joined in. Claire Sterling smiled too, and amidst the laughter of the entire hall, she spoke to Leland Pierce, calmly saying something, until the young master of the Pierce family's laughter abruptly stopped. As the woman before him calmly and unhurriedly recounted the many hidden deeds of the Pierce family from his past life, abuse of power for personal gain, malicious buyouts, were clearly listed one by one. Leland's face turned pale, then lost all color. He stared at her, shocked and incredulous. "You, how do you know?" Then he suddenly snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth and glaring at Claire with a ferocious expression. "So what if you know? It's just a few small gaps. Once I take over Sterling Holdings, I can use your Sterling family to patch them up." Claire shook her head. "You won't get it. I said I can sell. There are plenty of investors who are very interested in Sterling Holdings." Leland's pupils constricted, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You'd really dare to sell Sterling Holdings? That's your family's ancestral property." Claire spoke calmly. "Even if I sell it, it's better than letting some wild dog have it. Besides, I said, I can always get it back from your Pierce family." At this moment, Leland's face was almost twisted with rage. He gritted his teeth, word by word. "Your Sterling Holdings want to go down with my Pierce family in a fight to the death." Claire met Leland's gaze, and at that moment, her eyes were as sharp as a blade. "I dare. But do you?" Their gazes met, almost striking sparks. Neither would back down, until Leland, as if he had thought of something, suddenly laughed coldly again. "No. In the end, it's your Sterling Holdings that will collapse first. By then, your Sterling family will have lost all power and have nothing. With you, a mere bankrupt daughter of the Sterling family, and with the Chu and Wei families standing behind my Pierce family. As long as our three families join forces to block and create a narrative, you, with your empty words and baseless evidence, will have no one to turn to." His words came faster and faster, and as he figured it all out, Leland suddenly felt a sense of clarity, and he burst out laughing again. "In the end, you, Claire Sterling, have no leverage at all. What are you going to use to fight me?" Unrestrained laughter once again echoed through the banquet hall. Amidst the laughter, the banquet hall doors slowly closed. The Pierce family bodyguards regrouped, their numbers now 3 times what they were before. Only the 2 former Special Forces soldiers stood calmly and steadily behind the woman. But at this moment, they made the figure of the stunningly cold and beautiful woman seem somewhat frail. However, at this very moment, a man's voice, somewhat abruptly, came faintly from outside the just-closed solid wood doors of the banquet hall. His tone seemed to hold a hint of admiration. "Whoa, that's a big door." Through the thick solid wood doors, the voice was muffled, hard to make out clearly. To the very few who could hear it, it sounded vaguely familiar. Before anyone could make it out, the voice from outside the door sounded again, this time as if politely discussing with someone else. "Sir, shall we?" The voice, muffled by the heavy doors, was hard to hear. But Claire Sterling, closest to the door, suddenly froze. She whipped her head around to look. At the same moment, a miserable scream, accompanied by a whoosh through the air, came from outside the banquet hall doors, followed by a loud crash. Boom! The heavy, solid wood doors that had just been closed were once again smashed open. A tall, burly Pierce family bodyguard crashed through the wooden doors, flying backwards before landing heavily on the ground, his body curled up like a shrimp, groaning in pain. The entire hall of guests was shaken to the core. And then, a handsome man with a confident and composed air casually walked in. He glanced around. He looked at the scene inside the banquet hall. Leo let out another heartfelt sigh of admiration. So many people, a familiar tone, a familiar voice, a familiar face. She didn't even need to see his face. The moment she heard his voice, she recognized him without any effort. At this moment, Claire Sterling stared blankly at her boyfriend who had appeared before her. Her mind was buzzing, completely blank. She was even in a daze. Behind her, Mr. Zhou and Mr. Chen also recognized the newcomer at a glance. But the next moment, their gazes were suddenly drawn to the figure that slowly followed behind him. He was just an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. His aura was gentle, so plain that he seemed completely unremarkable. But the moment they saw him, the pupils of the 2 former Special Forces soldiers from the northern and southern military regions suddenly constricted violently. For the first time tonight, a look of shock appeared on their faces. Leland Pierce's face also changed. Tonight, the Chang'an Club had been reserved by his Pierce family, and the security was all top-notch experts retired from the military, hired at a high price. It was already shocking that the heiress of Sterling Holdings had managed to fight her way through with 2 bodyguards. But the guards outside had already been redeployed and reinforced. This man before them had walked in so casually with just one person. And behind them, on the red carpet corridor outside the solid wood doors, a mess of bodies was once again lying on the ground. A scene of devastation, shocking to behold. In contrast to the two calm and composed figures, the picture was visually stunning in its impact. Many of the younger guests didn't think much of it. Led by the third-generation scions of the Chu and Wei families, they saw the newcomer and immediately started shouting and cursing. What kind of person dared to barge into the Chang'an Club? Didn't he know this was the young master of the Pierce family's banquet tonight? Leo wasn't angry. He just glanced at the group of young heirs and smiled. You all can probably head back now. The words came out of nowhere. The third-generation scions of the Chu and Wei families were stunned for a moment, then almost burst out laughing. Dude, who the hell are you? Telling us to go back. You should take a look at yourself first. However, the laughter had just begun when it was abruptly interrupted by a series of sudden phone rings. Then a second, a third. In a very short time, one phone call after another came in from the scions of the two families, ringing one after another throughout the banquet hall, like a symphony. The scions of the two families looked at each other in bewilderment, then answered their phones. As the urgent, stern commands came through the receivers, the faces of these young, third-generation heirs suddenly changed, showing shock and disbelief. But they didn't have time to ask questions. After the calls were hung up with a sharp click, they put away their phones, and with tense expressions, they went up to Leland Pierce, hastily muttered a few words, and then rushed away in a flustered, disheveled manner. The banquet hall was suddenly a third emptier. The atmosphere suddenly cooled down. In the quiet, a strange, hard-to-describe atmosphere slowly began to spread. The remaining guests, although they didn't know what had happened, could still sense that something was wrong from the hurried, almost panicked, departure of the Chu and Wei family scions. Leland Pierce also felt that something was wrong. Looking at the young man who had suddenly appeared before him, his eyelids twitched. He forced himself to calm down and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Who are you? Leo pointed to his girlfriend beside him, his tone light. Her man. A low murmur of shock rippled through the crowd of guests again, and someone suddenly blurted out in angry surprise. Leo Wallace. All the guests turned to look and saw a person struggling to emerge from a corner of the crowd. It was Conrad Crestview, the head of the Crestview Group from East Bay. Tonight, at this banquet at the Chang'an Club, his status was the lowest among the guests, and he had been stuck in a corner all this time. Now, seeing the young man who had entered, he recognized him and could no longer contain the anger and resentment in his heart. Leo looked at Conrad and smiled. What a coincidence. Does your head still hurt? Conrad glared at Leo with venomous eyes, the anger in them almost a tangible flame. Wallace, this is D.C. On the Pierce family's turf. You have no right to act wild. At this moment, Leland Pierce's gaze turned towards them. Conrad quickly went over and whispered something in Leland's ear. The young master of the Pierce family's face showed a flicker of understanding, and then, looking at Leo again, he smiled. Knowing the head of the East Bay Police. That's something, I guess. But that's not enough to challenge my Pierce family. As he spoke, the head of the third generation of the Pierce family's expression became calm and indifferent again, his tone returning to one of arrogant superiority. I like your woman, so I'm taking her. I also like her family's business, so I'll take that too, all of it. Leo looked at Leland, also smiling, and shook his head. You can't afford it, because I won't let you. As if he had heard the world's greatest joke, Leland Pierce once again burst into wild laughter. You won't let me? On what grounds? On the grounds of your connection to the head of the East Bay Police? Can he help you get the environmental and fire safety reviews on your woman's company lifted? Or can he help you take down the headlines of those 20-plus official media outlets in D.C.? Or does he have the power of the Wei family to make 13 banks cancel their loan recalls? Or does he have the resources of the Chu family to make the Department of Land and Resources retract its decree? The laughter was unrestrained and wild. The next moment, Leland stopped laughing and looked at Leo, his eyes filled with a condescending pity and mockery. Let me tell you, this is D.C. The police from East Bay have no reach in this city. In this place, I call the shots. Leo smiled, still shaking his head. You don't. This attitude, to anyone watching, seemed pale and stubborn. Even Leland couldn't help but chuckle, finding it absurd. And, just as he was about to speak again, he was interrupted by a ringing sound. Ring ring. The standard system default ringtone came from the phone in Leland's pocket. It echoed in the huge banquet hall, clear and abrupt. All the guests in the hall subconsciously looked at Leland. Leo also looked at Leland. You should probably get that. Leland took out his phone from his pocket. When he saw the caller ID, he was stunned. Then he quickly answered and put it to his ear as the urgent, slightly panicked report from his family subordinate came through the phone, telling him that the reviews on the 11 Sterling commercial plots in 7 cities had suddenly been lifted, and the Fire and Environmental Department investigation teams had withdrawn from Sterling's properties. Leland's face suddenly changed. Just as he hung up and was about to put his phone down, before he could compose himself, ring, ring, a second call came in right after. Leo still looked at Leland, smiling. You should probably get this one too. This time, it was news that more than 20 official media outlets in D.C. had taken down their critical headlines about Sterling Holdings. Leland's hand, holding the phone, couldn't help but tremble. Then a third call, a fourth. The entire banquet hall was silent. Everyone stared blankly as one call after another came in on Leland's phone. They watched as the young head of the third generation of the Pierce family's face grew paler and paler with each call, his figure gradually starting to sway. When the loan recalls from the 13 banks were all hastily canceled by the banks themselves. When the Department of Land and Resources issued a late-night document announcing that the newly enacted decree still needed discussion and research and was temporarily suspended. One shocking piece of news after another came crashing down, giving no one any time to react. As the subsequent calls became more and more serious and solemn in tone, even becoming stern, merciless reprimands, and even scoldings, everyone watched as the once arrogant and upright posture of the head of the third generation of the Pierce family became more and more bent, even becoming difficult and stooped. Then they turned to look at the handsome young man standing in front of Leland, their eyes filled with an indescribable shock. Claire Sterling also stared blankly at Leo. From a moment he had appeared before her like a god descending from the heavens, she felt as if her mind had gone blank, unable to process anything. So much information. She didn't even know where to begin to understand and digest it. When the final call came through with the voice of some powerful, cold figure, in the harshest, most merciless manner, decisively announced the severing of ties. At that moment, it was as if Leland's backbone had been ripped out. His entire spine seemed to collapse. But suddenly, he shot his head up, his eyes bloodshot, his face twisted with a ferocious expression as he looked at Leo. So what? Even if everything is retracted now, Sterling's reputation is already ruined. Sterling's stock has plummeted, holders are selling off in a frenzy. The tide has turned. No one can save it. Even if they don't have to fill that $70 billion hole. Even if Sterling doesn't fall into my Pierce family's hands. Your woman's family's ancestral property, the business empire they worked 20 years to build, will soon be taken advantage of by others. By then, my Pierce family might not survive, but your woman Sterling won't survive either. Ha ha ha. The laughter was filled with venom and glee. Leo didn't laugh. He just looked at the somewhat crazed young master of the Pierce family before him and kindly advised, I know you're anxious, but don't be. The laughter cut off abruptly. Leland snapped his head up to look at Leo again, the venomous expression on his face still there, but now mixed with a hint of panic and suspicion. And then, a ding was heard. This time, it wasn't the young master of the Pierce family's phone ringing. It was the message notification sound from someone else's phone. The guests looked around at each other, and before they could find the source, a second, then a third ding of the system notification sound followed. In just a dozen seconds, almost half of the guest phones in the room started dinging one after another. Like another symphony. It was the pop-up notification reserved for major breaking news headlines. All the guests, full of confusion, eagerly opened the headline. And then a huge gasp of shocked uproar exploded in the banquet hall. Clarissa Pierce, who had just been slapped to the ground by Claire, also received the news alert. At this moment, looking at her phone, the eldest daughter of the Pierce family suddenly let out a piercing scream. How is that possible? Leland whipped his head around to look at his sister, shocked and panicked. What is it? Clarissa almost stumbled as she scrambled to her feet and rushed to her brother's side. Brother, you see for yourself? As she spoke, she held her phone screen up to Leland's face. But Leland snatched the phone from her hand. He stared at the news on the screen with wide eyes. The next moment, he was thunderstruck. On the night of May 20th, at 11:59 p.m., in the final moments of the night, just before the stroke of midnight, Happiness, the Nexus Group, and Sterling Holdings issued a joint announcement. The three companies had reached a strategic alliance. They would jointly enter and develop the online e-commerce sector. The two internet giants, with Happiness leading, would act as a white knight and sign a convertible bond agreement with Sterling. Using Sterling's original stock price before the crash as the standard, They would purchase a 10% stake and officially inject $5 billion in capital into Sterling Holdings. At the end of the announcement, there was one more sentence: hand in hand with you. We brave the storm together. The moment the announcement was released, the internet shook. The southern province shook. The business world shook. Hundreds, even thousands, of news media outlets across the country frantically reposted it. The news shot to the top of the national internet headlines. And with that, the teetering industrial giant of the southern province was suddenly infused with new blood, like a timely, life-saving shot in the arm. As if pulled back from the very edge of a cliff, its momentum returned. The falling sky had been held up. The phone fell from Leland Pierce's hand. The head of the third generation of the Pierce family was stunned into a daze, almost unable to believe his eyes. When he came to his senses, he staggered, nearly falling, and then, with difficulty, he raised his head to look at the handsome young man opposite him, his question almost a desperate cry. "Who in the world are you?" Leo just smiled and kindly pointed to the phone on the ground. "Why don't you look a little further down?" As Leland frantically scrambled to pick up the phone from the ground, the guests in the banquet hall were also eagerly scrolling down the news announcement page. Conrad Crestview was the first to scroll to the very bottom of the page. His eyes swept over it eagerly. When a line of words came into view, the pupils of the head of the East Bay Crestview Group suddenly constricted violently. His body lost all strength. With a thud, he collapsed onto the ground. Claire Sterling's phone had also received the news alert. At this moment, her heart pounding with an indescribable shock, she also scrolled down the announcement page with a speed she had never known. What she saw were the three signatories at the end of the joint announcement. The first line was Chairman of Sterling Holdings, Charles Sterling. The second line was Chairman of the Nexus Group, Carl Carlson, and next to it, President of Happy Nest, David Chung. The last line was Executive Director of the Nexus Group, CSO and COO of Nexus Social, Co-President of Happy Nest, CSO of Happy Nest. At the end of a long string of titles was the name that was so familiar to her, so intimately woven into the very fabric of her being, Leo Wallace. From outside the banquet hall, the distant sound of a bell could be heard. It was the time bell from the end of Chang'an Avenue, its chime long and resonant. The hands of the clock had quietly passed midnight, marking the beginning of the early morning of May 21 SD. A sudden gust of wind swept through the curtain of rain on Chang'an Avenue. It carried with it magnolia petals that flew like snow, passing through the club's red carpet corridor. It floated in through the open solid wood doors of the banquet hall, like a shower of flowers falling from the sky. Amidst the shower of flowers, the woman's hair was suddenly scattered by the cool wind, dancing in the air, like a turbulent, irrepressible, and ceaselessly vibrating tide in her heart. Claire Sterling suddenly looked up. What she met was her boyfriend's gaze, as always, gentle and smiling. "Happy birthday." 15,000 characters. I'm about to vomit blood from writing. Taking a break today. Tomorrow's update probably won't be early. But I'm righteously demanding updates and gifts. Also, this reveal is over. After the wrap-up, the next part will be the climax of the double rebirth reveal. Begging for demanding updates and gifts. The story of what happened at the Chang'an Club that night, amidst the wind and rain on Chang'an Avenue, where magnolia blossoms fell like rain and their fragrance soaked the streets, was destined to become a legend in the city of D.C. Those fortunate enough to have been there would remember it vividly for years to come, with a lingering sense of awe. When they talked about it with others, they couldn't help but retell the story with sighs of admiration. The series of visually stunning and shocking scenes would remain etched in the memories of all who witnessed them. Indelible. They would remember how, on that stormy night, a stunningly cold and beautiful woman, accompanied by two bodyguards with the imposing presence of mountains, fought her way through the club's red carpet corridor and into the banquet hall. They would remember the resounding slap that landed on the face of the eldest daughter of the Pierce family, echoing through the entire hall. They would remember the woman's confrontation with the head of the third generation of the Pierce family. And they would especially remember the solid wood doors of the banquet hall being smashed open once again. They would remember the handsome, confident man who casually walked in, his relaxed demeanor. They would remember the line that was as iconic as a viral internet meme. "You all can probably head back now." And then, the phones of the young third-generation scions of the Chu and Wei families began to ring like a symphony, and they did indeed all leave in a flustered, disheveled state. They would remember the increasingly pale face of the young master of the Pierce family with each phone call. And they would remember the end of this storm, the bombshell news announcement that pushed everything to its climax. and the distant chime of the bell from the end of Chang'an Avenue at the stroke of midnight. The sudden cool summer night breeze that swept through the corridor, carrying with it magnolia petals. The pure white shower of flowers that fell like snow. And under that shower of flowers, the woman, stunningly cold and beautiful, looking up at her boyfriend, her hand covering her mouth, unable to hide her disbelief and shock. And the co-president of Happy Nest, his identity finally revealed, saying to his girlfriend with a gentle, warm smile, "Happy birthday." That night, the guests in the banquet hall thought they had witnessed everything. They had seen a wealthy heir rise to great heights, hosting a grand banquet in D.C.'s most luxurious club, only to see it all come crashing down. They had seen the Pierce siblings, dazed and disoriented, being practically carried away by their bruised and battered bodyguards, fleeing in humiliation. They knew that after this night, the reputation of the Pierce family in D.C. would be severely damaged, and there might be even more serious consequences. But they didn't know that among the series of phone calls that came in to the head of the third generation of the Pierce family, one was from Dr. Alastair Finch in East Bay, who had casually contacted his former students and old friends in key positions in D.C. Another was from several high-ranking officials who had worked closely with Happy Nest during the Southwest earthquake relief efforts last year and had come to admire and feel indebted to the company for its charitable acts during the disaster. There was also a connection made through the chairman of the Nexus Group, Carl Carlson, and a certain head of the East Bay city government, who was in the capital for a meeting on that rainy night, had casually mentioned it as an interesting anecdote to a colleague after a high-level meeting. Just a few words in a gentle, conversational tone, but it was enough for the biggest backer of the Pierce family in D.C. to understand the governor's intentions. And so, after a pleasant chat, a concession was made. One phone call, and a relationship with the Pierce family was completely severed. The guests also didn't know that on the same night, another storm, no less dramatic than the one on Chang'an Avenue, was brewing far away in the Wei family estate in the south of the city. Inside the estate, when a third-generation heir of the Wei family walked out of the hospital room, accompanied by a lawyer and several family elders, his eyes were slightly red, but his expression had returned to one of cold authority. He personally took out the handwritten will of the just-deceased patriarch of the Wei family and presented it to the public. With the swiftness of a lightning strike, he expelled the several uncles and elders who were the first to object, removing them from the family registry. He suppressed all dissenting voices on the spot. In a very short time, he firmly established himself as the new head of the Wei family. And his first order as the new head of the family was to forcefully recall all the young third-generation scions of the Wei family who had gone to the banquet at the Chang'an Club, and to completely reverse the decision made under the previous Wei family's direction to have 13 banks call in their loans to Sterling. Childhood friends. Many things didn't need to be said. There was a natural understanding between them. In his past life, the third-generation heir of the Wei family had said to that cold, beautiful woman in the Sky Lounge on the 43rd floor of the Wei Group headquarters in D.C., "Born into the Wei family, I'm destined not to be happy in this life. There's no need to drag you down with me." And so, at that time, in order to refuse the arranged marriage, he had personally stood up and, with a firm and resolute attitude, suppressed the internal opinions of the Wei family. In this life, it was the same, just with a slight difference. He still hoped that his childhood friend could find happiness, and he himself had already found his own happiness. Of course, there was also the conversation that took place in the study of the Chu family's Georgetown estate. After the certain someone had leisurely taken his leave, the second-generation members of the Chu family in the living room were still in the dark, but they unexpectedly received the shocking news alert on their phones. When they saw the name that appeared on the last line at the end of the announcement, they too were suddenly shocked and in disbelief. And when the matriarch finally slowly came out of the study, looking at their mother, who was still imposing but whose eyes seemed to be slightly red, the second-generation members of the Chu family couldn't help but carefully ask. But the matriarch, who had been the head of the Chu family for decades and whose word was law, remained silent, as if a sensitive spot had been touched. She just shook her head, without offering much explanation. She left them with a single sentence: "The cooperation with the Pierce family is off." And then she left the bewildered children in the living room, who were looking at each other in confusion, and slowly went upstairs. Until she returned to her room upstairs, the matriarch slowly sat down on the edge of the bed, opened a drawer in the bedside table, took out a photo frame, and held it in her hands, staring at it in a daze. The photo frame seemed to be many years old, quite worn, but it was clear that it had been carefully cherished over the years. The wooden frame seemed to have been rubbed countless times, giving it a glossy sheen. The photo in the frame was a family portrait from the late 1980s. In the photo, amidst a large family, the matriarch, who still had a head of black hair at the time, sat in the center, her expression stern. Beside her, a woman of 24-25, with a beautiful and bright face, seemed to pay no mind to the old woman's stern and cold aura. She affectionately hugged her mother's arm, smiling brightly at the camera, staring blankly at this photo, looking at the woman standing beside her in the photo, reaching out, gently touching the woman's face in the photo. The old woman, who had once held a high position in the Republic's central government, her eyes slightly glistening, murmured, "Wanjun, your child is very much like you." Then, as if remembering the conversation in the study downstairs not long ago, the matriarch of the Chu family couldn't help but shake her head and let out a sigh. "And that son-in-law of yours. He's quite a smooth talker. When you went to the Chu family, what did you say?" The storm had finally passed. After the downpour, the city of D.C. finally revealed a refreshing coolness. The air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and flower petals from the green belts along the streets. After leaving the club, the couple walked slowly, side by side, along Chang'an Avenue after midnight. The streetlights cast a soft, warm yellow glow, stretching their shadows on the damp pavement. Step by step, they walked on their own shadows. Claire turned her head to look at her boyfriend and asked a question. Tonight, at the Chang'an Club, she could piece together most of what had happened. For example, her childhood friend must have resolved his family's issues. For example, the evidence she had gathered with her foreknowledge as a reincarnator. And of course, the support from a joint official announcement from Sterling, Nexus, and Happiness just before midnight, which had shaken the entire internet. Each of these things was difficult to achieve. But the most difficult thing was to change the attitude and heart of that stubborn and proud matriarch of the Chu family, whom she was supposed to call grandmother by blood. Leo smiled. Actually, it wasn't that hard. A day earlier, he had first gone to the Mia's maternity store to visit Chloe Chu, the gentle young woman whom they had met by chance over a year ago during a gangster incident on a train. She also had her own secrets. Her surname was Chu. She was from D.C. Many years ago, she had fallen in love with Mia's father and, for the sake of love, had chosen to defy her family and come to East Bay. And there was the faint resemblance in her features to his own girlfriend. So many coincidences and similarities that after realizing it, he had asked the head of the East Bay Police, Commissioner Grant, to privately look into it. Finally, when he went to the maternity store and asked her in person, he got the confirmation from the equally stunned and incredulous beautiful, gentle woman. Chloe Chu, a distant branch of the D.C. Chu family from over a decade ago. By blood relation, she was his girlfriend's aunt. Chloe Chu, upon learning the truth, was also surprised and sighed with emotion. Speaking of the Chu family story, she provided Leo with some important information that others didn't know. She had heard about Claire Sterling's mother's story back then. In fact, it was because of her cousin's story that she had the courage to fight her family for love when she found herself in a similar situation. However, unlike her cousin who had left the family 20 years ago and had no further contact with D.C., when she left D.C. and settled in East Bay, after her husband died of illness, and she was struggling to raise Mia and build a business on her own, she had unexpectedly received help from D.C. on several of the most difficult occasions. A few unexpected money transfers, and a difficult business negotiation that had been stuck, but the other party's attitude changed after receiving a phone call, and they readily agreed to sign the contract. Chloe Chu was not stupid. After some investigation, she found out the truth. It was secret help from her former family. Back then, with the matriarch's temperament, it would have been impossible for her to do such a thing. Once the ties were cut, there was no mercy, no room left. At this point, Chloe paused. Then she shook her head gently and sighed. The matriarch has softened. The change in attitude was partly because Chloe was from a distant branch of the family and was not important. But the other, larger part was out of guilt and apology for the previous incident. After leaving the maternity store, Leo went to the Sterling Holdings headquarters and visited his future father-in-law. In the chairman's office on the 37th floor of the Sterling headquarters, besides confessing his identity to his father-in-law, he also asked Chairman Sterling about the story from back then. And he got something from his father-in-law. Tonight, when he went to the Chu family's Georgetown estate in the pouring rain and followed the matriarch into the study, he didn't use his senior's power to pressure her, as the old woman had expected. He simply handed over the item he had gotten from his father-in-law. It was a slightly yellowed photo from over a decade ago. In the photo was the beautiful woman named Chu Wanjun, wearing a hospital gown, lying in a white hospital bed. In her arms was a girl of about 7 or 8, who already showed signs of stunning beauty. The woman's face was pale and weak, but she had a gentle, holy smile. On the back of the photo, there was a line of gentle, elegant handwriting. "Mom, I'm sorry," and nothing more. But in the study of the Chu family's Georgetown estate, the moment she saw the message on the back of the photo, the old woman who had been strong, cold, proud, and stubborn for decades, who had not shed a tear even when her husband died and her daughter left, her hands holding the photo trembled violently, and tears streamed down her face. On Chang'an Avenue, the streetlights were warm and golden. Leo looked at his girlfriend, whose eyes were red, and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, speaking softly. "I have no right to decide for you whether to forgive or not. I'm telling you this just so, you know, the person in that Georgetown estate who seems so high and mighty, so stubborn and unreasonable, is actually just an ordinary, somewhat lonely old woman, a mother who has lost her most beloved daughter." Tears finally streamed down her face. At this moment, the stunningly cold and beautiful woman was crying her eyes out. Her boyfriend gently pulled her into his arms. Under the soft streetlights, it was as if a decade of resentment and estrangement were washed away by her tears, like the long-awaited peace after a storm, until, after a long while, the woman in his arms gradually calmed down. She lifted her head from his embrace, her eyes still red. "Thank you." Leo smiled gently. "Why are you thanking me?" Claire sniffled softly and looked up in her boyfriend's eyes again. "So now, can you explain something else to me?" Happy Nest. CSO. A woman's memory is selective. She can get so caught up in shopping that she forgets her husband in the last clothing store, leaving him to miserably guard a pile of shopping bags while staring longingly at the fitting rooms. She can be cooking in the kitchen and either forget to add salt or forget that she already added salt. Or she can forget the recipe while baking cookies and just decide to wing it. But when it comes to settling scores, her memory is flawless. Leo had hoped Claire had forgotten about the whole thing. After leaving the Chang'an Club tonight, they had walked along Chang'an Avenue for a while without her bringing it up, and he had started to relax. Now, holding his girlfriend's soft, fragrant body in his arms, a smile was already on his face. But then, one second she was crying her eyes out. The next, before she had even wiped her tears away, Comrade Bertha Sue was sniffling and remembering the important business. A direct, pointed question, and the smile on his face froze on the spot. At this moment, Claire's eyes were red, but her tear-filled eyes were bright and clear, staring at her boyfriend without blinking. Care to explain? Of course she wouldn't forget. Even now, after walking for so long on the streets after leaving the Chang'an Club, even after the storm had passed and the turmoil had settled, Claire still remembered clearly the scene in the banquet hall tonight. She remembered the days she was in when she saw that handsome, familiar figure casually walk in through the main door. She remembered the shock of the news announcement that shook the entire internet at the stroke of midnight. When a familiar name appeared at the end of the announcement, after a long string of titles, the surge of emotion in her heart was unstoppable. At that moment, the wind and rain carried a shower of magnolia petals like white snow. The most important man in her life appeared like a true white knight, his smile gentle and warm. It was a scene that would make any girl in the world scream, a scene that fulfilled every girl's most incredible fantasy. At that moment, even Claire couldn't help but be swept away. Her mind instinctively had only one happy, proud, starstruck thought: that's my man. Now she had calmed down. After the shock, surprise, and immense happiness, the rational side of Bertha Sue, in miniature form, kicked the starstruck version aside and took back control. My man. How can he have such a big secret that I don't know about? Meeting his girlfriend's shining gaze, Leo awkwardly scratched his head. Emil, it wasn't on purpose. It's just that I hadn't figured out how to tell you. Claire's eyes narrowed slightly, a half-smile on her face. Is that so? You haven't figured out all this time. Did you not figure out how to say it? Or did you just not plan on saying it at all? As she spoke, a slender, delicate hand expertly, gently, landed on the soft flesh of his waist. Killing intent. There's killing intent. A fierce warning from the soft flesh of his waist. A sweat broke out on his brow. He turned his pleading gaze to the 3 former Special Forces soldiers following slowly a short distance behind him, giving them a desperate look. A little help here, but the soldier from the Northern Military Region, Mr. Zhou, was intently looking up at the sky, his expression calm. The moon is so moon tonight. Beside him, the soldier from the Southern Military Region, Mr. Chun, also looked up, solemnly agreeing. Indeed. As for the middle-aged driver, Mr. Tan, from the Republic's most mysterious and low-key 8,341st unit, he had at some point calmly laid down on the ground, sighing with a gentle expression. I'm getting old, a little bit of action, and my body just isn't what it used to be. The next second, the two younger soldiers reacted instantly. Your health is important. Mr. Tan, we'll take you to the hospital. The moment the words were out, the two soldiers lifted the third and vanished into the distance, so fast that in the blink of an eye, they were out of sight. Leo, Sigma, degree. Also watching the figures of the three soldiers disappear, Claire turned her head and gave her boyfriend another friendly smile. Continue. The executive suite at the China World Hotel in D.C. was on the 67th floor. From the 180-degree floor-to-ceiling windows, one could see the dazzling scenery of the entire city at night. It was late. The couple had just taken a taxi over and checked in at the front desk. Leo used the room's landline to order a lavish meal and a small cake, along with champagne and red wine brought up in an ice bucket. A post-midnight birthday celebration for his girlfriend. The food on the table remained untouched. The couple sat on the soft carpet in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, opened a champagne, and chatted idly as they clinked their glasses. Of course, it was more like an interrogation. It all started last winter break. I was browsing a domain website online and just happened to buy a few domains for fun. A week after school started, Happiness just happened to come looking for one of them. At first, I traded the domain for a few tens of thousands of dollars and some shares. Then, as we talked, David Chung roped me into his pirate ship, and I became the CISO. Leo dutifully recounted his entrepreneurial journey with Happiness to his girlfriend. Although he glossed over many details, Claire listened intently from beginning to end. The launch of the small games like Brainiac Blitz, Garden Grab, and Parking Wars were, in his telling, the result of the collective wisdom and effort of the company's team. A certain chief strategy officer had only made a small, insignificant contribution. He also mentioned that later this year, the company had moved to the Global Financial Center. He really didn't expect that they would become neighbors with his own girlfriend's Sterling Holdings. And then began the crappy life of switching back and forth between the identities of Happiness CSO and the intern Leo Hammer. Every day, he would run back and forth between the 57th and 61st floors, which was quite exhausting. In fact, he was often seen by some of the old employees of the Sterling Business Division taking the elevator down from the upper floors. Every time, he had to use the excuse of going to the Park Hyatt Hotel upstairs to check out a room. After a while, the old employees started looking at him strangely, thinking he was some kind of sex addict, and they would earnestly advise him to practice moderation. Young people shouldn't be too young. You don't appreciate your redacted for decency's sake when you're young. You'll be staring at your redacted for decency's sake and crying when you're old. At this point, Claire almost collapsed with laughter. When she finally caught her breath, she managed to ask, still laughing, "So what did you say to them?" Leo took another sip of champagne. "Oh, I said it was my girlfriend who always wanted to go, that it was all her idea and had nothing to do with me." Claire froze. Then she realized, and in a fit of embarrassed anger, she pounced on him. "Leo, Wallace!" She furiously bit his arm, making him yelp in pain. Then he talked about the time Sterling and Happiness collaborated, and the senior executives of the Sterling Business Division personally went upstairs to the Happiness headquarters to discuss joining the Happy Reviews platform. At the time, Claire was both surprised and delighted by the symbolic fee of just $100 and a bit confused. Now, looking at her boyfriend sitting in front of her, it all made sense. She bit his arm again in frustration. If he had just told her earlier, it would have saved so much trouble. She had spent hours preparing for that meeting, coming up with such a comprehensive cooperation plan and price conditions. He deserved to be bitten. Finally, there was the joint cooperation announcement that had just been released online tonight. This cooperation was actually a natural progression. Sterling Holdings, as the industrial leader of the Southern Province, had a wealth of physical shopping malls and brand and manufacturer resources. Collaborating with internet platforms like Happiness and Nexus to develop the e-commerce sector was mutually beneficial for all three parties. However, the injection of $5 billion in funds was still a staggering figure, a truly impressive and bold move. In business terms, this was known as a white knight. It refers to a friendly third-party company or individual that is brought in when a company is facing a hostile takeover, offering better acquisition terms to fend off the hostile acquirer. This time, Happiness to play that role. But to play the white knight at the cost of $5 billion was perhaps a bit too expensive, even to the point of sacrificing their own interests. Claire understood this too. and she couldn't help but stare at her boyfriend in a daze. Leo smiled. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't overthink it. Nexus and I were already planning on entering the e-commerce market. Buying an industrial giant like Sterling as an ally for $5 billion might seem like a high price now, but in the long run, it's actually a good deal. We'll make it back eventually. Claire bit her lip gently, her voice a little low. But you did it because of me. Before she could finish, he waved his hand dismissively. What are you thinking? The $5 billion was purely for Sterling. You were just a bonus. The new leader of Sterling Holdings, for the third time, became flustered with anger and pounced on him again. Leo, having already provoked her, had quickly closed his eyes, ready to admit his mistake and beg for mercy. But what came was not the bite of the previous 2 times. A sweet fragrance filled the air, a soft, gentle touch on his lips. Their lips parted. Leo opened his eyes and met his girlfriend's glistening, slightly misty, reddish eyes. Leo Wallace, you will always be my white knight. Leo smiled gently and reached out to gently caress his girlfriend's soft cheek. You will always be my princess. The lights in the executive suite were soft and dim. Accompanied by the soothing music playing from the living room speakers, the atmosphere was rendered romantic and intimate. Claire once again slowly leaned forward, her hands on her boyfriend's shoulders, and gently kissed his lips. A light peck, then another. Gentle and lingering. Under the influence of the wine, their kisses gradually became more passionate, their bodies melting together. Until he suddenly came to his senses. Hey, we haven't had the birthday cake yet. Before he could finish, his lips were covered by his girlfriend's again. I'm not eating it. I'm eating you. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the executive suite at the China World Hotel. The magnificent, dazzling scenery of D.C. in the distance. The stunningly cold and beautiful woman, her face flushed with a drunken blush, slowly undressed. Her graceful, enchanting figure was revealed in all its breathtaking beauty. D.C. The lights of the entire city raise a toast to you. Good night. The next day, the couple took a flight back to East Bay. They had come with his senior. On the way back, Leo didn't forget to send a text to say hello. Now, Claire also knew about her boyfriend's senior-junior relationship with the head of the East Bay city government and the help the governor had provided during the storm yesterday. She was shocked and amazed upon learning the truth. She sighed at how lucky her boyfriend was. Of course, she had also heard about his glorious deeds of stealing fruit baskets from his senior's house. Comrade Bertha Sue was so stunned that she almost covered her face in shame, wanting to find a hole to crawl into. But after thinking about it, she made a decision. This is too big of a favor. Next time we have a chance, I'll go with you to thank him in person. Leo's spirits lifted. Okay, he'd been looking for a reason to go back. Now he had another chance. The flight landed at East Bay Airport. After thanking and saying goodbye to the 3 hardworking former Special Forces soldiers, the couple drove their Maybach back to the LNS house. The rainy weather in East Bay had finally passed. The afternoon sun was bright, the sky a clear, washed blue. Driving on the highway, a refreshing early summer breeze swept through the car window, lifting their spirits. Only May, the Maybach, was unhappy. Such a big event. If her master and mistress had taken her to D.C., she could have floored it and crashed right through the solid wood doors of that Chang'an Club banquet hall. On the way, the couple received calls from their friends from the single slaughterhouse. On the other end of the line, the 2 dorms of friends were gathered together. They all knew how busy the couple had been lately, and they had also seen the explosive news announcement from last night. They called on the one hand to celebrate Sterling's problem being solved, and on the other, to express their concern. Until they heard the LNS couple laughingly say that everything was settled, their friends were relieved. Then, as if they had remembered something, they casually mentioned, hey, by the way, that joint news announcement yesterday, the Happiness CSO's name is also Leo Wallace. Don't you think that's a coincidence, Leon? On this end of the line, Leo, holding the steering wheel, listened to the voice on the phone and nodded. Oh yeah, that's me. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Then came the friend's equally calm and composed response. Oh, got it. When the call was hung up, seemingly without any ripples on the other end, the friend from both dorms, gathered around the phone, listened to the busy signal. Silence. Then, their pupils collectively dilated with a thunderous shock. That evening, a birthday dinner at the LNS house. Everyone was eating and drinking happily, listening to Leo and Claire tell the story of what happened in D.C. last night. Even though many details were glossed over, their friends were still thrilled and amazed. The romance novelist, Molly, was so excited she was practically trembling. That's so awesome. So awesome. Wow. shouldn't you write a novel about this? This novel would be a huge hit. Then their friends turned to look at Leo and sighed with admiration. Leon's really famous now. That's right. Although his identity had not been fully exposed, the name of the once mysterious and low-key happiness CSO, whose information was completely absent from the internet, had now officially appeared in this news announcement. The name Leo Wallace had spread throughout the entire internet. The next day at work, when the couple entered the elevator in the Global Financial Center, they were supposed to press the button for the 57th floor to go to the Sterling Business Division. But before pressing the button, Leo turned to his girlfriend. "How about we go check out my place?" Claire nodded happily. "Okay." And so, the elevator went straight up to the 61st floor. When a new co-president of Happy Nest and his girlfriend walked into the open-plan office of the Happy Nest headquarters, all the employees in the company turned to look at them. They were stunned for a moment. Then they looked at each other, not sure how to react to the situation, until he publicly, generously, took his girlfriend's hand and said with a smile, "Let me introduce you. My wife. Your boss's wife." The office was silent for a moment. Then the entire office area erupted in a roar. Finally relieved of the burden of having to rack their brains for ways to keep the secret, a wave of cheers and screams exploded like a tide. "Hello, Mrs. Boss." The matter of the three-company official announcement had just concluded yesterday, and there were still many details to be dealt with. Leo smiled and said hello to his girlfriend, telling her to look around, while he went to the CEO's office to talk to David Chung. Claire was surrounded by a crowd of enthusiastic Happy Nest employees, all eager to make a good impression on the boss's wife, constantly helping her with introductions. Finally, Hannah Ling came over and shooed most of them away with a huff. She then approached with a beaming smile. "Mrs. Boss, don't mind them. Come, I'll give you a tour." Claire smiled and nodded, not forgetting to wave and thank the other company employees who had been regretfully shooed away. Everything looked so perfect. The title of Mrs. Boss, she could listen to it 100 times and never get tired of it. Then, under the guidance of the current Happy Nest spokesperson, Hannah Ling, she toured the company, until they reached the break room, where Hannah enthusiastically made a cup of coffee for the boss's wife, all the while chattering away, showering her boss with praise. "Anyway, Mrs. Boss, if there's anything you want to know, just ask me. I promise to tell you everything I know." Leaning against the break room counter, Claire listened with a smile. "All right, then how about we start from when your boss first joined the company?" Hannah was stunned. She subconsciously looked up at Claire. "That's going to take a while." Claire still had a smile on her face, but her eyes were serious, not joking. "It's okay. I have time. Take your time. Don't miss a single detail." Hannah was slightly taken aback. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but when she heard the boss's wife speak these words, seemingly calmly and casually, she thought she saw the latter subconsciously clench her hand. Clenched tightly. 2 chapters in 1. Don't worry. The next part you want to see is coming soon. Just like the storms descend on the capital part, it needs to be set up properly for the climax. You'll see daily requests for demanding updates and gifts. A trip to D.C. quietly resolved the crisis at Sterling Holdings. The Pierce family suffered a heavy blow in the storm at the Chang'an Club. It wasn't just because the Pierce siblings had lost face in front of a hall full of distinguished guests. The evidence collected and reported by the current leader of Sterling was so detailed that it was astonishing. The shockwaves and repercussions it caused when it reached the relevant authorities were enough to make the Pierce family pay a huge price. As for the final phone call that Leland Pierce received that night, the merciless severing of ties from a certain big shot in D.C., it doomed this once prominent and powerful family to lie low and languish for many years to come. But that wasn't the worst of it. There was an even bigger loser. When the internet war between Happy Nest Nexus and Apex the Quad came to an end, after a certain someone quietly went to Portland to meet with the ultimate decision-maker of Apex Group at their Portland branch, Apex Group had already withdrawn from the battle. They paid a certain price, but in that conversation, they also received corresponding benefits. So the unluckiest one was the Quad. Saddled with the crime of infringing on citizens' personal information, it was basically a death sentence. A joint task force from multiple departments was established. The Quad's database was sealed on the spot. From that day on, the Quad's homepage was inaccessible. The result was that tens of millions of the Quad users woke up one day to find themselves internet orphans. So what now? Many users were sad at first. After all, they had used the platform for so many years and had developed an attachment to it. They angrily flocked to Nexus Social and Happy Nest to report and protest to contribute their strength to their former beloved website. But then, They had just registered accounts on Nexus Social and Happy Nest. Before they could even start cursing, they suddenly realized, hey, this website's layout is pretty nice. Why is it so easy to use? Not sure. Let me try again. Whoa, it can do this. Holy crap, it can do that. Haha, this is so good. Wait, what was I going to do again? And they were instantly converted. They came full of anger and indignation. In the blink of an eye, they had happily switched sides and were now joyfully surfing on Nexus Social and Happy Nest, completely forgetting their original purpose. The Quad? What Quad? Never heard of it. As one of the giants in the domestic social media field, even in its downfall, the Quad left behind a rich legacy that was coveted by countless people. If nothing else, the tens of millions of active registered users alone were a huge fortune. From the first day the Quad's platform was sealed, it triggered a fierce scramble among all the platform giants in the domestic internet. With Apex Group already preparing to exit the social media field, the two biggest giants in the domestic social media platform space were, it seemed to be just Happy Nest and Nexus Social. A newly formed, deep strategic alliance. A friendship forged through shared hardship, life, and death. When faced with such a small gain, to hell with it. Who cares about being alliance brothers? Let's grab it first. When there was an external enemy, they fought side by side, so close that they could trust each other with their backs. When there was no external threat, come on, buddy, let's arm wrestle. Without any hesitation, the two companies started fighting tooth and nail for the tens of millions of the Quad users from the first day. They fought like cats and dogs, using all sorts of despicable and shameless tactics, going for the low blows, being as cunning as possible. The outside world watched in stunned amazement. Leo had wanted to watch the show too, but he was a step too slow and couldn't escape. He was caught by the big bosses of the two companies, the esteemed co-president of Happy Nest, executive director of the Nexus Group, and chief strategy and operations officer of Nexus Social. So, whose side are you on? In the office, when David Chung and Carl Carlson looked at a certain someone with smiles that didn't reach their eyes, a life and death question of 1,000 years, do you love your mom or your dad more, was placed before him. Leo sighed. Cannot take sides. This answer seemed to temporarily satisfy David and Carl. They even reconciled with each other, shaking hands and putting on a show of magnanimity, saying that from now on, they would compete fairly and no one would seek outside help. It was a great display of the magnanimity of internet giants. But then the two old scoundrels secretly pulled him aside individually. You are the co-president of Happy Nest. You built Happy Nest with your own hands. What's Carl? We've been fighting side by side for so many years. The other was more direct. Nexus Social is basically yours now. They're both your own children. You can't treat Nexus like a stepchild. How much of a stake do you have in Happy Nest with David? I can give you more at Nexus. Not just in Nexus Social. We can also talk about shares in the Nexus Group. He was really getting a headache from the two old comrades. Leo still found a chance to slip away. He couldn't stay at the Happy Nest headquarters anymore. It was more relaxing to be an intern at the Sterling Business Division. He would follow his mentor out on field work as usual, enjoying the various delicacies of East Bay's streets and alleys. In the small restaurant, the fan was already whirring, dispelling some of the early summer heat. Sitting at the table, Leo ate the Sichuan cuisine with great relish. He was full of praise. After a while, he got no response. He looked up and saw his mentor staring at him in a daze. Evelyn, what are you looking at? Not eating? For the food to be placed in front of her and her not to touch it. For the great General Evelyn, this was unheard of. But at this moment, Evelyn was completely unaware, continuing to stare at her apprentice in a daze. After a long while, she finally squeezed out a sentence. You're really the CSO of Happy Nest. There was no need to hide anything from his mentor. Leo nodded frankly. Yeah. Then his attention was drawn to a plate of beef and tripe in chili sauce in front of Evelyn. Evelyn, are you going to eat that? If not, don't waste it. I'll help you. Watching him unceremoniously take the entire plate of beef and tripe and continue to eat with gusto, his mouth full of oil, so happy that he even shouted to the kitchen, Boss, another bowl of rice. Thinking of the glorious and magnificent image of the mysterious and wise chief strategy officer of Happy Nest, whom she had once idolized. It was shattered. Evelyn felt like she was breaking apart. She wasn't the only one. At the flagship store of the Sweet Return Bakery in the Jing'an district of East Bay, a certain newly promoted assistant manager was also breaking apart. Although her identity as a spy had been exposed by the mysterious boss, after giving up her mission, she obediently continued her crappy work at the bakery. But when the joint news announcement from the three companies that shook the entire internet was released, Serafina Vance still couldn't resist immediately clicking on it to read the full content. She saw the name of the mysterious CSO of Happy Nest finally revealed on the last line at the end of the news announcement. And then Serafina was dumbfounded. Leo Wallace? The CSO of Happy Nest. Isn't his surname Joe? Isn't Leo Wallace the name of the boss of my Mako Entertainment? No, that's a fake name. Not long ago, when I saw him in person, he was completely open and honest with me, revealing his identity as Kevin Zhao. So who is Leo Wallace? Could Kevin Zhao also be a fake name, and his real name is actually Leo Wallace? No. Then who is that Kevin Zhao in Portland? Could the one in Portland be the real Leo Wallace? Then is this Leo Wallace actually Kevin Zhao? Her intelligence, which had earned her scholarships for 4 consecutive years in college, was not enough at this moment. The star agent of the Quad felt like she was going to have a mental breakdown. Oh, right. She was the former star agent of the Quad. Her old employer had collapsed, and the Quad had vanished into thin air, about to become a historical relic. Her previous mission and identity were naturally meaningless, so there was no need to dwell on it. Serafina Vance looked around at the bustling, prosperous scene in the bakery and sighed softly, but there was also a sense of relief. No matter what the mysterious, ever-changing boss's name was. Anyway, living like this now was actually pretty good. The employees at the Mako Entertainment headquarters also knew about this. Because several of Mako Entertainment's game projects were directly connected to Happy Nest, their cooperation was deeply intertwined. Plus, during the busiest times, Happy Nest had even sent employees over to help out. So now, when they saw their boss's name after the title of co-president of Happy Nest in that announcement, everyone in the company immediately connected the two. After the initial shock, they thought about it and felt it was quite reasonable. Then came more excitement and joy. The boss is the co-president of Happy Nest. So if they work at Mako Entertainment, doesn't that mean they're basically working at Happy Nest? Their future is limitless. Just thinking about it made them fired up, their fighting spirit maxed out as they passionately continued to work overtime. Yvonne Moreau wasn't surprised. When she saw her senior's name on the news announcement, after a brief moment of stunned silence, Yvonne felt it was only natural. Senior should be this amazing. This way, he and Senior are a good match. Then Yvonne's eyes also lit up with a brilliant light. Senior and Senior are both so amazing. She also has to work hard to be like them. Time to work. The whole company was fired up, filled with a passionate atmosphere of hard work and progress. Only a certain head of the art department remained leisurely and relaxed, doing as she pleased. Leo Wallace? Who's that? Never heard of him. That was all Isabella Zhao had to say after reading the news announcement. She happily went to work as usual, slacking off whenever she had the chance. Life couldn't be better. Also indifferent to this explosive news was Mr. Qian. Compared to someone's identity as the CSO of Happy Nest, Mr. Qian was more interested in the story of him rushing to D.C. on a rainy night and playing the hero at the Chang'an Club. He specifically called to ask about it. After hearing the story, he was satisfied and content. Then he patted his chest and assured Leo, Sterling's commercial plots are in trouble. It's okay, I'll ask in the family group chat later. Our family should have some pretty good plots in those provincial capitals that we can use. This was not just generous, but Mr. Qian didn't care, saying righteously that it was a case of you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Leo was completely confused. It was only after asking that he found out that when he saw Sterling Holdings' stock price plummeting and being maliciously sold off a while ago, Mr. Qian had wanted to help. He had casually asked some of his relatives to buy some shares, and they had inadvertently bought a whole 2 or 3%. They had gone from being small retail investors to the biggest retail investors, upgraded to being small shareholders of Sterling Holdings. Later, when Happy Nest stepped in as a white knight, Sterling's stock price was instantly pulled back up, soaring all the way. The Qian family had kindly helped out, and not only did they not lose money, but their family assets had inexplicably grown again. Also making a small profit from Sterling stock was Lily Liu. A while ago, when she saw that Sterling Holdings was in a precarious situation, Lily didn't hesitate to go to her father and take out a sum of money to buy Sterling stock. On the one hand, it was her duty as a best friend and bridesmaid to offer her support and do her part. On the other hand, from the very beginning, she was full of confidence that Sterling Holdings would be able to overcome the difficulties. The reason was simple. It was because she had known about someone's identity as the CSO of Happy Nest long before the news announcement came out. Now that the storm had passed, when she was chatting with Clark Sterling and saw her boyfriend's immense shock at someone's CSO identity, Lily looked quite pleased with herself. You guys, your information is too slow. I was the first to know about this. Clark was slightly taken aback, then quickly realized. You mean, before Claire, after getting his girlfriend's happy nod of confirmation, Clark was already sucking in a breath of cold air, and he quickly warned her. This has to be kept a secret. Claire can't know about this. This time it was Lily's turn to be stunned. Then she couldn't help but laugh. Oh, it's okay if she knows. Claire isn't that petty and easily jealous. Before she could finish, she stopped abruptly. She suddenly remembered a certain Bertha Sue's jealousy skills. Lily's pupils dilated in shock. You have a point. To save her own skin and her status as a bridesmaid. Secret. It must be kept a secret. Speaking of bridesmaids, Tessa Yuan and Kevin Zhao in Portland had also been following the Sterling Holdings crisis. Naturally, they had also seen the subsequent news announcement. When they saw their best friend's name and that string of shocking, impressive titles placed together, Kevin was the first to let out a huge exclamation. Holy shit, 37 times in a row. He couldn't wait to call the LNS couple. The first thing he said was a deeply affectionate, Brother Wallace, from now on, you are my long-lost father. And then he was swatted away by his wife. Tessa took the phone and sighed her best friend on the other end of the line. I really didn't expect it, but nothing else matters. The difficult time is over, and you two are both okay now. That's what's important. Claire, on this end of the line, laughed and agreed. Her tone didn't sound strange at all, but Tessa, on the other end, keenly sensed something. What's wrong? Something on your mind? Claire paused at the question, but still laughed and said it was nothing. But after she hung up the phone, sitting on the sofa in the LNS house at Rainbow Terrace, looking at her boyfriend's back as he busied himself cooking in the kitchen, Claire's thoughts drifted, and she was in a bit of a daze. She thought about the story she had heard from Hannah Ling in the break room at the Happy Nest headquarters. What Hannah had said about her experiences with him was actually not much different from what she had heard from her boyfriend. Like the small games that Happy Nest had initially launched, such as Garden Grab, Parking Wars, and Friend Trader, they were indeed projects that Happy Nest had already carefully prepared. A certain CSO's edition was just to offer some suggestions for improvement. As a reincarnator, she also remembered these few small games. In her previous life, they had also been launched on Happy Nest. The development trajectory in both lives was the same, which was reasonable. But projects like Happy Reviews and Happy Life, according to Hannah, were personally proposed and led by their chief strategy officer. And this, in her memory from her previous life, she had no impression of. There were also other examples. Even before she knew her boyfriend's identity at Happy Nest, she had already felt that something was not right with that mysterious CSO of Happy Nest, and she had been puzzled and suspicious. But when she found out that the mysterious CSO was the person closest to her in her life, it made Claire hesitate and feel uncertain. When a certain thought flashed through her mind, Claire's heart seemed to skip a beat. It was as if an invisible hand suddenly clenched her heart. She felt a sense of bewilderment and panic. This was the unease of fearing loss, of being unsettled. It was an emotion she had never had, not even when she was in charge of Sterling, facing a life-and-death crisis that was like the sky falling. Dinner at the LNS house tonight was very sumptuous. Leo had cooked 4 dishes and a soup, because they were entertaining guests who were about to arrive. When Wyatt Way and Anna arrived, they looked as usual, politely exchanging pleasantries, respectfully calling each other Annie Cakes and Little Way, until, at the dinner table, Claire, whose mood had returned to normal, smilingly took out a piece of paper with a bet on it. So, should we talk about settling the bet? Wyatt, the punching bag, and Annie Cakes were greatly alarmed. Then they stubbornly denied it. What bet? Don't know, never heard of it. We're not dating, we're just normal friends. In the end, they couldn't hold out. Leo didn't understand the situation at first. After figuring it out, his eyes widened and he looked back and forth between Wyatt and Anna. You really got together? Looking at his sister's slightly red face, and then at Wyatt, who was scratching his head and laughing sheepishly beside her. As a brother, he felt inexplicably annoyed, as if his precious cabbage had been eaten by a wild boar. He had the urge to chop something. I'm going to the kitchen to get a knife. Seeing her brother get up and really go to the kitchen, Wyatt was once again greatly alarmed. Anna hastily followed him. Brother, wait a minute. Of course, it was just a joke. In the kitchen, casually putting down a kitchen knife, he turned to look at his sister, his eyes gentle, smiling. Not a love cynic anymore. The young woman lowered her head in embarrassment, then looked up to meet her brother's gaze, a bright smile on her face. Not anymore, brother, I'm very happy now. After dinner, the two couples sat on the living room sofa, drinking and chatting. They also heard the story of their trip to D.C. and the thrilling storm at the Chang'an Club. Even Wyatt couldn't help but sigh with emotion. And a certain Annie Cakes also learned about her brother's identity as the co-president of Happy Nest. After being dumbfounded, the next second, she had already pounced on her brother, hugging his leg tightly, her voice full of affection. "Brother, when you kick the bucket, how much of the inheritance are you planning to leave me?" Leo looked at his sister and thought for a moment. "No, inheritance. But there's a big pile of debt. I'm short on cash lately. Why don't you two settle the bet?" Before he could finish, his leg was suddenly released. Annie Cakes quickly got up and pulled the third-generation heir of the Way family with her. "We're leaving." After seeing the two guests to the door, just as Anna was about to leave, Claire couldn't help but call out to her, "Annie Cakes." Anna turned back and looked at Claire curiously. "What's wrong, sister-in-law?" Claire hesitated, a rare occurrence for her. In the end, she held back, shook her head, and smiled. "It's nothing." Some questions, after all, could not be spoken of to others. Night. Moonlight flooded in through the window like a tide. In bed, her boyfriend was already fast asleep beside her. Lying in her boyfriend's arms, Claire reached out and gently stroked his face, studying the face that was so familiar to her, and she felt a little dazed. She remembered the kindness from her past life. She had fallen in love with the person in this life. There was no problem with that, because whether in her past life or this one, he was the same person. But if he was truly the same person, her heart surged, and the thought had just flashed through her mind, but Claire didn't dare to think about it anymore. Because that was the most extravagant and unbelievable wish. Even just a fleeting thought of that possibility made her heart beat violently. An indescribable tremor trembled from the depths of her soul, spreading through her entire body like a tide. Countless times, the words were on the tip of her tongue, but she didn't dare to ask. It was the unease of fearing loss, and even more so, a kind of panic and fear, because she was afraid. She didn't know how to ask, and she didn't know how she would bear the immense disappointment that would follow the hope she had built up if she were to be met with a confused, blank stare when she asked such an absurd question. So, she needed evidence. She needed more clear and concrete evidence, so that she would have enough courage to ask the most important question of her life. That night, the woman tossed and turned, unable to sleep, her mind restless. But the Happy Nest platform was bustling with activity, having absorbed a wave of fresh traffic from the downfall of the Quad. Many of the platform's original Big V and internet celebrity accounts also gained a large number of new followers, including a certain reasonable couple account that already had 1 million followers. New users who had just registered on the platform saw the updated photos in the couple's account. They were surprised to find that this was the main character of the Aragorn and Arwen cosplay from the Comic-Con that had gone viral online last year. They immediately followed with great enthusiasm. A large number of private messages flooded the back end of the reasonable couple's account like paper slips. Among them, 2 female fans also, with joyful and excited sharing intentions, sent a few messages with photos to the back end of the couple blogger account they followed. On this peaceful and quiet night, it quietly became an important footnote for a moment in the near future. Like a foreshadowing of fate. 1 chapter is as long as 3. Daily requests for demanding updates and gifts. Late May. The season quietly shifted towards summer. After the storm, the sky over East Bay was clear and blue as if washed clean. The air gradually grew stuffy with the heat of summer, accompanied by the chirping of birds and the drone of cicadas from the branches. Summer was coming. In this beautiful season, everything returned to a state of calm, operating and progressing in an orderly and methodical manner. The Sweet Return Bakery on the streets of the Jing'an district was still thriving. A certain newly promoted beautiful female assistant manager was working particularly hard in the store. Also working hard was a certain newly appointed deputy director of the Jing'an District Police Department, Captain Xing. 3 fires after taking office, he managed the public security of the entire jurisdiction in an orderly manner, earning a wave of praise. Queen's Bar was still under rectification, its former extravagance and drunkenness gone, leaving only a much-talked-about legend. It was said that the big boss behind the scenes had been mysteriously and majestically shot in the head in the VIP room of the bar. It was heard that the man later fled to D.C. and lashed onto some big shot, but was eventually caught and brought to justice. This ending naturally drew cheers from countless people, but there were also some who were depressed. When asked, it turned out that this poor guy had originally worked as a waiter at a place called Dynasty Lounge. After it was shut down, he came to Queen's Bar, only for it to shut down a few months later. The unlucky guy himself sighed with emotion. Damn, I must be jinxed by places with Queen or Dynasty in the name. The truth, of course, was unknown to anyone. Jinxed by the word Queen. times tainted by the trouble magnet couple, square root. This early summer, Heavenly Tactics continued to perform steadily. A few months after its launch, the number of active online players was growing steadily. Even with the appearance of Apex Group's competing product, Three Kingdoms Tactics, after an initial impact, its popularity quickly recovered. Along with the sensational original novel, Battle Through the Heavens, it continued to rise in popularity. When summer arrived, the game officials took the opportunity to launch a new wave of early summer pay-to-win events. A variety of beautifully designed, cute, and handsome new hero skins were launched. Heavenly Tactics players cursed the greedy company for being crazy about making money, but still couldn't resist shelling out. Their bodies were very honest. Also in late May, Apex Group officially announced its plan to withdraw from the social media field, gradually phasing out its Apex social department. It was said that they were now fully focused on developing a new type of instant messaging software at their Guangzhou R&D center, preparing to align with the Apple iPhone smartphone system, which was already becoming popular worldwide this year. Happy Nest and Nexus Social had divided up the legacy of the Quad. They continued to maintain a competitive and cooperative relationship. Now these two major platforms in the domestic internet each had their own positioning, belonging to a healthy competition. After all, they had a strong friendship forged through shared hardship. They could always overcome difficulties and achieve a win-win situation. When friction did arise, they could always find a certain co-president and executive director who held multiple positions to come and mediate and uphold justice. Mr. Wallace, you be the judge. Damn it, those bastards at Nexus Social are too despicable. Bullshit, it was you guys at Happy Nest who started it. Director Wallace, you can't be biased. When he was surrounded by the employees of the two companies, who were all vying to complain and bombard him, a certain someone wisely chose to make a quick escape. Don't look at me. I'm just an ordinary college student. I'm busy. He wasn't lying. He had been quite busy lately. With June approaching, it was almost time for the annual final exams. As per tradition, his alma mater, Northwood High, once again organized a group of outstanding high school seniors to visit Berkeley. As honorary alumni of their alma mater, the L&S couple naturally had to take on the task of hosting them. But compared to last year, it was much less trouble this year. A group of Northwood High alumni who were now freshmen at Berkeley volunteered to help. They greeted the high school seniors, who were a year younger than them, with beaming smiles. They put on the friendly and amiable demeanor of upperclassmen. They thoughtfully removed the shiny Northwood High School pins from the chests of the unsuspecting little ones, using the same tactic they had heard last year. Come on, let's play a game and see who can keep our alma mater's identity a secret. They managed to get the group of high school seniors excited and eager to participate. Then they took them on a tour of the school. They expertly avoided the pursuit of a certain anti-Northwood organization time and time again. From the classroom buildings to the cafeteria, from the cafeteria to the dorms. From the dorms to the commercial street outside the east gate of the school. They even took them to the Mako Blockhead Workshop on the commercial street to experience the fun of DIY blockhead figures. After practically charming the pants off the high school seniors, they asked with a smile, "Is Berkeley fun?" They received a wave of enthusiastic responses. "It's fun." They asked again with a smile, "Do you want to keep playing?" Another wave of enthusiastic responses. "Yes." Finally, they revealed their true intentions. "Then will you all come to Berkeley when you fill out your college applications?" A group of high school seniors cheered and shouted, "Yes." The conspiracy succeeded. 1 second they were friendly and gentle upperclassmen. The next, the group of Berkeley freshmen from Northwood turned their heads, their faces transforming into that of the big bad wolf tricking Little Red Riding Hood, their eyes shining with the happy light of a successful conspiracy. "Then you'd better hurry up and come." "Great. The next batch of crappy labor has been found." This time, the ones leading the visit were still the dean of students at Northwood High, Dean Evans, and their homeroom teacher who had now been promoted to grade-level director, Iron Face Harrison. The two of them, upon arrival, confidently handed over the students to the upperclassmen. Then they furtively pulled Leo aside to inquire, "Hey, Claire's family is with Sterling Holdings, right? It seems like Sterling ran into some trouble a while ago, and then they reached a strategic partnership with Happy Nest? I saw in a news announcement that the name of the co-president of Happy Nest is also Leo Wallace." Facing the expectant gazes of the two teachers, Leo smiled and nodded. "Yes, that's me." One sentence. And the two experienced teachers, who had seen it all, couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath of cold air. After finally recovering, they tried their best to control their excitement. Their faces flushed as they patted their beloved student's shoulder forcefully. Good. You kid. You've made it." In front of their beloved student, they could at least maintain their dignity and image as teachers. But the moment they turned away, the two teachers from their alma mater were so excited they were practically trembling. They quickly called their principal back in Northwood. The sect has produced a prodigy. A top-tier prodigy. Erect a monument. We must erect a monument. Oh, a monument is a bit much. Then tear down the school's honor wall and rebuild it. Put the reasonable couple's names at the front. Their names must be gilded. This early summer, Sterling Holdings underwent a new round of personnel changes after overcoming the crisis. The former head of the market team of the 3rd Business Division of Sterling Holdings, Claire Sterling, was promoted to head of the business division. There wasn't much to say about this. The future heiress of the Sterling family had already officially taken over the helm of the group during this crisis. It was a quiet transfer of power between two generations. It was just that the young leader was still in school, and while serving as the head of the business division, many tasks still had to be managed by other department personnel. It was a foregone conclusion that she would officially take over Sterling Holdings after graduating from college. The former head of the business division, Mr. Young, was transferred to the headquarters and became a vice president of the group. However, there was no joy in the promotion. When he received the promotion order, Mr. Young was filled with the excitement of having narrowly escaped death. No more making up false intelligence. Goodbye, damn little intelligence notebook. And to hell with eye drops. On the day the young leader of Sterling Holdings took over as head of the business division, the chairman of the group, Charles Sterling, personally visited the division and, in a large conference room of the business division on the 57th floor, personally announced the appointment for his daughter in front of everyone. Also receiving promotions were all the members of the original market team. For example, Clark Sterling and Evelyn Vance, the two team leads, were now deputy heads of the 1st and 2nd business divisions, respectively. Claire Sterling had personally chosen them for special training. It was foreseeable that their futures would be limitless. Watching Clark Sterling and Evelyn Vance go up to receive their appointments, the other employees of the business division also cast envious glances. But besides being envious of their good luck, they also felt convinced. After all, they knew the abilities of these two, and they were also part of Miss Sterling's core team. It was indeed reasonable. However, the next appointment seemed a bit off. They watched as Chairman Sterling took out another letter of appointment and, with a calm expression, read it out in front of everyone, appointing the company's business division intern, Leo Wallace, as the deputy general manager of the group's business division. From now on, he would work alongside the general manager of the business division, Claire Sterling, to contribute to the development of the division. The entire conference room was dead silent. All the employees were dumbfounded. They almost suspected that they were hearing things. Intern? Deputy general manager of the business division. How did those two terms get mixed together? However, they watched in a daze as a certain intern got up and walked to the front of the stage with a warm smile on his face, giving a speech saying that from now on, he would work hard with Miss Sterling, hand in hand. And then everyone froze like statues as they witnessed a certain scoundrel intern actually do as he said, and really took Miss Sterling's hand in public. At that moment, the entire conference room erupted in shock. They weren't fools, seeing Miss Sterling being held hands with in public, but with a calm expression and even a faint smile. And beside her, old Mr. Sterling's mouth twitched, but he acted as if he didn't see it. It was a tacit approval, a truth that made everyone's scalp tingle and their hearts pound finally slowly emerged. They had heard that Miss Sterling had a boyfriend. At that moment, all the employees of the business division almost simultaneously felt their vision go black. The first thing that came to mind were the countless times in the past few months that they had ordered a certain new intern around, pointing fingers and bossing him around. And speaking of ordering him around and pointing fingers, the elite team members of the original 3rd Business Division's market team, who had spent the most time with a certain intern, turned green in the face. It was as if 1,000 angry alpacas were stampeding through their hearts. HOLYSHID. Who could have guessed? No, what now? The entire business division's employees' eyelids twitched wildly. They could only desperately try to comfort themselves in their hearts. It's okay, it's okay. The Sterling family's son-in-law might be a broad-minded and generous person. He naturally wouldn't hold onto those little grudges from the past. However, the next second, they were stunned to see a certain person on the stage, while speaking, take out a small notebook from somewhere. I've had a great time getting along with everyone in the company these past few months. I've written down many touching and heartwarming stories and everyone's names. The conference room was once again dead silent. The pupils of the entire business division's employees dilated in a level 13 collective earthquake. Bad. The sky is falling. Today, Chairman Sterling personally came to the business division for more than one task. After the first appointment meeting was over, the second one immediately followed. Happy Nest had become a shareholder of Sterling Holdings as a white knight, and now the two companies were a solid strategic alliance. Later, with the addition of Nexus, the three companies would jointly enter the e-commerce market. Today's second meeting was to formally meet the brother employees from Happy Nest again. In the future, they would cooperate sincerely, without distinction between you and me. When the conference room door opened, the Happy Nest employees filed in and sat down at the conference table, one by one, next to the Sterling Business Division employees. The Sterling Business Division employees had just barely recovered from the intense shock and devastating news. They had nowhere to vent their grievances. Now that their brother company's partners had arrived, they immediately started whispering and exchanging words in low voices. Dude, let me tell you, you won't believe it. That intern in our department is actually Miss Sterling's boyfriend, the Sterling family's son-in-law. They had expected to be met with shocked gasps from their Happy Nest brothers. But instead, they saw the Happy Nest employees looking at them with sympathy and pity. Don't worry, I believe you. While they were still confused, they heard their chairman Sterling cough at the head of the conference table and say with a straight face, "Everyone's here. Next, let's have the co-president of Happy Nest say a few words to us." The Sterling Business Division employees were shocked and surprised. Their eyes couldn't help but scan the conference room. And then, they were once again stunned to see a certain handsome young man who had just sat down stand up again. Oh, then I'll just say a few more words. On this day, on the 57th floor of the Luigi Aswi Global Financial Center in East Bay, a super micro-local intense earthquake was suspected to have occurred. After the meeting, old Mr. Sterling, the chairman of Sterling Holdings, privately gave his blonde son-in-law another scolding in his office. In the company, focus on business. Watch your image. Don't embarrass me. He put on a full show of authority. After a certain someone nodded repeatedly and humbly accepted, he snorted and waved his hand majestically, indicating that the brat could get lost. When the office door closed and he was alone in the room, the next second, Chairman Sterling was already eagerly picking up his phone to make a call, his face beaming, his mouth almost splitting from ear to ear with a smile. "Hello, old son, old Lou. Yes, it's me, Charles Sterling. Nothing, just calling to say hello. Haha, by the way, how did you know my son-in-law is the co-president of Happy Nest?" You flatter me, you flatter me. The young man still has a long way to go. He needs to be humble and low-key. Although he's also some executive director of Nexus and chief strategy and operations officer of Nexus Social. Not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. Ha ha. Finally, the call reached a certain big brother in Northwood. Another round of warm greetings. And then he couldn't wait to start sharing again. On the other end of the line, Robert Wallace at home in Northwood was hearing about his little brother's true background for the first time, and he almost gasped in shock. Sterling? Charles Sterling laughed heartily. Yes, I didn't want to trouble you, so I didn't mention it before, old brother. But I'm also preparing to hand over the reins soon. Leave it to the young people, ha. The laughter on this end was hearty. On the other end of the line, old Mr. Wallace suddenly felt as if he was being crushed by Mount High, his body bent. His daughter-in-law's family is so powerful. His little brother is the chairman of Sterling. This is not a match of equals. Their small family has no standing. He felt that his son's lifelong affair with that girl Claire was becoming somewhat precarious. Old Mr. Wallace was full of sorrow, his voice filled with melancholy. Then, your daughter, an ordinary blonde kid, really isn't good enough for her. This sentence hit a sore spot for Chairman Sterling. Charles Sterling laughed heartily. Of course, an ordinary one isn't good enough. But the co-president of Happy Nest is still okay, right? Ha. Oh, by the way, old brother, how did you know my son-in-law is the co-president of Happy Nest? Robert Wallace, ? After finally managing to learn the whole story from his in-law, who was almost splitting his sides with laughter, he hastily used his phone to check online and found the news announcement. He saw with his own eyes the familiar name at the end of a string of impressive titles. Robert Wallace was stunned for a full minute. My son, Happy Nest, co-president, the internet billionaire who saved Sterling from crisis. When he came to his senses, old Mr. Wallace's back suddenly straightened up, his face flushed with health and vigor. Ha. Then congratulations, old brother, you've really hit the jackpot with a son-in-law like that, ha. The laughter was deafening. It almost stunned Chairman Sterling, who was also laughing on the other end of the phone, and he was full of confusion. No, why is old brother laughing, even happier than me? When the call ended, An unsuspecting Susan Wallace walked in from the living room to see what her old husband was making a fuss about. Before she could ask, her old husband rushed up to her and hugged her forcefully, even giving her a firm kiss on the cheek. Susan's old face flushed, and she was about to scold him shyly. But she heard her husband's eager voice. "Wife, great news! Our son has really made it." That evening, after learning the truth, the old Wallace couple directly bombarded their son with phone calls. After getting confirmation from their son's own mouth once again, after the shock, they were overjoyed. Susan Wallace was so happy that her eyebrows were practically flying off her forehead, but she still put on a stern motherly air and gave her son a good talking to. Such a big deal. Hiding it from your old father and mother for so long. What kind of behavior is that? Just you wait. Your mother is coming to East Bay in a few days. Whatever else you're hiding, you'd better confess it all. After putting on a full show of motherly authority, she was finally satisfied and let her son go, telling him to get his daughter-in-law on the phone. Claire, on this end of the phone, took the phone and smilingly chatted with her mother-in-law for a while, apologizing and comforting her. Until the end of the call, looking at her boyfriend's back as he busied himself cooking in the kitchen not far away. Claire was silent for a moment, then spoke softly into the phone. "Mom, when you come to East Bay, do me a favor. Bring Leo's diary with you. I'll give you a number. Within 3 days, the reveal. Daily request for demanding updates and gifts." June. The heat of summer gradually intensified. It was final exam season again, and the trending topics on Happy Nest and Nexus Social were once again dominated by related keywords. Countless people shared and reminisced about their stories and experiences from the most carefree 3 years of high school. After a sigh of nostalgia, they sent their blessings to the students taking the exams. The students of Berkeley were also looking forward to it, sincerely offering their blessings with clasped hands and devout prayers. Damn it, please let a lot of the new batch of Northwood hybrids come. In the sweet return bakeries in both Northwood and East Bay, the Good Luck bread was once again sold out. The new Good Luck edition of the blockhead figures from Mako Entertainment was also snatched up by countless students and parents taking the exams. And the efforts didn't stop there. Under someone's direction, the blockhead figures also collaborated with Berkeley and obtained official authorization from many universities in the East Bay area to launch co-branded, university-customized blockhead figures. Each customized blockhead figure wore the uniform of its respective university, holding the university's emblem and school sign, with the words, "Welcome to our school" on the back. They looked so scholarly that it felt like buying one would grant you the blessing of a god of learning and help you easily get into your ideal university. Dr. Alistair Finch was very disdainful of this. "You've got money on the brain. You're the only one who can make money like this." On a sunny afternoon, in the small pavilion in the garden in front of the faculty dormitory building of the old Berkeley campus, the old man and a certain someone sat across from each other at a chessboard, chatting idly. "I heard you even got Dr. Chun Wangdao on board. So, the Berkeley freshman admission letters will come with an exclusive Berkeley blockhead figure as a souvenir? What did you give him? That thick-browed, big-eyed Chun Wangdao has betrayed his ideals." Leo placed a piece on the board, his expression righteous. "Of course not. Dr. Chun and I were also considering the good of Berkeley. I told Dr. Chun that Mako Entertainment and Happy Nest will set aside a number of spots for Berkeley in our annual campus recruitment, and other positions will also give priority to Berkeley alumni to help the school solve the employment problem for graduates." The old man nodded in approval. "Oh, that's not bad. Employment is indeed an important issue, and getting into your Happy Nest is not an easy thing. Paying such a price for just this much in return, you're quite generous." His tone was still filled with satisfaction and relief. But the next second, he heard a certain someone correct him without batting an eye. "Well, it's not just that. Isn't it graduation season soon? Those senior students are about to leave and want a souvenir. So, I made a special Berkeley graduation edition blockhead figure. Oh, and there are also exclusive blockhead figures from more than 10 colleges. And each class also has a class-customized blockhead figure." Dr. Alistair Finch was dumbfounded. "You brat, you're just shearing the same sheep at your alma mater, aren't you?" Leo waved his hand. Of course not, of course not. He had also sheared his more motherly alma mater. Now, at Northwood High, from the younger students to the teachers, almost everyone had a blockhead figure. It had been completely conquered. Dr. Finch was still not satisfied. "What's the point of making money at home? Go shear someone else's sheep." Leo nodded repeatedly, humbly accepting the lesson. "Don't worry, I'm already on it." Besides Berkeley, there are also many other universities in East Bay. His own alma mater's customized blockhead figures were sold at a 20% discount, while other schools were sold at the original price. The old man looked at the list of partner universities that Leo handed him and saw some familiar names. The presidents of these schools are all old friends of mine. Leo glanced at the old man. So, add more money. The old man made a decisive decision without hesitation. Add 30%. The old and young men looked at each other and smiled, a sense of mutual understanding and satisfaction. Then one took the opportunity to steal a piece from the chessboard. The other stole, too. The conversation inevitably turned to the recent storm in D.C. Leo stood up and solemnly thanked the old man in front of him. This time, the old man had personally stepped in. As a national academician with students all over the country, a single article from him could be published in an internal reference and reach the highest levels. When he personally made a call, everyone had to give him some face. Hearing Leo's thanks, the old man just waved his hand, his expression nonchalant. You're a good kid. What you're doing is good. Since it's a good thing, it shouldn't be affected. With me and your senior here, the messy wind and rain from outside won't reach you. So don't get distracted. Just keep doing what you're doing now, step by step, steadily. Leo nodded sincerely and promised seriously, don't worry. I guarantee I won't let you down. In early June, Happy Nest and the East Bay Police Department, as the lead official body, jointly launched an anti-rumor platform. The platform was launched simultaneously on Happy Nest and the official website of the East Bay Police Department. Upon its release, it attracted countless attention from all sectors of society. The platform's functions were simple, the interface was clean, and its main purpose was to list and display various rumors and refute them from an official standpoint. It was concise, but had sufficient educational value and credibility. For a time, the previously chaotic rumor-mongering atmosphere on the streets and alleys of East Bay was cleared up. Within that month, the number of civil cases of fraud in the local area was reduced by a full 30%. This also attracted the attention of other surrounding cities. Neighboring government brother units personally sent people to learn and draw lessons, hoping to learn from the anti-rumor platform and promote cooperation in their own cities. The East Bay city government received rave reviews from all sectors, and Happy Nest's reputation grew even stronger. In mid-June, a week after the launch of the anti-rumor platform, the new co-president of Happy Nest personally visited the residence of the head of the East Bay city government, Governor Zhao. In the study, a certain someone sitting at the tea table held a teacup with a humble and polite expression. Sorry to bother you again, senior. My apologies, my apologies. Zhao Bojun, sitting opposite him, squinted at him. Apologies? I don't see it. Then he sighed. He had tried to prevent it. Oh, how he had tried. He hadn't expected the brat to bring his wife along with him. He couldn't just ignore his junior's wife. As he spoke, Governor Zhao smiled and poured a cup of hot tea for the young woman sitting next to a certain someone. Make yourself at home. No need to be polite. Treat this place as your own home. Leo's eyes lit up. Oh, as my own home. The next second, he was met with Governor Zhao's glare. I was talking to your wife. I didn't say you could treat it as your own home. Claire accepted the hot tea and smiled politely in thanks. Thank you, senior. Leo, watching from the side, pouted. What kind of senior was this, so biased? If he had known, he wouldn't have saved his life. This time, Comrade Bertha Sue had specially prepared a gift as a thank you for the senior's help during the storm in D.C. She had originally wanted to personally make a batch of cookies, but she was stopped by a certain someone. In ancient times, that would be the same as attempting to assassinate the emperor, right? So in the end, they just brought 2 cans of tea. It wasn't expensive, and given the relationship between the senior and the junior, Zhao Bojun smiled and readily accepted it. The fragrance of tea filled the study. The 3 of them drank tea and chatted about their recent situations. Hearing the young couple mention the e-commerce project that Happy Nest, Nexus, and Sterling were preparing, Zhao Bojun showed his appreciation and nodded slightly. This is a good thing. Portland has Alibaba. D.C. has JD.com. We in East Bay can't fall behind. We should also cultivate our own e-commerce leader. After a few comments, the head of the East Bay city government looked at the young couple in front of him and smiled encouragingly. Go ahead and do it boldly. East Bay is your backer. Before they left, Governor Zhao took a call and left the study first. Only the LNS couple were left in the room. The moment his senior walked out the door, a certain someone unceremoniously picked up 2 fruit baskets he had been coveting from the side and quickly called out to his wife. Hurry up. If we don't go now, we won't make it. Hey, you take 2 too. But he was a step too slow, because Governor Zhao, who had just taken a simple call, had already walked back in from outside the door. Claire hadn't even had time to react. The two fruit baskets that had been in her boyfriend's hands were now inexplicably in her own. And then she heard a certain Leo Hammer righteously criticizing her. "Hey, wife, how could you do this? You can't take advantage of our senior just because you want to eat fruit. Look at how poor the governor's house is. He's practically destitute. This time it's okay, but don't do it again." After saying that, he had already taken the two fruit baskets back and, carrying them, had vanished in a flash. Zhao Bojun was at a loss for words. The senior and junior had another round. The junior won back a point with shamelessness. The esteemed co-president of Happy Nest, the executive director of the Nexus Group, a figure respected and admired by so many, and a master of being a rascal. Looking at the back of a certain someone who had run away in a hurry, Governor Zhao couldn't help but shake his head and sigh to Claire beside him. "This boyfriend of yours, he's really hard to figure out." Also looking at her boyfriend's figure running out the door, hearing Governor Zhao's comment beside her. At this moment, Claire, for some reason, was also a little dazed and absent-minded, and she spoke softly. "Yes. Hard to figure out." In mid-June, the old Wallace couple rushed from Northwood to East Bay. Besides Susan Wallace's inspection of the bakery's recent situation, the main purpose of this trip was to see that brat of theirs who was said to have suddenly become some co-president of Happy Nest, a billionaire. When they personally visited the Happy Nest headquarters on the 61st floor of the Global Financial Center and saw the rows of business elites in suits and ties uniformly calling their son Mr. Wallace, the old Wallace couple were in a dream. They finally completely believed and accepted this dreamlike, incredible surprise. Old Mr. Wallace's mouth was practically splitting with a smile. He turned and said he was going to find a certain little brother of his to catch up and have some tea, and then he vanished. Susan Wallace, on the other hand, pulled her son aside and gave him a good talking to. "You can't get cocky just because you have money. There are all sorts of temptations out there. If you dare to do anything to let our Claire down, watch out, your mother will disown you." After getting her son's grimacing promises and vows, Susan Wallace finally nodded in satisfaction. And before she left, as if she had remembered something, she privately found her daughter-in-law, and Susan handed over a whole bag of notebooks. "Hey, the thing you asked me to bring. These are all of Leo's old diaries. They're all here." "But Claire, why do you want these?" After sincerely thanking her mother-in-law, Claire took the diaries, and, that evening, back at the LNS house, she sat at her desk and, under the lamplight, carefully flipped through them page by page. Even though she had been reborn for 2 years, the diaries of a certain someone, which she had read more than once in the Wallace family home in Northwood in her previous life, were still fresh in her mind. Every line of text, every day's entry, even every detail, was clearly imprinted in her mind. Now, reading them again, it was just a matter of overlapping them with the memories in her mind, without any deviation. But the diaries went from elementary school to middle school to high school. But they ended halfway through the second semester of her senior year, with no entries after May 2007. That evening, at the dining table in LNS house, while the couple was eating together, Claire casually asked her boyfriend why he hadn't written in his diary for the past 2 years. A certain someone was slightly stunned, then answered righteously, "Who keeps a diary? Besides, if he wrote it, it would be easily seen by others and become black history." He had almost died of social embarrassment that year. The manuscript paper was densely filled with the words, "Claire Sterling, Claire Sterling, Claire Sterling," flowing and unrestrained, soft and low, full of lingering emotion. To this day, he still regretted it so much he wanted to die. But, more importantly, Leo looked at his girlfriend sitting opposite him and smiled slightly. "I used to write a diary to express my feelings. When I was young, I was full of grievances and worries that I couldn't tell anyone, so I could only write them down on paper. It's different now. Now, I have you. A person's fate can change with just a small opportunity." Claire actually believed her boyfriend's words. In her previous life, in the Wallace family home in Northwood, she had learned from her conversations with her father-in-law and mother-in-law that a certain someone had indeed been ordinary before college. But due to his failure in the college entrance exams and a romantic setback, he eventually worked hard and became an outstanding teacher at a tutoring institution. Later, he even started his own business and built a name for himself. This all showed that her boyfriend had always had sufficient ability and talent. It was just that in the previous life, the opportunity for that fateful change came a little later. And the opportunity in this life, perhaps, was meeting the reincarnated her, Claire Sterling. So, being able to get into Berkeley and even build an incredible business like Happy Nest in this way, it was also reasonable. In his previous life, her boyfriend had also started his own business from scratch, so his skills in the business world in this life might be an innate talent. She had also had several in-depth conversations with that Hannah Ling from Happy Nest. She knew that even including the many functional ideas for Happy Nest, such as happy reviews and happy life, were only proposed by her boyfriend, and the results were the product of everyone's collective brainstorming and improvement, which was still logical. And a good-looking clerk model of the Sweet Return Bakery. At that time, a certain someone and she were both at Berkeley and knew nothing about it. She had confirmed with her mother-in-law that it was her mother-in-law's own idea. When all the clues and information were finally confirmed, each one seemed ordinary and reasonable. The inference in her heart seemed to become more and more untenable. Even Claire herself had doubts and asked herself, Claire Sterling, are you overthinking things? Are you being too greedy? To be able to travel back in time to the summer of her 18th year, to see the young man she thought she had missed forever in her life, was already a blessing from heaven. It was a compensation for the regret of that rainy night. How could she ask for more miracles? However, even so, even though the woman repeatedly reminded herself in her heart, a certain emotion in her heart still grew like a weed. The tremor in the depths of her heart trembled more and more with her heartbeat. It was as if a voice was stubbornly and persistently telling her in her mind, wrong. This summer, while the woman's heart was always filled with restless and complicated emotions, a small, unexpected event temporarily interrupted them. In late June, the couple received a message from Nevada. 2 days until countdown. Daily requests for demanding updates and gifts. He had just gone to Spirit Springs Mountain in March and learned that he was leaving the Hope School there. At the time, he hadn't made any plans for the future. He just said he would take a vacation first and go out to clear his head, because he had been interested in and longed for the northwestern lands of the motherland before he started teaching. And now that he had the opportunity, he wanted to go to Nevada and have a look. Coincidentally, this gave Leo an idea to solve a certain problem. The Million Tree Project, a public welfare project jointly initiated by Happy Nest and the East Bay City government, had a support relationship between East Bay and Nevada, providing donations and saplings for the prevention of desertification in the sandy desert areas of Nevada. Happy Nest, being a participant, needed a representative to go to Nevada to oversee the use of project funds and assets. At first, Leo thought about finding someone directly from his own company. When the company's employees first heard that Mr. Wallace had a mission, they were all quite enthusiastic. One by one, they beat their chests and made grand statements, vowing to go through fire and water for the company, that Mr. Wallace could just give the order, and they would be willing to go to the most difficult and arduous places to expand the company's territory. Leo was also very pleased, looking at this group of reliable subordinates. Then how about you all go to Nevada as a group? The generals of Happy Nest. Huh? Everyone was dumbfounded. After coming to their senses, they were greatly alarmed. The cleaning lady is having her second child. I have to go. I'll go clean the toilets now, goodbye. In an instant, they scattered and ran away. They talked about expanding the territory. Who knew Mr. Wallace was being serious? Now the company's business was booming in prosperous metropolises like the Yangtze River Delta and the Pearl River Delta. What could they do in a godforsaken place like Nevada? Eat sand. Soon the news spread, and the whole company was in a state of panic. Employees warned each other, be careful lately. Don't let Mr. Wallace have anything on you, Mr. Wallace is settling scores. If you offend him, you'll be exiled to the frontier to eat sand. Hearing the rumors, Leo couldn't help but be amused. They were talking about serious work. How did it become about offending him and being exiled? Besides, he is certain Mr. Wallace was not a petty person. But that afternoon, 7 or 8 employees came to the co-president's office in a line to confess. One by one, they confessed their mistakes with long faces. Mr. Wallace, we were wrong. We were the ones who took the tea and coffee from your office last time. We'll replace them for you, okay? Please don't exile us. Leo, damn, he hadn't expected to get an unexpected bonus. He was almost tempted to really exile these guys. But objectively speaking, it was indeed not appropriate for these guys to go to Nevada. They were all technical talents in the internet industry, to manage desertification prevention and be responsible for planting trees. Their expertise was not right. Moreover, in such a desolate and remote place, ordinary people did not have the ability to endure loneliness. Speaking of which, Isabella Zhao was quite suitable. As long as that girl had her brushes, paints, and an easel, she could work anywhere. Give her a phone to play games and slack off, and she could live a good life alone anywhere. What was even better was that she was a hardcore garden grab player, liked to plant vegetables, which was a good match for planting trees. But thinking of the pitiful sight of the little girl drawing in the yellow sand with a fertilizer bag on her head, he also felt a little reluctant. Such a good employee. Can't accidentally play her to death. Thus, Sun E became the best candidate. Not long after returning from Spirit Springs Mountain, Leo and Sun E had a few phone calls. Sun E had already gone to Nevada and had even sent Leo some landscape photos he had taken during his trip. The desert, the Gobi, the clear springs, the snow-capped mountains, the boundless wilderness. From the photos, one could feel the photographer's joy and satisfaction. Sun E told Leo that he liked the local customs and people very much, and he had also seen a Hope School that was about to be abandoned, with a shortage of staff, so he wanted to stay there. Leo expressed his approval and support, promising to help rebuild the school. He then took the opportunity to ask for a favor, mentioning Happiness Million Tree Project in Nevada and asking Sun E to help with the supervision and operation of the project there. The children of the local Hope School could also help plant trees in their spare time, and Happiness would pay them in the form of tree planting subsidies, which could also be used to improve their living conditions. Sun E was very happy and readily agreed. The two of them had a life-and-death friendship forged in the storm and flood on Spirit Springs Mountain, and they both knew about each other's public welfare and charitable work, so they wouldn't be polite with each other. But then Sun E made a condition. He didn't need any salary himself, and in exchange for his work, he asked Leo for a pile of materials, including desks, textbooks, school bags, stationery, and extracurricular reading materials. On the phone, Sun E was also a little embarrassed. If it's really not possible, I'll do 2 jobs for you. Anyway, I have plenty of strength. But as for the materials, the children here are all poor. They need these things. At that time, Leo was silent for a moment. This was not the first time he had known Sun E, and every time he heard him say such words, his heart was shaken. Lu Sun once said that our nation has had people who work hard, people who fight desperately, people who plead for the people, and people who sacrifice themselves for the law since ancient times. It is the existence of these people that constitutes the backbone of the nation. The ordinary village schoolteacher on the other end of the phone probably didn't need any worldly possessions or fame. Even if he missed out on the title of one of the 10 most moving figures in the southern province in this life, it did not prevent his light from shining brightly on this land. That noble character. One day, it would be enough to become a saint. So for the past few months, Sun E had already started working in Nevada, and Leo was busy with the war with the Quad and Apex group, so he didn't have time to contact him. He only occasionally heard from the company employee responsible for the public welfare tree planting project that the project in Nevada was progressing smoothly, and the person in charge in Nevada was serious and meticulous, recording every expense and the use of saplings in detail. Leo was not surprised by this. He just told his subordinates not to neglect the supply of materials, books, and equipment for the Hope School there. Other than that, he didn't bother him much. Until now, in late June, with the summer vacation approaching, he finally heard from him again. When he received Sun Yi's call, his spirits were still high, his laughter hearty and energetic. Perhaps he had been baptized by the vastness of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau and the howling sandstorms, and had been infected with some of the heroic spirit of the Northwest. On the phone, Sun E reported on the project to Leo, saying that the planting of saplings and the prevention of desertification were progressing smoothly. He also mentioned the situation at the Hope School. He expressed his gratitude to Leo and finally extended a warm invitation. You guys are on summer vacation, right? If you have time, why don't you come to Nevada for a trip? I promise it will be worth your while. Leo readily accepted. Coincidentally, the company was running smoothly recently, and he, the co-president of Happy Nest and executive director of Nexus, had nothing to do, just being caught between the employees of the two sides every day, dealing with all kinds of complaints and getting a headache. Going out for a walk could also be a way to escape the hustle and bustle. He mentioned this to his girlfriend, who was also interested. The two of them were now the head and deputy head of the Sterling business division. But if there was real work to be done, they could just hand it over to the employees below. If nothing else, the newly promoted Clark Sterling and Evelyn Vance, these two capable generals, could handle the affairs of the business division meticulously, so there was no need to worry. He mentioned it to his friends in the single slaughterhouse. He also received enthusiastic support from all his friends. Kevin Zhao and Tessa Yuan, who were far away in Portland, had also just started their summer vacation and wanted to join in this time to have some fun. They had never seen the vast scenery of the Northwest, and it was a rare opportunity, so they had to go and broaden their horizons. That made 10 people. Finally, Anna and Wyatt Way heard about it and also wanted to join. This newly formed coincidence couple had just confirmed their relationship and were in the midst of their honeymoon phase. They were also full of excitement for their first trip together as a couple. And so, a complete 12-person tour group was officially formed. It didn't delay. Everyone quickly bought their plane tickets. According to Son E., the place he was now in was a small town in the southwestern hinterland of Nevada called Xialaxiu Town. There were no direct flights from East Bay. They had to first fly to Carson City, the state capital of Nevada. On July 1st, as schools all over the country officially welcomed the summer vacation, the members of a single Slaughterhouse tour group also gathered at East Bay Hongqiao Airport and boarded a flight to Carson City. A few hours later, the plane descended through the clouds and slowly approached Carson City Airport. Through the cabin window, they could already see the vast plateau and rolling mountains below, the majestic and magnificent scenery of the Northwest rushing towards them. The flight landed. After leaving Carson City Airport, the group took a taxi to the city. Although this trip to Carson City was just a brief stopover, they were not in a hurry and decided to spend the night in Carson City and rest for a night. It was also a good opportunity to experience the local specialties in the capital city of the Northwest province. When they arrived in the city, the group found a hotel and checked in. It is worth mentioning, when checking in, except for Dylan and Jade, the other couples naturally and generously asked for a king-sized bed. Only the new couple, Wyatt and Anna, were a little unnatural. In front of their friends, they pretended to be calm and discussed with the front desk. Well, take 2 single rooms, or a room with 2 twin beds is also fine. The hotel clerk at the front desk looked at the somewhat embarrassed and unnatural young couple, then looked down at the room availability and replied with a sincere and apologetic expression. "I'm sorry. We're fully booked recently, and unfortunately, we only have 1 king-sized room left." The group of friends were slightly stunned. They frowned, feeling that something was not right, and looked at the straight-faced clerk up and down with suspicion. "Damn it, why does that sound so familiar?" Marco Schott dashed out of the hotel and specifically looked up at the hotel sign. Then he came back and gave his friends a thumbs up. "That's right. Carson City Sheen Holiday Inn." Everyone suddenly understood, and then they were filled with admiration, as expected of that man's family. Reasonable. Hearing the clerk's reply, Wyatt and Anna were also stunned. Then they looked at each other, a little unnatural but still pretending to be calm. "Since it's a coincidence, then there's nothing we can do. A king-size room is fine." The coincidence couple is also CJNG. They settled down and put their luggage in the hotel. The group went out for dinner. They had been struggling with this matter. As tourists in a tourist city, what should they have for their first meal? They wanted something distinctive, but they didn't have enough experience and were worried about making a bad choice. Even though Jade and Molly had done some research, they couldn't be sure if the recommendations online were reliable. While they were debating, someone suddenly had an idea. "I'll make a call." And then a call was made to his mentor, who was far away in East Bay, buried in work at the Sterling Business Division. The great General Evelyn, the local food expert of East Bay. Unexpectedly, her food radar skills were not limited to East Bay. When she heard her apprentice's request for advice, she immediately perked up. "Carson City? That's a great place. I went there during my college summer vacation, so I have some knowledge of the local food." And then she began to list and introduce with great enthusiasm. 4 or 5 full minutes, without taking a breath, she listed 30 or 40 food check-in spots in the streets and alleys of Carson City, from street stalls to high-end restaurants to those obscure places that probably even the locals didn't know about. By the end of her list, the great General Evelyn was so engrossed that she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. "Hey, remember to take a picture and show me after you eat." "Hello? Hello." The call had already been disconnected. For their first meal in Carson City, the group followed Evelyn's recommendation and found a small local lamb stew with flatbread restaurant. General Evelyn's recommendation was as good as gold. The group ate with great relish in the small restaurant, thoroughly enjoying it. When night fell and the lights came on, the group went to the local night market. They experienced the nightlife of the capital city of the Northwest province. They returned after a fulfilling day. The next morning, the group checked out of the hotel. It was time to continue their journey, but they only knew from Son that he was in some place called Xialaxiu Town. They didn't know the exact location. They asked the hotel clerk at the front desk, who frowned and thought for a moment. "Xialaxiu?" Then he had a sudden realization and slapped his forehead. "I know. It's under Silver Creek City, right? Silver Creek County, Silver Creek City, Xialaxiu Town. Yes, that's it. That place is not close to here. You can check the flight schedule for today, or you can take a long-distance bus." The clerk was still kindly introducing and suggesting. The other friends listened intently and nodded, but there were 2 exceptions. At the moment the clerk said that familiar place name, Leo, and Claire's bodies both trembled slightly. Silver Creek. Chapter 930. Neither Leo nor Claire had ever been to Nevada in their previous lives. When they heard Sonny mention Xilaxy Town on the phone before, the name didn't ring any bells. It was only now, hearing the words Silver Creek City from the hotel clerk, that it was like a brilliant flash of lightning streaking through their minds. Memories suddenly flooded back. In their previous lives, after 2008, apart from the Southwest earthquake, the most severe earthquake was inextricably linked to the name of this city. The Silver Creek earthquake. On April 14, 2010, at 7:49 a.m., this city, located in the southwestern hinterland of Nevada, was struck by a sudden catastrophe. There were a total of 6 earthquakes and 18 aftershocks, with the highest magnitude reaching 7.1. Over 2,600 people died, 270 were missing, and the economic losses were incalculable. It was another unforgettable tragedy for the nation, following the Southwest earthquake. Another scar on the land of the Republic. For the two reincarnators, even after a lifetime, they could still remember it instantly and effortlessly. As their thoughts returned from the shocking figures in their memories, the couple couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. That disaster, according to the timeline, would happen a year from now. Not now, so they didn't need to worry at the moment, and they still had enough time, like last year, to quietly contribute their own strength to this city that would face a natural disaster in a year, to try to make some changes. Leo thought even further. Coincidentally, Happy Nest and the East Bay city government had now reached a cooperation on the Million Tree Project, with a direct one-on-one support relationship with Nevada. Plus, Son E was in a village under Silver Creek City, responsible for supervising the public welfare project of desertification control and also serving as a teacher at the local Hope School. With this series of connections, it would seem logical for Happy Nest to aid in the construction of school buildings and the renovation of old houses in Silver Creek in the name of public welfare to resist the future earthquake disaster. No one would be suspicious. Thinking of this, Leo felt even more relaxed. And then he couldn't help but find it a bit funny. First, he encountered a storm and flood at the Hope School on Spirit Springs Mountain. Now he had gone to teach in Nevada and had chosen Silver Creek, which was going to have an earthquake in a year. This old son, wherever he goes, disaster follows. Maybe you should be the one who's the trouble magnet? After leaving the Shinshin Holiday Inn, the group began to discuss their transportation plans to Silver Creek. The number of flights between Carson City, the capital of Nevada, and Silver Creek City was very small, and the remaining flight times for today were not suitable. And if they took a long-distance bus, it would take too long, and it would be inconvenient to move around. While they were hesitating, Anna raised her hand and suggested, "How about we rent a car and drive ourselves?" As soon as she said this, the other friend's eyes lit up. "Good idea. Annie Cakes is a genius." Kevin Zhao looked at Anna with admiration and gave her a thumbs up. That one night with Wyatt wasn't for nothing. "Annie Cakes, you're looking good today, and your brain is sharp." OW? Before he could finish, he let out a wail. The blushing Anna had furiously stomped on his foot. The poor Kevin hopped around, holding his foot. Quinn Liu was already impatient. "Let's do it. What are we waiting for? Let's go." There were car rental agencies in Carson City. The members of the single slaughterhouse tour group went to a place, paid the deposit and rental fee, and rented 3 Jeep SUVs at once, in pink, white, and black. For people per car, the space was just right. Next was the familiar grouping process. The LNS couple naturally took one car, choosing the white Jeep. Originally, the coincidence couple should have also joined their brother and sister-in-law in this car, but considering the need to escape from fulfilling their bet, in order to protect their boyfriend's family property, they resolutely stayed far away. So the two of them chose a black Jeep for themselves. After confirming that there would be no supply of cookies or snacks in the LNS couple's car, Kevin Zhao and Tessa Yuan also happily got into their best friend's white Jeep. And Jay Jiang reacted quickly. Before anyone else could say anything, she calmly spoke up first. "I'll go with Annie Cakes and Wyatt." And then she directly pulled Dylan into the back of the black Jeep, saving another dog's life along the way. Thus, the last two couples were left with the third car, the pink one. Quinn, the driving god, had already rolled up her sleeves with a grin. Come on, my driving skills have improved a lot lately. You're in for a treat in my car." The remaining Molly, Leon, and Marco turned green. The date cake guy grimly took out a bag of date cake snacks. "If we're going to die, we should at least fill our stomachs first. Let's have our last meal." The 3 Jeep SUVs' engines rumbled lowly as they drove through Carson City and out into the wilderness. As the wheels rolled over the last stretch of asphalt road on the outskirts of Carson City, The rapeseed flower fields of the Huangshui River Valley in the rearview mirror gradually faded into mottled patches of color. What lay ahead was the vast, blue sky of Nevada and the endless wilderness under the bright sunlight. The small convoy of 3 jeeps drove along the highway, bathed in sunlight, facing the clear morning wind as they sped forward. In a lead-white jeep, Leo was driving, the bright plateau highway scenery spread out before him through the windshield. But at this moment, while holding the steering wheel, his thoughts were a bit scattered. He was thinking about the reconstruction of Silver Creek, so he didn't pay much attention to chatting with the others in the car. Claire, sitting in the passenger seat, was also thinking about the same thing. Sterling had no business in Nevada, so if they rashly launched a construction project in Nevada, it would be a bit abrupt and hard to justify. However, fortunately, they had son E, an old acquaintance, as a pretext. When explaining it later, even if it was just as the new leader of Sterling contributing to a friend's good deed, it would seem logical and not arouse too much suspicion. And now her boyfriend was the co-president of Happy Nest, supporting her boyfriend's company's public welfare undertakings in Nevada. As a couple, no one could find fault with that. And Happy Nest disaster response mechanism could also play a huge role in the earthquake a year from now. As her thoughts reached this point, another idea flashed through her mind. It made Claire lose her focus for a moment. Happy Nest. Disaster response mechanism. Last year's Southwest earthquake. Although Happy Nest was already a top social media platform in the country last year, and it was a company's responsibility to respond to natural disasters and use its advantages to help the country overcome difficulties. But why? Does it feel like something is not right? Vaguely, Claire felt that she had caught something and had also missed something. But that wisp of thought was always fleeting, and she couldn't really grasp it. The couple in the front seat were both a bit distracted and absent-minded. The atmosphere in the car was surprisingly quiet. It made Kevin Zhao and Tessie Yuan in the back seat look at each other, a little puzzled. What's wrong? Brother Wallace, class president, do you two have something on your minds? Normally, you two would have already had at least 10 or 8 rounds of PDA by now. It's so quiet, I'm a little scared. How about you two kiss? As best friends, they were usually sick of the LNS couple's PDA, but today they hadn't seen a single instance of it since they got in the car, and they actually felt a little unaccustomed and inexplicably missed it. They were craving it. Just as they asked, the fat-headed parrot that had come along on this trip flapped its wings and volunteered. Me, and then it waddled over to Tessie Yuan. Beauty, a kiss, and was promptly swatted away by Kevin Zhao. Damn it, that's my wife. And then it was Kevin's turn to waddle over to his girlfriend. Wife, if they don't kiss, we'll kiss. And then he was swatted away by Tessa in annoyance. Kiss your head. Go kiss, reasonable. A bit of horseplay, but it did liven up the atmosphere in the car. Leo happily chatted with Kevin in the back about the fun things that had happened when the new batch of Northwood sightseeing groups came to Berkeley. Claire also joined the conversation with a smile. But in her occasional assenting words, she would from time to time glance at her boyfriend beside her. The faint cloud of suspicion in her heart still lingered, refusing to dissipate. From Carson City, they drove to Silver Creek. The journey was about 500 miles, a journey of more than 10 hours. The group had discussed beforehand and decided to take a detour to Lake Tahoe, which was not far from Carson City. It was just a slight detour, adding a few dozen miles to the journey. It wasn't much trouble. Besides, it was a magnificent sight that no tourist visiting Nevada should miss. As the cars drove further, the aura of the city was completely left behind. The air became clear and sharp, with a sense of emptiness unique to the plateau. When the Jeep's engine roared and the wheels crossed a high pass, the view ahead was suddenly torn open. No longer a narrow mountain road, but an endless grassy plain, so vast that it seemed to stretch to the end of the world. In the distance, several rounded snow-capped mountains stood silently like giants, their white crowns quietly watching under the deep blue sky. This was the prelude to Lake Tahoe. The advantage of self-driving tour was revealed at this time. The group drove on the empty highway, stopping and going. When they saw a beautiful view from the car, they would exclaim in excitement and eagerly get out to take pictures. Some were even nimble enough to climb onto the roof of the Jeep. Standing on the roof, they struck the most handsome and dashing poses, taking pictures with the snow-capped mountains and peaks in the distance. Jay Jiang was becoming more and more like a professional photographer over the past 6 months. Now she was busy taking pictures for the couples with her camera. The shutter clicked continuously. The viewfinder captured the different temperaments and intimate moments of each couple. But no matter what the temperament, it blended harmoniously with the scenery in the distance. Oh, leaving the men aside. Among the girls, there was Tessa's quiet elegance, Quinn's graceful generosity, Molly's pure sweetness, and Anna's bright and magnificent aura. Against the vast backdrop of the distant mountains and wilderness, they were all enhanced, shining even more brightly. In the distance, the figures of shepherds and their flocks were so small that they seemed to become black dots in the landscape. Looking closely, one could faintly see a few wisps of smoke rising straight from the scattered tents, only to be scattered by the clear wind on the plains. The wind became the master of this world, galloping freely on the plains, rolling up waves of grass and flowers. It also brought the smell of burning cow dung from afar, ancient and distant, desolate and simple. Leo and Claire also got out of the car, the former taking pictures of his girlfriend with his camera. In the viewfinder, Claire just stood casually in front of the Jeep, taking off her sun hat. Her jet black hair fell like a waterfall, flying freely in the clear wind that seemed to have been blowing for 10,000 years. A few strands of hair fell on her forehead, but they couldn't hide her cold and otherworldly, breathtakingly beautiful face. Her temperament echoed the vast, distant mountains, as if heaven and earth were greeting each other. This moment of charm seemed so natural that even her other companions couldn't help but be stunned, captivated by the woman's beauty. Anna was even more excited, exclaiming, and hastily took out her phone, opened the camera, and aimed it. "Sister-in-law, look here. Don't mind my brother. Look at me. I'll take a picture." The woman casually brushed aside her scattered hair and waved at her best friend and sister-in-law with a smile. Then she turned her head again. Facing her boyfriend's camera lens, she smiled radiantly. Her smile was bright and beautiful, as if it made the thousands of miles of snow-capped mountains and wilderness pale in comparison. When the Jeep had driven for another half an hour, the color of the horizon ahead quietly changed. First, it was a faint touch of blue, like a reflection of the sky. Then the blue grew wider and thicker, its texture also changing from a light, pale blue to a deep, solemn sapphire blue. It no longer looked like a reflection of the sky, but as if a piece of the sky itself had been cut out and spread over the earth. Finally, as the road descended slightly, the three Jeeps rounded a huge, gentle slope. And there it was, laid out before them, Lake Tahoe. In an instant, all noise seemed to cease. It was not a lake, but a flawless, deep blue gem that had fallen onto the vast plateau. Or rather, it was as if the sky had torn a hole and poured out its soul. Its vastness was beyond imagination. The line between the water and the sky in the distance was blurred by the rising steam, making it impossible to tell whether the lake was embracing the sky, or the sky had sunk into the depths of the lake. The water was not still, but surged with a quiet and majestic power. The fine white waves lapped endlessly against the shore, layer upon layer, emitting a low and eternal sigh. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound struck directly at the heart. The sunlight poured down generously, reflecting like billions of fine shimmering lights dancing on the water, the light dazzling and intoxicating. Everyone who got out of the car and came to the shore was almost shocked by this scene. They were all speechless. They had read descriptions and seen pictures of such a scene in textbooks and photographs. But only when they visited in person and saw it with their own eyes could they truly appreciate the magnificence and grandeur of the northwestern landscape. The shock was indescribable in words. At times like these, adjectives were not enough. When you're not cultured enough, a single holy shit will do. Looking at this magnificent lake view, Kevin Zhao could only manage one sentence after a long while. Holy shit. Beside him, Marco Shaw looked at him with disgust. "Kevin, can you have some class?" When it was his turn, looking at this Lake Tahoe, he pondered for a long time and could only let out a huge sigh. My God, what a big lake. The laughter gradually subsided. Everyone stood on the shore, staring at the pure, gem-like lake water, and they all subconsciously held their breath, as if they were afraid of disturbing this eternal tranquility. Claire was also standing on the shore. The salty and cold wind blew in her face, carrying the deep scent of the lake water, as if it wanted to fill her lungs. The sunlight was incredibly bright, but the air was as clear as ice, as if she was seized by a huge, almost speechless sense of tranquility. In front of this overwhelming blue, she felt incredibly small. At this moment, Claire stared at the lake's surface, and she even had a sense of weightlessness. In a daze, it was as if all the light around her suddenly dimmed, like the moment before she was reborn 2 years ago, when she fell into a silent, lightless darkness. At that time, she had desperately reached out to grasp the most unmissable regret in her life. Just like now, almost subconsciously, She reached out her hand to her side, and once again, she actually grasped a warm touch. It turned out that at the same moment, Leo, standing beside her, had also subconsciously reached out his hand. Their palms touched and gently held each other. At this moment, it was as if an electric current passed through them. It was as if the scene from the lightless deep sea of the time-space transition 2 years ago was replayed. Their bodies both trembled slightly at the same time. They turned their heads at the same time. Their gazes met in a daze, and then they were lost in thought. They both suddenly had a tremor from the depths of their souls. That year, at this time, I also held your hand. After leaving Lake Tahoe, the group continued to drive for another 4 hours along the highway. They arrived at a small county seat called Masontown and found a simple motel where they planned to spend the night. Masontown was essentially just a tiny, remote settlement. Besides the official guest house, the small family motels were all rudimentary and rough around the edges. The vast chain of the Shinshin family businesses hadn't managed to extend its reach into this remote, southwestern corner of adapted Nevada. Fortunately, though the motel was basic, it was cheap, $30 a head for a shared room segregated by gender. It did have hot water and shared public restrooms, which was enough. When a group of friends traveled together, rough conditions didn't matter. As long as they were together and happy, they could find fun even in hardship. They were young. If nothing else, they were durable. That evening, they grabbed dinner at a random little diner in town and shared a few beers. When they returned to the motel, the boys and girls split up to shower. The boys' showers were quick and efficient, 3 minutes tops, head and body done. Afterward, Kevin, Marco Shaw, Dylan, and Leon immediately grabbed their phones and laptops and scattered around the courtyard, desperate to find a signal. They eventually crammed into the shared room with the best reception, ready to start a few rounds of auto chess. Tonight's the night. I'm ascending to Godhood. Godhood my ass. You're getting your fiancé's engagement annulled tonight. Before the game even started, the room was already filled with boisterous shouting. Leo Wallace and Wyatt Way didn't go inside. They sat in the courtyard outside the boys' communal room, cracking open a few more beers, chatting casually under the bright moon. They talked about the D.C. political storm from earlier in the year. Leo knew that the Way family heir had contributed to easing the tension back then. Leo smiled, clinking his bottle against Wyatt's in thanks. Wyatt, who had long since heard the full story of that night at the Chang'an Club, still felt a thrill, wishing he had been there. The table flipping in the private dining room at the Pinnacle Grand in East Bay hadn't been nearly cathartic enough for him. If it had been me at the Chang'an Club, Wyatt declared, I guarantee you, I'd have smashed the ballroom doors on the way out. Leo waved a dismissive hand. Oh, don't worry about it. I already handled the smashing part. Wyatt froze, then looked at Leo with genuine respect, giving him a heartfelt thumbs up. Bro, you're the GOAT. They laughed and clinked bottles again, settling into an aimless conversation. Wyatt recounted stories of his childhood with Claire Sterling. Nothing exceptional, mostly just a miserable history of getting body slammed. 1,362 over-the-shoulder throws. It could have been an epic movie. But then Wyatt sighed, reflecting, this woman, she's changed a lot from back then to now. Maybe it's true what they say. Women hit their peak in their 20s? Leo nodded slightly, agreeing. Listening to Wyatt talk, the image of the childhood Claire, the aloof high school queen, and the future CEO perfectly merged with the Claire from his own previous life. Yet compared to the Claire who was now his girlfriend, she felt like an entirely different person. Even after 2 years of being a couple, the memory of that cool, stunning, and distant woman from his past life, set against his intimate partner now, still felt unreal, like a dream. But the memories of the last 2 years, the breakfast she slipped onto his desk in the high school morning light, the warmth of her arms hugging his waist as they rode bikes home under the small-town summer sky, and her sweet, sleepy face beside him in the morning sun, all proved that this reality was absolute. It was no dream. Or maybe it's the magic of love? Wyatt took another swig of beer, smacking his lips with a commentator's air. Then he suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. Hey, that's it. Anna's the same way. The first time I met her, I never thought we'd actually end up together. She seems like such a proud, elegant goddess on the surface, but once she's your girlfriend, she turns into a total goofball. Ha ha ha. The conversation had been going well. Until that part, Leo's brow immediately furrowed. Anna. Holy shit, they were already using pet names. As the big brother figure, Leo felt the familiar prickle of irritation, realizing his precious little cabbage was being grazed by a wild boar. He set down his bottle and eyed the suddenly obnoxious Way family heir. Speaking of dating, when are you going to pay up on that wager? Before the sentence was finished, the Way family heir had flung himself onto the ground, spread-eagled, and apparently unconscious. I'm drunk, man. Let's talk about it in the next life." On the other side of the motel, the girls were still showering. Claire Sterling and Anna finished first and came out in their pajamas. The sister-in-law duo stood in the small courtyard, waiting for the others, engaging in some casual banter. Just like Wyatt across the courtyard wall, Anna expressed the same sentiment. "I seriously feel like my brother has changed so much these last 2 years. He used to just be a good-hearted, kind, and brave, but ultimately insecure Leo the pig. I can't believe he's become so amazing, so brilliant now." The runner-up valedictorian of Northwood, a campus celebrity at Berkeley, co-CEO of Happy Nest, and a managing director at Nexus. His resume was already legendary in the eyes of outsiders. Even those close to him felt a sense of disbelief, as if they were in a dream. Claire subconsciously nodded. As Leo's most intimate and familiar partner, her feelings on this matter were even more profound and intense than those of her best friend and sister-in-law. That indescribable emotion was bubbling up, threatening to burst out. Moments earlier, on the shores of Lake Tahoe, when their hands had unconsciously met and clasped, the sudden jolt had felt electric. In that instant, she had almost blurted out the question that had been buried in her heart. But she held back. Claire looked up at the bright moon in the night sky, staring blankly. Her emotions were a complex, tangled mess, impossible to unravel. Then, Anna's voice came again. "But it doesn't matter, though." Claire instinctively turned. Anna was smiling brightly and casually at her. "No matter how much he changes, or what he becomes, I know he's my brother. That's enough." Perhaps they truly were siblings. The way Anna spoke and carried herself was remarkably similar to Leo's own cool, composed demeanor. But those simple words, unexpectedly, pierced Claire's heart. Her body involuntarily trembled. Anna didn't notice her sister-in-law's strange reaction. After speaking, she muttered about how long the others were taking in the shower, and then charged back into the girls' communal bathroom. Presumably, Annie Cakes caused some kind of commotion inside. Immediate yelps came from the bathroom. "Hey, Annie Cakes, what are you doing? Stop it. Ha ha, that tickles." As cheerful laughter and roughhousing spilled out of the girls' room, echoing under the quiet night sky, it nearly tempted the boys in the neighboring room to sneak a peek over the courtyard wall. They didn't get far. A few bars of soap whizzed out of the girls' room and struck them square in the face, sending them tumbling off the wall. "What are you looking at, pervs? Go away, creepers." Kevin, however, was tenacious. The first bar of soap hadn't knocked him down. He strained to look over the wall and spotted Claire standing quietly alone in the courtyard. He was surprised. "Hey, class president, what are you doing all by yourself?" Claire quickly reined in her thoughts, smiling as she waved. "Nothing. Just checking my phone." Before Kevin could respond, another bar of soap flew through the air, accurately hitting him, and he dropped with a thump. The courtyard fell silent again. Claire subconsciously looked at her phone screen. The page displayed the Reasonable Couple public account homepage on Happy Nest. A few photos taken earlier on the road had been uploaded that evening, and they already had tens of thousands of likes and thousands of admiring comments. There were countless uniform comments saying "so beautiful," and a perfectly formatted row of "holy shit, mom, look at the fairy." And, of course, the familiar persistent refrain, "T.O. hell with Northwood High." She had originally opened the page to reply to her fans. But at this moment, Claire's thoughts were too chaotic, her mind too restless. She quickly closed the comment section, exited the browser, and put her phone away. She missed the constant stream of admiring comments on the page. And she also, inadvertently, missed the many internal site messages in her public account backend, including one particularly important message. Or perhaps she had only missed it for now. The next morning, everyone woke early, washed up, packed their luggage, and left Mason Town, continuing their journey southwest along the highway. After about 4 more hours of driving, they reached Silver Creek City just before noon. They didn't linger there. They passed straight through the city limits and kept heading southwest. Xialaxia Town was located in a river valley about 40 or 50 miles outside Silver Creek City. The journey wasn't long, usually taking just over half an hour, but the route involved navigating a winding mountain road and then hitting Highway 214. It was the adapted Nevada's rainy season, yet the ground they passed was still cracked everywhere, like a dried-up riverbed. In the distance, a few yaks ambled across the highway, their copper bells clanging. Boys wrapped in faded robes hurried the cattle, their faces weathered and dedicated. Finally, tires screeched on the gravel road. The outline of the small town appeared in the bright sunlight ahead. Xialaxia Town. From afar, The town looked like an ancient, faded tapestry, torn by wind and sand. The first impression was desolation. The buildings scattered along the river valley were mostly low mud houses, their roofs weighed down by white stones for protection against the wind. It was noon. Cooking smoke was already curling out of the iron chimneys on the mud rooftops, mixing with the scent of burning yak dung and grass ash, quickly shredded by the strong west wind. Occasionally, there was a small herder's shop lining the street. In addition to basic necessities, they sold ethnic clothing, beef and mutton, fried bread and butter tea, and local specialties like cordyceps. But they looked deserted with few visitors. The entire town wasn't very large. To call it a town was generous. It was closer to a large, remote village. It was a nationally recognized poverty area, still home to over 300 low-income households in this year. The only public facilities were a central boarding school and a small clinic. Mobile network coverage barely reached the government center. Leo and the others searched for a signal for a long time, finally managing to contact son E, who gave them detailed driving directions. Soon, the 3 Jeep SUVs followed Highway 214 through the town toward its edge. As the wheels ground over the last stretch of gravel slope, a cluster of blue and white buildings stood abruptly in the open expanse of the barren plain at the end of their sight line. That was the place son E had mentioned on the phone, the Danka boarding school, where he had been volunteering for the last few months. Leo and the others opened the doors and stepped out of the Jeeps. The cold wind, thick with sand, nearly filled their collars, making everyone instinctively pull their heads back. Looking up, they saw a blue and white, 3-story stone and brick teaching building, connected to a smaller student dormitory and dining hall. The cement walls of the teaching building had fresh paint, but wind erosion still scarred the corners. Several window panes were broken and roughly replaced with plastic sheeting, flapping in the wind like gasping lungs. Clothes of varying sizes hung on the line outside the dormitory, resembling a string of faded flags fluttering in the breeze. The open area in front was the playground. A group of local children chased a deflated soccer ball, their running kicking up dust that swirled like a yellow cloud. One small boy stumbled on the sand, but didn't cry. He just dusted himself off, flashed a toothy grin, and rejoined the game. Son E, the teacher in charge, had been refereeing the children's match. He kept waving his hands and gesturing. Clearly, judging by his clumsy movements, he didn't understand soccer, focusing more on making sure the children didn't get hurt. Hearing the Jeep engines outside the school, he turned, seeing Leo and the others climb out. His face lit up with joy, and he hurried toward them. "You made it." They had last seen each other almost 6 months ago. Compared to their farewell at Spirit Springs Mountain, son E had changed dramatically. He was darker, thinner, and his face was reddened and rough from the desert wind and sand. He wore leather boots and local robes with sleeves that were frayed, exposing white cotton stuffing. He looked every bit like a local herder. Only his spirit was unchanged. His eyes were still bright, reflecting a scholarly, gentle smile. Leo stepped forward, smiling, reaching out. "Well, cool," he almost blurted out Conan before quickly correcting himself. He smiled and clapped son E on the shoulder. "Long time no see." The other friends crowded around, happily greeting son E and teasing him about how much he looked like a local now. As they chatted, a group of local children who had been playing soccer emerged from the school and stood a short distance behind son E. They stared curiously and shyly at the visiting strangers with wide, dark eyes. Noticing the group looking at the children behind him, son E smiled and introduced them. "These are local kids, some from town, some from the surrounding villages." He turned and spoke a few words to the children in fluent Tibetan. The children then spoke in unison, their high, innocent voices shouting, "Tashi Delek." It was the Tibetan greeting, meaning auspiciousness and welcome. The sound was loud, buzzing their eardrums, but filled with genuine kindness and enthusiasm. The girls beamed and eagerly rushed over, wading into the group of children to hold their hands and talk to them. Education in this area should theoretically include both English and Tibetan language instruction. However, more than half of the local children weren't proficient in English, leading to a language barrier. The visitors mostly relied on hand gestures to communicate. This was Dylan's time to shine. Ninja Dylan made a steady display, rapidly flashing hand gestures at the children as if performing a continuous jutsu, dizzying to watch. Whether the children understood or not, he looked incredibly cool. They may not have read the Naruto manga, but they were wide-eyed with respect for the older brother's cool hand signs, rewarding him with enthusiastic applause. The glorious Hokage had arrived on his new land. Not far away, Jae Jung couldn't help but laugh at the sight. She raised her camera, the shutter clicking, capturing the scene. The others lacked Dylan's special talent, but they still contributed. Molly Tang looked at her boyfriend. Leon immediately pulled a large bag of date cakes and snacks from his backpack, handing them out with his girlfriend. Date cakes smoothed the way. Still effective, Anna and Tessie Yuan produced the fairy tale books they had purchased in Silver Creek City specifically for this trip, sharing stories with the children, who happily clustered around them, chattering excitedly. Some of the older children were more interested in the Jeep SUVs. They circled the cars, faces full of awe and envy. Quinn Liu grandly waved her hand. "Hop in. Big Sis will take you for a spin." Quinn, the resident gearhead, was surprisingly careful when driving with the children as passengers. But the children started clamoring, apparently dissatisfied with the slow speed. So the car goddess Quinn finally showed off her skills. The other friends would have been nauseous, but the local children loved it. They screamed excitedly in the back seats, not scared at all. When they got out, they gave her enthusiastic applause. Quinn's ego was instantly satisfied. She announced to her friends, "Holy hell, I want to stay here forever." After the initial meeting, Sun Yi led the group on a tour of the school, with the children crowding around. Over the past few months, the teaching building and dormitories had undergone basic renovation, thanks to the aid and support from Happy Nest. While some parts were still ragged, further aid was on the way. The school would be completely transformed by the time most of the children returned after the summer break. After a brief tour, they followed Sun Yi and the children on a 2-mile trek to visit the results of the wind-breaking and sand-fixing tree planting efforts over the last few months. The area past Highway 214 near Xylaxia Town was a stretch of sand dunes, the primary area for wind and sand control. Sunny explained that planting trees here served two purposes: preventing sand from blowing into the town and stopping the shifting dunes from burying the highway and blocking traffic. The planting method was specific. They couldn't just throw seeds onto the shifting dunes. They first had to lay down straw checkerboard barriers, then plant seedlings in each square. They used native shrubs like sagebrush and desert willow, complemented by ponderosa pine and cottonwood trees, along with quick-fixing grass seeds. The rainy season here is May through September. Sun Yi explained to Leo. We utilize this time to plant the seedlings, and the rain helps them take root. The school kids have been coming with me every day during the break to help out. The progress is pretty good. Sun Yi spoke with a sense of pride. The other friends were already eagerly following the children, inspecting the sand-fixing progress up close. Leo stood next to Sun Yi, gazing at the dunes in the distance. The straw checkerboards, laid out like military formations, tightly bound the patches of yellow sand. He could see the dense growth of sagebrush and ponderosa pines taking root, gradually forming a rudimentary forest. While it lacked the vibrant green of the coast, it undeniably radiated hope and vitality. He had seen the reports and data from his subordinates at the company. Seeing it in person, however, was a completely different, deeply moving experience. Leo turned to Sunny. "You're working hard." Sunny smiled, tapping his chest. "I can't take your salary for nothing." Leo rolled his eyes. "You make me sound like some black-hearted capitalist." Sunny responded without hesitation. "Send 2 more batches of supplies, and I'll personally wash your black heart white, no matter how dirty it is." Leo immediately nodded. "Deal." They looked at each other and shared a knowing smile. The time since their first meeting at the Hope School at Spirit Springs Mountain the previous March was short, and they had only met 3 times. They weren't particularly familiar or close, strictly speaking. But in this world, some people shared the same ambition and values. Just a few meetings were enough to forge a bond of comradeship. While Leo and Sun Yi were chatting, the others returned, having visited the tree planting project with the children. They were full of praise for Sun Yi. Achieving such results in this challenging environment in just a few months was genuinely admirable. Sun Yi waved off the praise. "It's not enough. Once the rainy season passes, the wind and sand will pick up again. So, we need to hurry and lay down more straw grids this summer break." Some of the volunteer teachers had returned home for the summer. 2 newly graduated young female teachers had started recently, but they were currently in Silver Creek City buying supplies and hadn't returned yet. While the children helped, manpower was constantly short. Hearing Sun Yi's words, the friends looked at each other, readily patting their chests and speaking with determination. "No problem. We'll help out." The trip to Nevada had started as a vacation. Unexpectedly, it had turned into a working holiday. The members of the single slaughterhouse crew didn't mind. Contributing to charity, fighting against nature with human effort in this vast, windswept high desert was a rare and valuable life experience. As old friends, Sun E wasn't about to refuse. So for the next few days, the group followed Sun E and the local children, waking up early every morning, gathering seeds, saplings, and tools. They worked vigorously along Highway 214 and the adjacent shifting sand dunes, setting up straw checkerboards and carefully planting seeds and saplings. At first, their labor was clumsy and awkward. They carelessly stepped into sand pits, filling their shoes and socks. The unlucky ones fell head over heels down the dunes, spreading out flat and earning hearty laughter from the children and the rest of the group. The sound of laughter echoed across the vast northwestern plains, adding a cheerful element to the hard work. Over time, they grew accustomed to the labor and became increasingly skilled. During their breaks, they sometimes drove the Jeep SUVs, with Sun E acting as a half-guide, touring the area near Xilaxiu town. They visited Liba Gorge, a sacred site for Tibetan Buddhism, where they saw cliffs carved with the six-syllable mantra and Buddha statues, as well as the birthplace of King Arthur, the local legend, with strange peaks standing like an array of 800 arhats. They admired the Xilaxiu grasslands, the largest alpine meadow in the region. In the July summer, the grass was lush, and cattle and sheep were scattered like pearls. Snow-capped mountains loomed in the distance, and nearby, they saw the black tents of the herders. They saw flocks of mountain sheep as they drove past rocky cliffs accompanied by a flowing stream. They visited the chapel of the princess. The story of Princess Wunsheng in their history textbooks came vividly to life among the princess's statue and the prayer flags, confirming the truth of 1,000 years of ancient history. They also stopped at Dragon's Peak Temple, near Highway 214. The red and white monastery perched on a mountainside, its golden roof shimmering in the sun like a flame. Rows of prayer flags fluttered, snapping in the wind like a flock of battling eagles. They entered every temple they saw, bowing before every Buddha. The Tibetan Buddhist temples also housed statues of the Buddha and Bodhisattvas. Claire, dressed in a simple white dress, stood coolly and purely before the Bodhisattva statue, holding incense. She gently lifted her head, meeting the gaze of the Bodhisattva. The scene was as beautiful as an ancient mural. She opened her lips, seeming to hesitate, wanting to ask a question, but ultimately stopping. Above the shrine, the Bodhisattva's expression was compassionate, head lowered, holding a flower, obscure and profound, as if everything remained unspeakable. That night, after the children had fallen soundly asleep in the communal dorm beds, the friends gathered around a bonfire in a clearing just outside the school. They drank and talked. They tried butter tea. They sampled local yak yogurt, and they feasted on steaming boiled mutton with bone, cooked with over 10 different seasonings, including ginseng and ginger, a hearty, satisfying meal. As the night fell silent, Sun E raised his bottle, thanking everyone for their recent help and hard work. Everyone raised their bottles to clink in return, chatting and laughing. As the intoxication quietly set in, the fire in the pit continued to crackle. Sun E, who held his liquor poorly, had a face even redder in the firelight. He raised his cup, sighing with emotion. Life is simple, really. The simpler it is, the happier you are. Know what you want, and hold on to what you have right now. Living your life that way, you'll have no regrets. He was a decade older than the rest of the group. His words were both a reflection and a big brother's life advice to his younger friends. Everyone felt a deep connection and resonance with his words. Looking up, the Milky Way stretched across the night sky like a waterfall, vast and majestic, like the star-filled sky over Mount Jade, but even more expansive and immense. With the earth and sky surrounding them, their hearts felt broadened and cleansed by the desert night, peaceful and comfortable. What was happiness in life? The answer seemed obvious. Molly nestled gently in Leon's arms, pushing a piece of cheese into his mouth. She ate her date cakes, smiling sweetly. Quinn casually stuck a sprig of wild grass into Marco Shaw's hair, laughing at her own antics. Marco, tipsy from the beer, turned confusedly to look at his girlfriend, making her laugh even harder. Tessa Yuan and Kevin Zhao spoke softly. Kevin must have said something reckless again, because Tessa, the former literature rep, angrily grabbed his ear, making him squeal in pain. Anna and Wyatt exchanged a glance. Seeing the warmth in each other's eyes, they gently held hands beneath the blanket of sheep's wool. Claire quietly watched Leo beside her, his clean, handsome face in the glow of the bonfire. She would never tire of looking at him. Every time, he brought her the greatest sense of stability and warmth. She stared, utterly mesmerized. Sensing her gaze, Leo turned to meet her eyes, questioning. Claire smiled slightly, leaned forward, and gently snuggled into her boyfriend's embrace, shielded from the cold desert night wind. Feeling the steady beat of his heart against her ear, she tilted her head up. The star-filled night sky was silent and magnificent. In the distance, an ancient, drawn-out Tibetan folk song drifted on the tireless, seemingly eternal wind, slowly smoothing out the folds of worry in her heart, cleansing her spirit. The clear night wind of the vast northwest plateau had, finally, scattered the complicated tangle of her inner turmoil. The next day, as another bright morning dawned over Xylaxia town, Claire's restless mind had finally found peace. After a night of comfort in Leo's arms, she woke feeling refreshed and clear-headed. While Leo and son E drove to Silver Creek City for supplies, and the other couples went off to explore, Claire happily stayed behind to play with the local children. The language barrier was no obstacle. They communicated through gestures and laughter. Her smile was brighter and more relaxed than it had been in days, and even the children seemed to notice, gathering around the beautiful fairy sister, who now seemed so much more approachable. After telling them a story with a picture book, she stepped out of the classroom, stretching deeply in the warm, high-plateau sun. She took a deep breath of the crisp, clean air, feeling a profound sense of ease. Suddenly, her phone rang. In this remote town, a clear signal was rare. She glanced at the screen and was surprised to see the name Vivian Jung. She was Leo's childhood friend from Northwood. They'd met at the vault over winter break and exchanged numbers. Curious, Claire answered. Hello. Vivian's cheerful voice came through. Hey Claire, just calling to see when you two are coming back to Northwood for the summer. We should all get together. Claire smiled, explaining they were on a trip in Nevada, but promised to call when they returned. Oh, got it, Vivian said, then her voice turned slightly shy. Well, when you two get back, you'll have to come to our wedding reception. Claire was stunned. She then learned that Vivian and Scott Wong, another of their childhood friends, were finally together. It made sense. She noticed the spark between them when Vivian had taken care of a drunk Scott after the KTV party. Congratulations, Claire said warmly. You two are a perfect match. Vivian laughed happily. Perfect? Please, that guy can't hold his liquor at all. He still insists he wasn't drunk that night at the vault. Apparently, Scott was right beside her because his indignant voice cut in. I wasn't drunk. I remember it perfectly. I even toasted you and Leo. Wanted to talk to you both. He seemed to have an idea. Perfect. Claire, you could be my witness. Last year, around late April or early May, you and Leo were both in the Southwest, right? I swear I saw you both at the airport. The playful chatter on the other end continued, but for Claire, the sound faded into a distant hum. A jolt of electricity shot up her spine, and her entire body went rigid. Scott's description was flawless. He had perfectly recalled her outfit from that day. A long, black designer trench coat, a large black suitcase. It was her, and his description of Leo was also perfect. His suitcase was white, and the plaid shirt under his coat was the one she had personally bought for him last spring, the same one he'd worn home for winter break. It wasn't drunken rambling. He wasn't making it up. After that night at the vault, walking home, they had asked each other if they had been to the Southwest last April. Both of them had said no. She had lied. But why had Leo lied too? She had been there to handle Sterling Holdings' affairs in the region, preparing for the impending disaster she knew was coming. But Leo, what was he doing there? Her heart began to pound violently in her chest. An answer, so staggering it nearly stopped her breath, was forming in her mind. But she couldn't be sure. She hastily ended the call with a promise to talk later, her hands trembling as she tried to dial another number. It took her 3 tries to get the digits right. The phone rang a few times before Hannah Ling's voice came through. Hello, Mrs. Boss. What's up? Claire took a deep breath, forcing her voice to sound calm, though it came out tight and strained. Last April, did Leo go to the Southwest? The question was abrupt, and Hannah sounded surprised. But Claire had asked her about Leo's past before, so she didn't question it. Yeah, he did, Hannah said after a moment of thought. More than once, I think. It was for a project, that Brainiac Blitz app we had just launched. Claire froze. Brainiac Blitz? Yep, Hannah said cheerfully. We were doing a campus promotion for it. Little boss Lynn didn't have to go himself, but he was really passionate about it and personally chose to handle the Southwest region. After all, the whole project was his idea from the start. All the quiz databases, the different modules for different regions. Hannah paused, tried to remember. The module for the Southwest region was. It was. Claire's trembling voice finished the sentence for her. The geological disaster. Prevention module. That's it, Hannah exclaimed. Geological disaster prevention. You got a good memory, Mrs. Boss. I remember he personally proposed that module in a meeting, and you won't believe it. Right after we launched it in the universities there, the big quake hit. A lot of people in the Southwest actually got through it safely because of the earthquake prep info in our app. The whole office was joking about it later. Hannah's voice, staticky over the poor connection, continued enthusiastically, saying our little boss Lynn must be a prophet, seeing the future, predicting a disaster like that. Haha. But Claire wasn't listening anymore. Her hand holding the phone was shaking uncontrollably. As the truth crashed down upon her, her mind roared. Happy Nest. CSO. The Southwest quake. Brainiac Blitz. Her memories, sharp and clear, flooded back. The Brainiac Blitz game shouldn't have been a Happy Nest product in 2008. In her memory, it was released years later by a different company. The Garden Grab charity initiative shouldn't have existed. It was a precursor to the future's Ant Forest. Happy Reviews was the future's Yelp. Happy Life was the future's Instagram. The campus rating system was a core feature of a sports forum that wouldn't launch for years. As the memories of two lifetimes overlapped and confirmed one another, the final answer was screaming to be heard. She should have known. She should have known long ago. When so many reasonable coincidences piled up, it became the most unreasonable thing of all. Or rather, the truly reasonable answer had been there all along. She had just subconsciously ignored it, time and time again. Of course, who would have ever guessed? She had always assumed that her rebirth was the only butterfly flapping its wings, changing the world. She never considered that in this vast world. Perhaps there was more than one butterfly. Her chest heaved with the force of her turbulent emotions. She fumbled with her phone, her thumb hovering over the contact name at the very top of her list, Leo Hammer. She had to press it. She had to know. But an indescribable fear held her back. The truth was just beyond a thin veil, waiting for her to pull it aside. But what if she was wrong? What if there was a 10% chance, a 1% chance, that it was all a devastating coincidence? What if she gathered all her courage, asked the question that held the weight of 2 lifetimes, and was met with a confused, blank denial? In her 2 lives, the decisive, formidable CEO of Sterling Holdings had never felt so hesitant, so terrified of being wrong. She stood there, phone in hand, her mind a chaotic storm. Just as Claire's world was spinning, the children behind her let out a sudden, joyful cheer. They rushed past her, running excitedly toward the school gate. 2 young women, barely in their 20s, were walking in, their arms laden with bags of snacks and supplies. The children swarmed them, and the women greeted them with warm smiles, ruffling their hair and chatting in fluent Tibetan. Then, one of the children pointed back toward Claire. The 2 women looked over. Their eyes first widened in awe at her stunning beauty, then lit up with shocked recognition. "Hey!" One of them gasped, her face a mixture of disbelief and pure excitement. "You're from the reasonable couple." Before Claire could react, the 2 women had rushed over, buzzing with delight. "It's really you, the fairy sister from the Happy Nest account. Wow, you're even more beautiful in person. We're huge fans. We've been following you ever since your Aragorn and Arwen cosplay at the first East Bay Comic and Anime Fest. Look, here's our account. We've left you tons of comments and likes." They spoke in a rapid-fire torrent, leaving no room for a reply. To meet fans of her public account in this remote corner of the world was an incredible surprise, but Claire's mind was too much of a wreck to process it. The 2 women, lost in their excitement, didn't notice her distress. "Oh, and guess what?" one of them said, her face glowing. "We were on vacation in East Bay last time and went to this smoothie shop, and we saw a Polaroid of you and your boyfriend on the wall. It was such a crazy coincidence. We even took a picture and sent it to you in a private message. Here, look." As if afraid Claire wouldn't believe her, she quickly pulled out her phone, found a photo in her album, and held the screen up for Claire to see. Claire's mind was still a chaotic mess. She barely heard their words, but out of politeness, she forced a smile and glanced at the screen. She had only meant to look for a second, but when her eyes fell on the image, a composite of the front and back of 2 Polaroid pictures, her entire body froze as if turned to stone. Time stopped. The world went silent. There are moments in life so dramatic they feel like they belong in a movie. Things you thought were forgotten resurface. Details you thought were insignificant become the keys to destiny. And a message you thought you missed will find its way to you on a bright afternoon, carried on the crisp, wild wind of the high desert. Last Christmas, the bustling streets of East Bay lit up for the holidays. The warm, gentle light of the smoothie shop. The memory was crystal clear. She remembered the laughter of her friends, the exact flavor of the smoothie she ordered, and the kind faces of the young couple who owned the shop. And she remembered taking the Polaroid with her boyfriend and the messages they had each written on the back. Just like the words on the phone screen, now reappearing before her eyes. 2024. 4/1/2008. 12:25 finally, fated to meet again. That was what she had written. And on the back of the other Polaroid, in her boyfriend's familiar handwriting, was another message. 2024. 4/1/2008. 12:25 to meet once more. A dart thrown nearly 200 days ago had, in this single moment, pierced through the fog and hit the bullseye. The truth, spanning countless days and nights, crossing mountains and seas, piercing through 2 lifetimes. Finally, it was laid bare before her. A deep, guttural rumble came from the southwest. In the secluded sanctuary of awakening, the priest suddenly turned. At the Orchard of Fate temple, the young novice monk snapped his head around. Their gazes seemed to traverse the vast space, directed toward the horizon. Their expressions were moved. The heavens have shifted. Claire's eyes instantly turned red. Disregarding the 2 stunned fans, she fumbled for her phone, took a picture of their screen, and texted it to Leo Hammer. The message status bar crawled, then showed sent, but she couldn't wait another second. She immediately pressed the call button. Ring, ring, ring. It felt like an eternity before a familiar, relaxed voice answered. Hello. Claire listened to his voice, her eyes filling with tears. Her own voice was so tight with emotion she could barely speak. It was an impossible mix of grievance and a joy so immense it threatened to burst from her chest. He must have sensed something was wrong. What is it? His voice was staticky, but she could still hear the worry in his tone. Claire took a deep breath, trying to control her trembling voice. The first word was a choked sob. The shock of the revelation was so overwhelming she felt herself sway, a wave of dizziness washing over her. It was so intense it momentarily pulled her back from the euphoria, making her feel that something was terribly wrong. The next second, the ground beneath her feet lurched violently. Crash! The school's laundry racks collapsed. The newly repaired walls of the teaching building cracked and crumbled. The children on the playground screamed in terror. The 2 volunteer teachers, their faces pale with shock, finally found their voices, screaming at the top of their lungs. Be careful. Earthquake! Claire's mind went blank. Her phone was already dead, the line cut. She couldn't even process the deafening roar she'd heard through the receiver in the final second before the call dropped. Acting on pure instinct, she roared at the 2 terrified volunteer teachers. Get the children out. Head for the open ground outside the school. Without waiting, she sprinted into the nearest classroom herself. Jolted into action, the 2 young women followed, shouting instructions in Tibetan as they herded the frightened children out of the shaking building. Within minutes, all the students were gathered safely in the open field away from school. The ground had settled, but Claire's heart was still in turmoil. She had no time to listen to the teacher's reports. Only one thought dominated her mind, sharp and terrifying. Silver Creek earthquake. It wasn't supposed to happen for another year. Then, a detail she'd missed in the panic struck her like lightning. The epicenter. In her previous life, the most devastated area wasn't here. It was Silver Creek City. And just moments ago, Leo was right there. Her memory flashed back to the final, deafening roar on the phone. Her knees buckled, and she nearly collapsed. The situation here was relatively mild. But what about in the city? What about Leo? Miss, are you okay? One of the teachers asked, grabbing her arm. She was shocked to find Claire's hands were ice cold, her face utterly drained of blood. Just then, a low rumble echoed from the east. It was enough to snap Claire back to her senses. She tore away from the teachers and bolted toward the white Jeep parked at the school gate. At that moment, the other 2 Jeeps came roaring back, kicking up clouds of dust. The rest of the group had returned. There was an earthquake. Kevin shouted, jumping out his car. Is everyone okay here? Claire, Anna yelled, leaping from the other Jeep before it even stopped. Where's my sister-in-law? She saw her, a familiar figure already climbing into the white Jeep. Claire, Anna cried out in relief. But the only answer was the roar of an engine. Before anyone could react, the white Jeep shot forward. Claire, where are you going? Tessa screamed. The Jeep sped past them. Through the open window, they saw Claire's face, pale as a sheet, her jaw clenched with unyielding resolve. I'm going to save Leo. With a final press of the accelerator, the Jeep tore onto the highway and disappeared. The drive was a blur of terror and adrenaline. On the winding mountain roads, aftershocks sent rocks tumbling down the hillsides. One massive boulder crashed down, completely blocking the path just seconds after she sped past, her tires screeching as she swerved around it. Wyatt and Anna, who had tried to follow her, were forced to stop, watching in horror as she vanished. That woman, Wyatt breathed, his hands shaking on the wheel. She really has a death wish. Anna stared at the boulder blocking their way, her expression dazed. No, she whispered. It's my brother. He's her entire life. 40 minutes of road. Claire covered it in 20. When she finally reached the city limits, the sky was a hazy yellow, thick with dust. The damage was less severe than she had feared. Most buildings were standing, though rubble littered the streets. Cries for help echoed through the air. She abandoned the jeep and ran, pushing through the chaos on foot. She called his name, her voice growing hoarse. She helped strangers dig through collapsed storefronts, her heart seizing with fear every time a victim was pulled from the debris, and then flooding with a strange mix of relief and renewed dread when it wasn't him. Her white dress was torn and stained with dirt. Her hands were raw and bleeding. Her ankle was sprained, sending shooting pains up her leg with every step. But she kept going, asking every person she met if they had seen a handsome young man in a black jacket. She was starting to lose hope when a familiar squawk cut through the noise. Queen Mom, Reasonable, the parrot, landed on a pile of rubble in front of her, flapping his wings frantically. Claire grabbed him, her voice trembling. Reasonable, where's your father? And then, a voice from behind her, filled with disbelief. Claire, it was a voice she would know anywhere in any lifetime. She spun around. There he was, standing under the awning of a damaged building, covered in dust, but miraculously unharmed. Their eyes met across the ruined street, and for a moment, the world fell away. It was a scene of such raw, unexpected beauty that it seemed to freeze time. Leo was stunned. The earthquake had hit while he was on the phone with her. He lost the signal and, after hearing the damage was minimal in the outlying towns, had focused on helping with rescue efforts in the city. He never imagined she would come for him. He saw her state, the torn dress, the scrapes, the tear-streaked, dust-covered face. His heart ached. What are you doing here? He started, rushing toward her. You shouldn't have come alone. She was already moving toward him, stumbling over the rubble, her eyes locked on his. In her single-minded focus, she didn't see the cracked second-story wall of the building beside her begin to groan and shift. Look out! Reasonable shrieked. Leo's eyes widened. Without thinking, he launched himself forward, shoving her out of the way just as the brick facade crashed down where she had been standing. The world slowed. He saw her face, shocked, as he pushed her to safety. It was just like that rainy night in their last life, a tragic replay. A bitter thought flashed through his mind. Really? We're doing this again? But in that same instant, a small, strong hand grabbed his wrist, pulling him forward with surprising force. He stumbled, falling on top of her soft body as the wall smashed into the ground behind them, missing them by inches. Dust settled. He pushed himself up, his heart pounding. Are you okay? What were you thinking? That was so dangerous. Claire lay on the ground, wincing in pain, but looking up at him with the most brilliant, radiant smile he had ever seen. This time, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. I caught you. Leo stared, confused. What? This time, a soft ding came from his pocket. The cell signal was back. Claire didn't answer his question. Her eyes, shining with tears, were still fixed on his. You should. Check your text. He fumbled for his phone. There was a long list of missed calls from her, and one picture message. He opened it. It was a photo of another phone screen, showing 2 Polaroids front and back. He recognized them immediately. It was them from the smoothie shop last Christmas. He looked at her, still confused. Keep looking, she urged, her smile unwavering. He looked closer at the messages written on the back of the Polaroids. 2024. 4. 1 2008. 12. 25. His heart gave a violent lurch. How could she? He was scrambling for an explanation when a thought struck him with the force of a physical blow. That wasn't his handwriting. His eyes darted back to the screen. It was her elegant script. He read the line below the date, his voice a disbelieving whisper. Finally, fated to meet again. He looked down at her, his mind reeling. Claire's smile was watery but firm, and she completed the phrase with a voice that was gentle, trembling, and absolutely certain. To meet once more. His mind exploded. A flood of memories crashed over him. Her reckless driving through a flash flood, screaming, I don't want to live, I want you. Her quiet prayer in the snowy chapel on Serenity Peak. Her tears at Berkeley, whispering, in my dream, I lost you. The way she had stormed into his high school classroom, declaring him hers in front of everyone. And that very first day, when she had woken up at her desk, turned to him with a look of dazed recognition and thrown her arms around him, sobbing into his shoulder. I found you. It all made sense. Every impossible, reasonable coincidence. The prophecy from the temple. Fated stars, forever apart, can finally meet. It wasn't a chance encounter. It was destiny. He looked down at the woman in his arms. Tears were streaming freely down her face now, but she was smiling, a smile so bright it outshone the sun breaking through the dusty sky. Leo Wallace, she said, her voice catching on a sob of pure joy. I think we've met before. That evening, the two reborn individuals, having finally found each other across time and space, were reunited with the rest of their friends back at the Danka boarding school. The relief and joy were palpable. Anna tackled Claire in a tearful hug, then turned to her brother. Claire risked her life for you today, Leo the pig. If you ever treat her badly, I'll let Wyatt bite you to death. Wyatt, standing nearby, pointed at himself, confused. Me? The moment Anna shot him a look, he instantly bared his teeth at Leo in a mock snarl. The disaster had brought them all closer. The mood was warm and comforting, even with the two resident idiots, Kevin and Marco, nursing sprained ankle from a failed attempt at earthquake crevice long jumping. As the group chatted, someone noticed a subtle shift. Hey, you two seem different somehow. Leo and Claire exchanged a knowing glance, their smiles secretive. That's a secret. Later that night, lying together in the small dorm room, the exhaustion of the day kept sleep at bay. There was too much to say. So, Leo began, his voice serious as he finally asked the question that had been burning in his mind. How did you get here? Claire thought for a moment. I don't know exactly. What's the last thing you remember doing before? It happened, he pressed gently. This time, she answered without hesitation, a mischievous glint in her eye. Reading your diary. Leo froze. Which one? All of them, she said sweetly. His mind went into a catastrophic shutdown. Social death. You just skimmed them, right? He asked, his voice a faint, desperate plea. Nope, she replied cheerfully. I studied them, line by line, like I was prepping for an AP Lit exam. I can even recite some of my favorite parts if you want. No, he yelped, burying his face in her shoulder in utter mortification. After the initial shock of having his entire teenage angst laid bare, they fell into easy conversation, finally able to share the secrets they had carried alone for so long. So that Polaroid picture was the final clue? Leo asked, amazed by the sheer chance of it all. That, and a call from Vivian and Scott, she explained, recounting the chain of events that had led to her epiphany. It was a story of such improbable coincidences that it felt scripted by fate itself. I knew something was off about you, Claire said, poking him in the ribs. The happiness CSO. You were quite the actor. Leo sheepishly confessed everything. How he'd used his future knowledge to buy the domains for Happiness, Weibo, and others. How he'd invented future tech like Happy Reviews and Happy Life. How the entire Brainiac Blitz game was just an elaborate excuse to create the disaster prevention module for the Southwest. Claire listened, her initial annoyance melting into awe. You really haven't been idle these past 2 years, have you? It was all to earn your dowry, he said with a grin. What's mine is yours. I already registered the domains for TikTok, DoorDash, and a few others, by the way. She smirked. Good. 2 reborn people are better than 1. The joy is doubled. They talked for hours, revisiting old memories now cast in a new light. His miraculous academic turnaround in high school, the result of being a star tutor in his past life. Her sudden, fierce defense of him against his old crush, Sarah Lynn. She was trying to save the pathetic simp from making the same mistakes twice. You really thought I was just some clueless 18-year-old, didn't you? She teased. He laughed. Hey, I was trying to be ethical. A 30-something soul dating a high school girl felt a little creepy. She leaned in close, her eyes sparkling. And now, he looked at her, at the perfect fusion of the young woman he loved and the mature soul he now knew she possessed. Now, he said, a grin spreading across his face, I'm not so sure who's the older one here. Leo Hammer, you're dead, she shrieked, pouncing on him. Their laughter filled the quiet room, a sound of pure, unadulterated happiness. 2 days later, the group returned to East Bay. After saying their goodbyes at the airport, Leo and Claire headed back to their apartment at Rainbow Terrace, the one the roommates had affectionately dubbed the LNS dorm. The moment the door closed, they were in each other's arms. The passion that had been simmering since their reunion, suppressed by the presence of friends and the austere school dorms, finally erupted. They stumbled through the living room, shedding clothes as they went, until they fell onto the large bed in the bedroom. Their reunion was a storm of pent-up emotion, a celebration of 2 lifetimes of waiting. The friendship vibrating bed, for all its upgraded features, was no match for the occasion. It shorted out halfway through. Later, as they emerged from the shower, Claire coolly remarked, "This bed is substandard." Leo nodded sagely. "We'll need to file a complaint with Uncle 22. After a ravenous, home-cooked meal, they went for a walk. The night air was cool, and they strolled through the streets of their neighborhood, hand in hand. They passed the smoothie shop from last Christmas, a place that now held a sacred significance for them. The owners recognized them and excitedly asked for another photo to hang on their wall. This time, when asked for a message, Claire took the pen and wrote a line from a movie that wouldn't be released for years, a line that perfectly captured their story. All the encounters in this world are long-lost reunions. After leaving the shop, Leo smiled mysteriously. "I want to take you somewhere." They took a taxi to a familiar part of the city. As they passed the intersection where the accident had happened in their past life, Claire tensed. Leo squeezed her hand. "To hell with truck drivers," she muttered, a sentiment with which Leo wholeheartedly agreed. The taxi dropped them off in front of a residential building named Four Seasons Apartments. Claire looked at him, confused, until he pulled out a key and led her up to the 16th floor, opening the door to apartment 1602. "This," he said softly, "is where I lived in my last life." Claire stared, a sense of déjà vu washing over her. She had been here once before, after his death, to help his parents pack his belongings. The layout, the furniture, it was all eerily familiar. "I bought it late last year," he explained, his voice thick with emotion. "I wanted to show you, but I couldn't think of a good reason why. I wanted to show you all of me, the part of my life you never got to see. Now, I can." Standing in the small, unassuming apartment, Claire felt the last piece of their 2 lives click into place. In my last life, Claire Sterling regrets that she never got to be a part of Leo Wallace's life, she said, her voice soft but steady as she squeezed his hand. In this life, she will be there for every single moment. He led her through the apartment, sharing stories that weren't in his diaries. The time he comically failed to fix a leaky pipe, the lonely birthdays he'd spent cooking for himself, the countless nights he'd spent working in the small study. They ended up on the balcony, looking out at the city lights. "There were times I thought I couldn't make it," he confessed, leaning on the railing. "I'd come out here, look at this view, and feel like I could breathe again. My only regret was that I was always alone. I used to promise myself that one day I'd find the most beautiful woman in the world to stand here with me, and we'd just watch the view all night." The memory was so potent that he instinctively pulled out the cigarette the diner owner had given him earlier. He was about to light it when he remembered he didn't smoke anymore, and she hated the smell. He started to put it away, but she gently stopped him. She unbuttoned her trench coat and stepped in front of him, using the fabric to shield the flame from the wind. In the flickering light of the fire he was about to create, her face was breathtaking. "Just for tonight," she whispered, taking the lighter from his hand and holding the flame to his cigarette. "Your beautiful woman is giving you permission." He took a drag, the smoke mixing with the faint, sweet scent of her perfume. For the first time in 2 lives, he felt completely, utterly supported. He wasn't alone anymore. A few days later, after leaving a mountain of work for their bewildered colleagues at Happy Nest and Sterling Holdings, were just college students on summer break. It's perfectly reasonable. They returned to Northwood. They were greeted at home by an unusually helpful and enthusiastic Anna. The reason became clear that evening. Wyatt Way was coming to their house the next day for a formal meet-the-parents visit. "You have to go easy on him, big brother," she pleaded in a whisper. Leo feigned righteousness. "I would never use my sister's happiness as a bargaining chip. So about all that allowance money you stole from me over the years." The visit went surprisingly well, with Wyatt charming Leo's parents. That is, until Leo and Claire decided to have some fun. "About the dowry," Leo began, looking serious. "What he means," Claire cut in smoothly, "is that the family assets you already lost to us in that wager don't count. You'll need to build a whole new fortune. Get to it." Wyatt and Anna stared at the diabolical couple, a single thought echoing in their minds. We've walked into a den of thieves. The summer in Northwood passed in a happy haze. Charles Sterling returned from East Bay, having unofficially retired, and spent his days fishing with his new best friend, Robert Wallace. The 2 fathers, unaware of their shared connection through their children, bonded over tall tales, and the tea Robert kept bringing over. Tea that looked suspiciously identical to the expensive collection Charles's daughter had borrowed years ago. The 2 men even ended up at a local barbecue joint one night, where a very drunk Charles called his disappointing but moderately successful future son-in-law to come meet his big brother. Leo arrived to find his father and his father-in-law clinking beer mugs. "This is my big brother," Charles slurred, pointing at Robert. "Call him uncle." "Yeah, nephew," Robert said with a straight face. "Show some respect." Leo, utterly bewildered, raised his glass. "Uncle, I toast you." Later that night, as Leo helped the stumbling Charles home, the older man suddenly stopped, his eyes clear and sober for a moment. He squeezed Leo's shoulder, his voice firm. "You've done well. From now on, Claire is in your care." It was a quiet, profound transfer of responsibility, the weight of which settled on Leo's shoulders, feeling both heavy and deeply right. The summer culminated in a gathering of their old high school friends at the Vault KTV. In a room filled with laughter and off-key singing, Leo and Claire took the stage. Without any background music, they sat on two stools and began to sing, their voices weaving together in perfect harmony. It was a song no one had ever heard before, a melody from a future they were the only ones to know. The lyrics spoke of fleeting encounters across seasons, a spring, a summer, an autumn, of memories almost forgotten but deeply felt, of two souls destined to wander separate paths before finding each other again. "We seem to have met before. Do you remember?" Leo sang, his voice soft and full of meaning. "When we came to this life, each to our own horizon," Claire answered, her eyes locked on his. Who would have thought? They sang together, their voices rising in a beautiful, poignant harmony. "We could meet again, just like a dream." The room was silent for a beat, then erupted in thunderous applause, a perfect, heartfelt end to a perfect summer. When September arrived, it was time to return to Berkeley for their junior year. The campus was abuzz with new freshmen, who were immediately indoctrinated into the school's most sacred traditions, namely, the fierce rivalry with Northwood High. "Join us," an upperclassman from a newly formed anti-Northwood coalition urged a group of wide-eyed freshmen. "We have a noble cause. And also, we can tell you which dining hall has the best food." The various clubs held their recruitment drives, each more chaotic than the last. The Game Dev Club tried to lure new members with photos of their it girl, Hannah Ling, only to be chased down and beaten by their furious president, Ken Zhou, for stealing his private collection. The Comics and Animation Club, led by the beautiful Isabella Zhao, initially drew a massive crowd, but was quickly upstaged when the even more stunning Yvonne Moreau began recruiting for a special project, her cool, demanding demeanor only making the freshmen more eager to join. The new students from Northwood High, however, had their own path. They were immediately scooped up by Alex Zhang and put to work in the Blockhead workshop, handcrafting figurines. "You're not just making toys," Alex declared grandly. "You are building your future. Also, as employees, you get a 30% discount at all Gilded Phoenix businesses." The freshmen began working with renewed, fervent passion. While the campus buzzed with youthful energy, Leo and Claire were already moving in a different world. Now, in their junior year, they spent less time on campus and more time at their respective companies. As the co-CEO of Happy Nest and the new de facto head of Sterling Holdings, they were at the forefront of East Bay's ambitious new push to become a tech and e-commerce hub, a project personally overseen by Governor Zhao Bojan. After one high-level meeting, the governor invited them into his private office. "You two are the future of this city," he said, his tone warm and fatherly. "Anything you need, my door is always open. My phone is always on for you. Hey, put that down. That's my private tea collection, you little thief." Life settled into a new, busy rhythm. Marco and Quinn were still together, their relationship a stable, bickering romance. Leon and Molly were happily running the campus bike-sharing charity, and Leon had even started to win over Molly's parents. Jade was absorbed in her photography, and when asked about her love life, she would just smile mysteriously and say she hadn't met the right person yet, though she did have one interesting encounter back in her freshman year. And Dylan had a story to tell. "So there I was," Dylan explained to his roommates, "in the subway underpass, blindfolded, trying to get over my fear of talking to girls. At first, his experiment had been a disaster, attracting only muggers and creeps. He was about to give up when he heard soft footsteps stop in front of him. A girl's quiet chuckle broke the silence. Before he could stammer out an apology for his weird setup, she gently took his hand. She never spoke a word, but she came back every day. She would simply hold his hand, her silent presence giving him the courage to talk for hours. He told her everything about his roommates, his social anxiety, his adventures. Though he never saw her face or heard her voice, he felt a strange, deep connection to this mystery girl. He could feel her silent laughter through the light tremors in her hand, and her comfort when her grip tightened as he spoke of his struggles. The urge to see her became unbearable. One day, after she left, he tore off his blindfold and chased after her, following the faint, familiar scent of her perfume out of the station and onto the busy street. He spotted her across the road, a figure waiting at a crosswalk. Even from the back, he knew it was her. He tried to call out, but his voice was trapped in his throat by his old anxieties. Just as the light changed and she was about to be lost in the crowd, she paused, as if sensing his gaze, and turned around. It was Jiang. Her face, free of the thick glasses she always wore, was even more beautiful than he'd realized. She smiled, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, and opened her mouth to speak. In that instant, a screech of tires cut through the air. "Get out of the way!" a man screamed. The brakes failed. An overloaded electric utility cart hurtled toward the crosswalk, out of control. The world went into slow motion. Dylan watched in horror as Jade was struck, her body thrown into the air like a doll. Her camera bag flew open, scattering dozens of photos like confetti. He didn't remember running, only the feeling of his knees hitting the pavement as he scrambled to her side. He gathered her into his arms, his body shaking uncontrollably. All around them lay the scattered photos. He picked one up. It was a picture of him, looking goofy and triumphant as he showed off his Naruto hand signs to the children in Xylaxia Town. He picked up another. It was him, looking awkward but determined, reciting poetry in the park. Another showed him blindfolded in the subway, waiting. They were all of him. An open photo album lay beside her. On the first page was a picture from their first day of freshman year. He was blindfolded with a handkerchief, clumsily asking a bewildered-looking girl for directions. In his memory, the sun had been too bright, her face a blur. But now he remembered. The girl in the photo, the girl who had guided the lost, blindfolded boy to the clinic, was the same girl now, lying silent in his arms. Her glasses were broken. Her familiar bangs were swept aside, revealing a face that was both familiar and new, fragile and pale. "Jade," he whispered, the name coming out effortlessly. "Wake up." When she didn't respond, a lifetime of silence broke within him. He looked up at the horrified crowd, his eyes red with tears, and for the first time in his life, he screamed. "Call 911. Somebody help her. Help!"